Make sure everything is good. Streams look fine. Let me see. Okay, let's see. Okay. Looks like everyone's showing up. Hey, Redgo, how you doing? 1:35 a.m. Oof. Well, you are welcome to stay if you want. If you do get tired, don't feel bad. I do have this stuff VODed. Don't feel bad. Same view, new cat. Yes. Oh no, it's the same cat, just, you know, cats doing other things. So, I realized I was gonna start this like an hour and a half ago. But clearly that didn't happen. Reason being is I had to make a pretty big announcement. You in live chat? Yes, I am on live chat. I see you. I see you. So, yeah. It is, been a lot of questions, a lot of things going on. I did have to explain to the 20 that I'm working with on the project what's going on. So, been a little rough. For those that do not know, we will not be covering AL on Thursday. It is in a state of basically being soft-dropped. I've thought about it for a while, been a little bit rough. Think basically just weighing a lot of things, but I think this is the decision I need to make. So, I know a lot of people did follow me here for AL, but it does feel weird to say this. Hey, there's YouTube chat. Cool, the UI is showing it now. But yeah, it's been, it was a hard decision. It means we could say, no, you guys are still welcome to say like goofy stuff if you want to. I'm not gonna stop people just because I don't cover it anymore. What's better than a robo girl? A robo cat girl, yes. I love the fact that the ears on this thing actually wiggle. Like, these seem like pure, like, metallic in like, just how the material looks. So the fact that they kind of, like, wiggle like this is really funny. I follow you for intricate lore dive in games I play. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do like reading a lot of the gacha stories. It like, maybe it is just a case of me being, ironically, for lack of better phrases, built differently. And I value the gameplay experience, the game experience, more than just the eye candy. So, you know, if Ale wants to go down that route, it's not a route I want to follow. So, now I can't unsee it. The ears wiggling. As much as her dialogue has kind of made me think a little bit differently about her, to a degree, not a bad thing. She is still the absolute goofball that I like. There's a reason she's like one of my faves. But yeah. Clutch Summer Seiya 2, which is, ooh, yeah, because those are free pulls right now, aren't they? Because we got what? We have 2 banners going on that are like the free like 10 pull a day thing for like 10 days, right? Congrats, though. Congrats. I understand we don't have so much time for. Well, it's a lot of people like to make the argument that Azur Lane is a waifu collector game. In which case, sure, they're not entirely wrong. Most gachas are. I mean, we're literally playing one that does have that, you know? But what happens is when you reduce gacha games to simply just that, what makes all of them stand out? if all of them are just the waifu collector game, well, what's the difference between GFL and Ark Knights, if you want to consider that one? I don't think it is, honestly. I don't know why I said it. If you want to consider GFL 2, like Blue Archive or like Wuthering Waves, because that game does go that route. At least they release more girls than guys, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I do like bros like Alto and Brant, so I don't mind. But like, if they're always that, it's like, why are you playing them if they're all the same? You know, the game experience is what makes them unique, what makes them stand out. When you throw that away, what else do you have? That's kind of why the more I thought about my positioning with AL, the more I was like, it doesn't have anything anymore. It's throwing away what it was, so. That's why I'm like, you know, GFL 2, for all I know, it might end up doing something similar. It is what it is. You know, I would hope it doesn't, but I know that stuff also does well. I think the thing I should also mention, though, is I don't generally mind this stuff. Tactician, thanks for the follow. Nice to meet you. I see you in chat. But yes, welcome. Sorry, we're just doing a little bit of yapping right now. But Nikkei's story is hidden behind the waifu collection. It kind of is, yeah. I've been hearing a lot of things about that one lately. Oof. Apparently one of the more recent arcs had some rough times. Oh, it says you hit a follower goal. Yeah. I have it I think it's just set to go up, you know, to say it hit it every, like, time I go, like, every 10. So, like, 320, 330, 340, yada, 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 yada. It wanted me to do it, so I was like, okay, my current follower count plus 10. I am not a very high demand guy, you know. Hey, I usually watch on YouTube, but first time sniping onto it. Oh, sniping me on Twitch. Okay, no problem. Welcome. We will be covering GFL funds today. You had a fun and amazing anniversary, but things went dark, which is fine. Like, I think that's part of the experience, no? Like, yeah, it sucks if you, like, it would be horrible to lose one of the dolls in this game right here. And there's times I've honestly worried about that, like Perry's event with the whole thing they were trying to do to Perry. You could argue what they were trying to do to Lind. I just realized hang on. I just realized I'm like, I was Kluke. I was like, no, that's not me. I don't know where to catch up. They have a timeline feature now, which is fine. But yeah. To the more modest side. Like, it's fine. Like, I don't mind, like, all their base artwork, like, all their base designs, I don't mind at all. And, like, even then, like, that outfit's adorable on VV, please. Stop being adorable. I haven't seen what has cooked up in the Nikkei story. I've seen snippets. Like, my first experience with, what is it? With Nikkei was the whole thing with Marianne at the beginning. I think it's I say Marianne. So it's like, I am aware of, like, how, like, that level of darkness. I've seen the scene where I think Dorothy had one of her, like, mass-produced Nikkeis, like, corrupt, I think is the terminology. And she, like, literally lost it. Which made me kind of sad to see that, but at the same time, like, I like stories that do explore that kind of thing, but it's not a requirement. I play Blue Archive. It gets dark sometimes, but overall, it's, you know, it's thought-provoking and obviously goofy. One of the best things about Blue Archive, honestly, is just how goofy and, like, sheer shenanigans it goes. But yeah, I don't mind it. I've actually been told, like, GFL 1 story is very grim, too. So, like, I don't mind that. When stories are willing to go down that kind of direction, I have to applaud them, because it's something that I'm really curious about. That Dorothy and Overzone do be famous. Yeah, that's what I've seen. But yeah, Blue Archive compared to GFL, but then again, it suits Blue Archive to have light dark. Blue Archive's strength for a story, I say, is honestly its balance. It has its moments when it gets dark. When things seem tense, when, you know, all of this danger is present. you see the sad bits. Like, for example, like during Eden Treaty when Hina just breaks down in a room and Sensei's there with her. You know, this, like, it's a thing that I personally do enjoy about that, is because it shows her character growth. Who do you think the next UR will be on AL? Past this one? I don't know. It's kind of hard when you at the start of the year, because they will almost always, they could be anything that's not the next UR's faction. Also, I don't think you know Musashi, and I feel bad, but I will not be covering AL on Thursday. So, this institution's in, you'll see the return of, oh no, not you again. Oh no. Jail calling characters, Anji, no. Like, yeah, like, it's fine, because if characters do get killed in a story, if it's executed beautifully, then it is 100% worth it to do. I think I remember hearing a lot of this when it came to Himiko in Impact 3rd. Dark Volume F, Eden Treaty, Yakyako, to counter that, I'm gonna miss like summer. Yeah. Well, I would, like, even then, I would say Volume F is probably the darkest Blue Archive has been. Like, Yakyako, don't get me wrong, it does go into some, like, sad topics and stuff, and Eden Treaty even does with the Hina scene, as I mentioned, but that's about it. Like, other than that, it's not anywhere near the same level as, like, some of these scenes go through. Please do not remind me of Himiko. What, you didn't like the final lesson? I saw that PV, by the way. I was like, oh no, not her. I haven't played enough of 3rd, but I know her and I know enough of her character and all the other characters that I was like, oh. Delt timeline definitely was tough management. Yeah, it kind of was. But yeah, like, if it's perfectly executed, I think it'd be fantastic to see. But that's besides the point. At least for this. Dude, the final lesson hurt. It made me really sad. But I think the payoff in I think the payoff was worth it, as much as it was sad. Because the one thing I always used to hear was Kiana's character's progression. Like, the goofy little tuna became a very, very strong character. And Kafka is like crazy ant. Could we at least see Miss D Enterprise Empress one last time? At least each. I can't guarantee that. I didn't see any of the supposed stuff that made him become much better. Yeah. It's just how that is. Like, it's fine. If you miss it, you miss it. If you don't, it's fine. But personally, like I said, it's something I like, is when stories do go that way. It's not a requirement. But when they do it, they have to execute it perfectly. I'm also just looking at this. Oh, this doesn't look too bad. Wait, there's only 2 story nodes? Everything else is... Huh. Okay, this is much shorter. What are your thoughts on the event music and the 2 events here? This one, I mean, it's not really... Are you talking just like the main menu music or something else that I need to be listening to specifically? Because that kind of does matter. I mean, if we're talking the main menu music... I do like this one. It's pretty chill. For a little oof. I think Deep Oblivion's pretty solid between the 2 of them. I think it's unfortunately hard. Ooh. I do like how it breaks out like that. Yeah, it does good. I think my problem is... Where do you see music again? I forget where you do this. Is it in the... Is it here, then here? Yes. Trying to find which ones are my favorite. It's hard because I don't know where like the major event themes are located. Because there are a few I do like from the like some of the events. I do wish this was definitely organized, but I think that's probably something I'll definitely mention in the future is asking them to kind of organize this. Because I have no idea where the two I like, I'll just put it, I think the best two that I've personally enjoyed are Vector's event theme. Actually, do they have it by default on here? Like, if I go to their characters, does it show it? If I can figure out where Vector is. Yeah, I have no idea where this... I'm like, where do I find... Is that like a separate branch for this? Like it depends. It depends on which programs you're in. So like if you know, like I haven't really been active enough to reach out on, or to like be reached out on, which is fine. That's my own thing. I don't necessarily, I kind of am like this mindset where it's like, if I get into them, I'll get into them and they'll, you know, they'll work with me. I'm fine with that. But I'm not like going out seeking it. I have no idea where these themes are. Residual Echo. I just don't know what they're called. Let me see if I can find it. This is Aphelions, isn't it? Is this it? I think this is Aphelions. This is one of them. I just got lucky on that. Yeah, this is one of the two themes I like the most. This one's not bad. That theme. I actually have no idea. Oh, this one's good too. I like this theme. Yeah, I have no idea where Vectors is. The Yuhi one. Yeah, the Yuhi one was pretty good. That one actually had, I think, vocals to it too, if I remember. So they were not bad at all. They were very solid themes. I just don't know which one it is. But yeah. Oh, it doesn't show her. Oh, it doesn't show her. It doesn't show the Covenant on them, does it? I just kind of wish it did. Oh, you could use the crew deck. Moses is just chilling. Oh yeah, I forgot how no chill wind is. Oh, it's set to that, and I don't remember what it was. It's all right. We'll figure that out later. Anyway, today we're gonna focus on this because I know this event literally ends tomorrow, and for some reason they did the story out of order. So hopefully I'm not super confused. We'll see. Gacha background doesn't show the Covenant ring, sadly. Does it show it on the custom or the unique one for Springfield skin? That's kind of something I'm curious about. But yeah, we'll go ahead and go with this one for now. Oh, is this not voiced? I guess we'll find out in a second. Inside the Elmo Ops room, Dyer, who had originally planned to leave by this time, changed his schedule and instead started throwing himself into, I was gonna say the Sextans thing. Oh wait, no, Blue Spear's frame's aboard. Oh, so this is post-Aphelion. I think. Because I think the end of Aphelion, they defeated Blue Spear, who tried to, like, detonate herself. I'm, like, trying to remember that exact... I think that was it. Because that was the fight scene where, like, you had Kluke holding her gun one-handed, the other arm was already ripped off or blown off. I don't remember. One of the two. I'm gonna make a video that you will soft drop. I probably should. Yeah, I'll have to think about. I need to get it before Thursday. Did an EMP? Yeah, she was trying to do an EMP, and I think that would have like degaussed the what they were trying to preserve. In 9 and 45, love them. They're great. I love both of them so far. They're great. They're really nice characters. I can't wait to see everything about them more, especially with the second half of the main event here. By Blue Spear, but it was she later lost a leg in the fight. Oh, yeah, I remember it was rough for her, but it's fine. Anyway, this guy will never change, will he? Found the Spear board. His research report indicates that Blue Spear's Bujum cells became drastically more active whenever Melanie is near. Melanie? Melanie? Not Melanie. I rejected his suggestion to repair Blue Spear's frame by having Melanie remain in close proximity to it long term. If Helena and Melanie really do have ties to third... Right. I forgot, because Melanie's Helena, but Helena is a different... Right. there's like what, 3 or 4 different versions of Helena that exist right now. I was like, who's Melanie? Then I was like, oh wait, no, it's Helena, but also not Helena. Was very confused for a second. Oh my goodness. Anyway, the partnership between Paradeus and the Orlo conglomerate might be closer than I imagined. It's been a bit since I've seen this guy. It's been a bit. Not really. Like 2 days. Actually, no, about 2 days. Yeah, because it was Saturday. Today's Tuesday. 3 days. Okay, fair enough. We started earlier on that one, but thankfully I don't think we have to do that here too. Too bad. 組織が活性化すると細胞が大規模に分裂しだして異なる躯体を作り上げる。ブルースピアの形態変化はそういう仕組みだ。Construct a variety of torsos. I don't know how to feel about that statement. By the way, some voice in this event tends to be longer than the dialogue, so you have to wait a bit longer. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll try. I made a lot of mistakes last time by clicking too early. I'll try to like control that a bit. ブージャムの組織の活性化範囲を限定するとなると、俺にはお手上げだな。メラニーにならできるかもしれないが。私とて次元爆弾を抱えたくはないからね。少なくともブージャムの組織の原理を解明するまでは。Okay. ブルースフィアの状況はセクスタンスとはまた異なる。ブルースフィアの制御権限はまだ変更されていないんだ。こいつが目覚めれば
またしても脅威になりかねない。それどころか我々の座標を財団に知られる可能性だってある。
There are complaints about Ian text and JP dub mismatch. I think they both translate from CN. Oh, so yeah, and that what's said is not going to be a one-to-one for English because English is okay. That makes more sense. JP does like to add lines. It's not an abnormal thing. Unfortunate with AL, that's very common. The only issue is with AL, it's Ian gets its story from JP. JP gets its story from CN. So that game of telephone exists in Azur Lane, and that causes a problem. So you'll like if JP makes a mistake in the text, then Ian's going to make it because they're going to base their stuff off of JP instead of going to CN. Anyway, Lenna literally watches a 2-slide chibi reenactment on her tablet in the dorm. I think we've seen the blue, it was the whole thing. Yeah, I think we saw this last time. I was like, what is going on here? And she's just sitting there like studying it.
だからって第三世代人形を修復せずにほったらかしにしろってのか？そんなのありかよ。はあ、とりあえず細胞凍結キャビンを超特急で運んでくるようシーヤに頼んである。低音感ならブージャム組織もおとなしくなるからな。
It's a good thing is it the event's fully voiced. Yeah, I prefer the events being fully voiced because it actually is a it is it's nice to see that. So like any time when they have like full voice, I love to see that because it's like they're the voice actors for it really do make every scene better. I think the one thing, I don't know how much they'll do it, but I would love to see them play more into the 3D storytelling a little bit. It doesn't have to be every scene like this dialogue between the commander and Dyer. It can be major pivotal moments, like for example the in Aphelion they had the last stand that was going on there at the end, where they basically were not Kluke, the what's his name? Is it Dimitri? No. Is it? I think it was Dimitri. Basically called the girl, like they were holding, there's like the last 3 or 4 or so the dudes there holding off, and they basically last standed against Blue Spear and all those characters. Like I loved that scene being like actually 3D animated. That made that moment all the more significant, especially with it being like his last moments. So I would love to see them play more with that. They don't need to do it like constantly, but like if they pick one moment out of the entire scene to make it a 3D bit, if they have the budget, absolutely, because that does give that little extra power to their storyline or their storytelling.
それを使えばブルースフィアが勝手に目覚めることもないだろうさ。いたって安全だよ。
I want to see an Ian dub just to see the purist crash out. Wait, what? What? I'm confused.
助かるよ。これでメラニーも安心するだろう。ここ数日自由に動けずにいたからね。
Yeah, they were already saying there was a weird activity between her and Blue Spear. That makes sense.
指揮官、ブルースフィアの件だけれど。
Ah, yes, the wife's voice.
組対は完全な監視下にあるわね。自己修復する気配も見られない。安心していいわ。
そうか。とはいえ、エルモ号にこのまま置いておくわけにもいかないな。シーヤが細胞凍結キャビンを届けに来るのは今日だったか。
Ian dub for Dimitri calling Blue Spear, but yeah. That actually kind of would be funny. They do go pretty hard on some dialogue here. It'd be funny to hear it in English, but it's not that critical to me. Like, I don't know how easy it would be to get dubbing. I say this because it took me a bit to get it for the project I'm working on, but it would be really funny to see an ENVA go hard on some of these lines.
ええ、来る会がシーヤさんを迎えに行ってる。
Oh, I see.
え？ああ、しまった。今日だった。そんじゃあ俺は研究室に戻るから。
Dear and Seer.
深夜によろしくな。俺は研究に没頭。いや、寝てるってことにしといて。
ふーん。立ちながら寝るなんて器用なのね。驚くわ。
Uh-oh. Caught in 4K, it's over. It's over, you're getting dragged back by the ear. I actually don't know the relationship between these two.
いやー、これから寝ようと。
Also, this guy does kind of have the little dark things under his eyes, so he do look kind of tired. The twins. Oh, they're twins? They're siblings. Okay. Well, then he's probably still gonna get dragged by the ear. Dr. Oust is insert the chat. Oof. Yeah, I like how there's we got a few people on the Twitch side. One of them is just like wood. I see. I think actually there's two people that. Yes, okay. One of you I already know is going to say that. Thought I'm gonna marry your sister. You can't stop me. I see. Chat, calm down. She went from cute. You guys are something. She just said the Yorktown Enterprise. She kind of does, yeah. Like the white hair, the blue eyes, and the the blue is. I didn't see. Does she have flowers on her head? I think she did. Dad relaxes all of a sudden. He yawns, and in just a few seconds, somehow manages to adopt the appearance of a haggard man who's exhausted himself after several days of obsessive research. Oh yeah, she is. Yeah, no, that is it. There's also this like jacket, I guess. It's kind of, I mean, I think this is like a tuxedo jacket almost, like I think it's just blue. Actually, it might just be a normal jacket or a coat. Regardless, it does remind, yeah, she does have a lot going on there. I can see why people would say that.
あなたのことだから、どうせ第三世代人形の研究に夢中になってるんでしょ。
ほら、これも一族の利益のためなんだし、多少はね。
That face though. Can you point me to another streamer that is going to cover the event? Jacob, I'm sorry, I don't think I know one. I think I'm like the only one I know. Meta doesn't cover... oh, well, if you're talking just the event itself, maybe Meta does. If you're talking story, I don't know one that actually goes through the story. Azlain Meta is probably the only person I could think off the top of my head that I know does potentially play. I know he's busy around this time of year, so I don't know if he's covering it. This face, though. Seriously, it's Dyer a disdainful look. Dyer gives a sheepish smile before leading her to me.
お久しぶりですね。お元気そうで何よりです。勢力を率いてイエローエリアに名を轟かせ、第三世代人形の最新技術を掌握する偉大なる指揮官様。
What was this chuny boyo? What was this chuny boyo thing going on here? Okay, you gotta play more repo. I will, but I probably should organize that better. It was kind of a last-minute decision, and I didn't know what to do about it. So it's been I don't know. I'll have to see. I know there's some people that I've gotten to know that do play it and have expressed interest in maybe doing fun little streams. So we'll see. Repo was very last minute. Yeah, it was. Then again, I didn't really know what to do at the time. I need to finish up Raft, and then I'll figure out what to do to replace Raft after that. I don't know what game to go to yet, but I will try to look into that.
久しぶりだというのに随分とご挨拶だな。
It was a that was a very funny response.
私を説得するためにレールがこれでもかと褒めちぎっていましたよ。
Oh.
未だかつてない最高の投資になる。このチャンスを逃したら絶対に後悔するからな。
To be fair, they do have both Sextons and Blue Spear in their inventory right now, so I can see why he would say that.
絶好のチャンスなんだ。今すぐ来てくれ。すぐにだ。
If there is going to be a situation where because it's like the whole research around Gen 3 is still kind of, it's hush hush, but some people have started to see it now. If I remember correctly. Gotta join the repo stream. Probably gonna go full DJ. I mean, it was kind of funny going through that. I'll have to see. Maybe one of these days I'll try like a modded version, because I do have a curated mod pack around repo when I last played it. Nothing was more hilarious than like kicking open a door and then just screaming fire and just hitting the nearest enemy in repo with a what was it called, the 12-pounder cannon. And then watching it just backflip it into a pit. The cannon mod is a treasure. No, there's a cannon mod. There's a laser too, but the cannon mod's really funny. I've balanced it out to have it has unlimited ammo, but if you miss, you better run away, because you're not reloading that in time. We fought off 2 3rd gens, rescued a squad from another Gen 3, and took 2 Gen 3 dolls from under the enemy's noses. Yeah. Because how many are there right now? We've got, because Cocoon's the 4th one that we know of, right? Because we've had Sextons, Darcher, Blue Spear, and Cocoon, right? There's the gambling mod I once tried in Repo. Well, there's literally a gambling enemy in Repo now. Darcher's doing the weird thing with Chaos. Yeah. Enemy Gen 3 specifically. I think it was just those 4. I don't know of any others right now. I mean, I know we have Ro, who is like the prototype Gen 3.
そこで全ての業務を一旦手放し、あらゆるリソースをつぎ込んで細胞凍結キャビンを調達し、ヘリで運んできたというわけです。
Well, that's nice of you. I feel bad if we do not meet the expectations, but at the same time, I feel like somebody else is gonna be very, very heavily punished if that was true.
デール、あなた、キャビンの費用はもとより、ここへ運んでくるのにどれだけの手間とお金がかかってるのか分かってるんでしょうね。
Oof.
そんなこと言って俺が渡したリストの他の要望は無視したくせに細胞凍結キャビンくらいどうってことないだろう。第3世代人形の技術は長いことオルログ財団が独占してきた。そりゃ表向きは技術の共有に乗り気だが、奴らから情報を仕入れるにはとんでもない対価が必要となる。
What do I think of Lane Deporter being added to Azur Lane as a UR? Being a UR, I don't really mind. The rarities, how they choose the rarities is really up to them. I just hope that at least the character at least is good, not necessarily just on paper, but also good in practice. Because I remember when we had Mogador come out, and a lot of people were very upset with how Mogador worked. So hopefully that is not the case. That said, I mean, she's fine. I don't really know what else to say. She seems like a goofball. After all these years of seeing her carrying a little torpedo on the bottom of the screen, it's gonna be weird to know that she's got an actual, she's been taken out of NPC jail.
それが
Steer
今
with
や
the glow. Oh
オルロ
yeah.
グの連中を迂回して第三世代人形の研究に当たれるんだ。指揮官と協力し合うまたとない機会なんだぞ。
Yeah.
まっとうな協力関係であることを祈るわ。一族の資産を横流しするんじゃなくてね。
Oh yeah, totally a collaborative effort. Here, let me show you to them. Both of them on con. Well, no, Sexton's was actually operational. I just don't know. Blue Spear is in a questionable state.
私としても第三世代人形の研究はぜひともデールに任せたい。
Turns out it's not good when the ship has dies after 15 seconds and her kid is a UR. Yeah, probably not. No, I've also not seen Sears. You know what? Let me look it up. It would be on IOP, right? The IOP wiki. I imagine it's like the main one for GFL from what I've seen. It's an S-I-E-R? I think, right? S-I-E-R? Yes. It's literally just dire, but with an S instead. Alright, let's see. Let's see what she originally looked like. Let's see. Dang, she really did get a glow up, chat. She really did glow up. Dang! Huh. Yeah, that is very different. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, or that don't know who we're talking about here. Corporate wants you to see corporate wants you to find the differences between these two characters. To be fair, 10 years have probably passed since this version of her existed. Where's the Megane though? Glasses are really versatile, you know. You like the old look. It does kind of feel... I mean, how old was she back in the first game then? If this, like, because I imagine this is from the first game. So what was she like? Well, like, what was her age? Did they say? Because I know it's 10 years, and 10 years is a lot for people. She went from cute. What?
そこから得られた関連情報を君たちの一族に還元したっていい。
She looks like Perry. Yeah, she does kind of look like Perry a little bit. Maybe that's part of the reason why they didn't want they didn't let her keep the design, just because they didn't want her. Because like Perry even has the beret and the glasses. The other one looks like Kiana. I can see what you mean. Yeah, a little bit. The two differences, future and past. There. Oh yeah, because you guys were saying this is like a very different looking person. You know what? What did he look like in the past? Why did... I gotta see this. You guys were saying that too when I first met him. He... Okay, why did he get the glasses, but she... Why does he have the glasses and goggles and she got rid of them? Don't look at his Division collab. There's a Division variant of him. That's Dyer's maids. Okay, I got very concerned for a second. Hi, Dima, whatever you are. Wait, is Dima what is Dima what you guys were talking about? What is this face? I feel like I should be worried.
そうこなくっちゃ。
とはいえ第三世代人形の仕組みがはっきりするまではあまり他言はしないでもらえるかな。
It's deer cross-dressing. He's really committed to it. They were very committed to that.
そのあたりはご心配なく。第三世代人形の情報を広く公開するのには私も反対ですから。
Yeah.
一族の内部においても情報管理は徹底させます。漏洩する危険はないに等しいかと。
素晴らしい。それじゃあ俺はプロジェクトの責任者としてエルモ号に残。
素晴らしい。
ダメよ。
Oh.
あなたからの一方的な連絡は許されない。エルモ号の座標は極秘情報だとか、安全性を高めるためだとか、そんな言い訳は通用しないわよ。
That is true. It's better to be in person than like that.
重要なプロジェクトにはそれに見合う強固なセキュリティが必要不可欠よ。違う？
This makes a lot of sense.
極めて安全な研究室を用意した上で、研究で得たすべてのデータを私に共有すること。私の部下を研究室内に駐在させること。
It's dire cross-dressing. VR avatar. He got locked into a female avatar since the diligence was a VR game. Committed to the bit. I mean, it looked like he committed to it. So, looking at all the facial expressions that the IOP wiki for some reason has, he seemed pretty committed to it. One of my favorite GFL pastimes is people strong-arming.
それが前提条件よ。
なんだよそれ。たかが第三世代人形の研究にそこまでするか？
たかが第三世代人形、そう言ったわね。
お。
その第三世代人形のために、あなたは私に細胞の活性化を抑制できる凍結キャビンを用意させた。
Well, actually, this is a case, I think, where that
指揮
is.
官、第三世代人形の特殊性は素体の材料やメンタルの構造にとどまらないのでは？
Oh, yeah.
やっぱりな。報告書は偽れてもシーヤの目はごまかせない。
Does that mean that Maid Meg T is also here? I wasn't used to that Meg T, not gonna lie. Also, was not ready for the Meg T to get absolutely destroyed by the diner gate was better.
それで第三世代人形の製造には生き物の細胞が使われているのね。
Dyer is surrounded by strong-minded women, Glukaians. He kinda do be.
それは動物の？それとも人間の？
まあ、まだ断定はできないかな。
Wait, G11 was dressed up as a... Oh. Wait, Pandemonium, you didn't see that? Hang on. I took a photo of it. Give me 1 second. I have like 20 pings. What on earth? I'll look at that in a second. Open link. Yeah, this was in the last stream if you missed it. Let me turn on desktop side and boom. Behold, Maid Mekti or G11, whichever one you prefer to use. I was not ready for this. I 100% was not ready for it. It was definitely something to get used to. Behold the non-sleepo beepo, yes. Alright, let us go back to this now, because I was looking at this real quick. Alright.
どちらでもないのね。
もうやめだやめ。それ以上聞いたって何も出てこないぞ。
その態度、想像以上に事態は悪いよね。まさか放射線患者の細胞を使ってるなんてことは。
I could see that, because who knows what limits are there. Dyer turns his head aside and pretends to take an interest in the scenery offered by the Elmo's ops room. He desperately avoids eye contact with Seer while glancing at me for help.
エルモ号での研究はできれば避けてもらいたいね。安全のためだ。
そうですね。イエローエリアはいかがでしょう。絶対に安全な場所にします。
意外だな。シーアのことだから一族の手の届く場所を選ぶのかと思ったけど。
I mean, isn't one of the satellite cities in a yellow zone that, like, we just were at? Well, granted, not just we were at. This is a different part of the timeline, but still, where he was at with his maid Mekti, wasn't that a yellow zone, or was that just a satellite city at the, like, in between green and yellow or something? This is basically Commander throwing Blue Spear into an ice box with a price, like a priced fish. You just gotta tickle him. Yeah. They put the Blue Spear on the hook, and they just kind of hung like a fish out of water. Like they do with those sharks that you sometimes see, or like the really big fish you see on the, like the docks, or it's just like hanging from a pole. That would be so creepy to look at, especially for the other dolls. They're just minding their own business, walking around. You just see Blue Spears. I think that'd be one of those things you don't want to look at on a daily basis. Could Skikon just sell Blue Spirit? Potentially, or they might barter it, because like at this point, this poor like ship or whatever, the train, whatever we call this thing, the Elmo itself, has seen so much abuse in the entirety of this storyline so far. I wouldn't be surprised if he's just simply bartering it for repairs and a whole bunch of spare parts and resources. But yeah.
グリーンエリアとホワイトエリアの目はあなたが考えるよりずっと多いわ。この場合は機密性が最も重要になってくるから。
That was MCV. Yes, that MCV. Ah, I see. That wasn't need repair, then how shall a Mei-Ling earn her rice wine? Well, it's less so. Again, it's not they're relying on them to help repair the thing. They're providing the materials needed to do the repairs. Mei-Ling's probably still doing them. It's like all the spare circuitry, the parts, whatever they would need to repair the place. Also, I'm pretty sure at this point we owe Mei-Ling more rice wine than we could probably offer right now.
それに指揮官ほどのお方ならイエローエリアに研究室を設けることもさほど難しくはないでしょうし。
イエローエリアの研究室か。
Abuse said the crew deck has something to go by. Shikon had a pool made into the mobile base. I mean, that very could be where all the funds, where all the resources went to. Oh yeah, we sold off Blue Spear. Hey, you guys get a crew deck now. Here, have all this nice stuff. I don't think they're gonna ever bat an eye from it. She clearly passed them down to him. Yeah.
心当たりがないのでしたら、私からも場所を提供できます。どちらでも構いませんよ。いずれにせよ、差し当たってデールがエルモ号に残る言われはありませんね。
The Elmo, once home to a battalion of 500 combat Terminators, motor pools of heavy armors, and a heli, all being serviced by one sleep-deprived man. I feel so bad for her every single time we have to give her some work. I'm just like, yeah, here's your next assignment. You're getting 12 hours of sleep. You will be locked in your room for 12 hours of sleep. And even then, you'll probably still be tired. feel like every time Mailing brings up the rice wine, he just dodges the question. Yes, he does. She gets paid on rice wine. I don't think a person can function indefinitely on rice wine. They probably need a little sleep every now and then.
すべての条件に同意していただければ、本プロジェクトの責任者として一族より彼を正式に派遣いたします。
This is where chats be like, but we want her, not Dyer. Maybe, I don't know.
研究に必要な資源や人手はこちらから十分な数を提供可能です。では、私はこれで何せ業務に追われる身ですので、心よいお返事をお待ちしております。
I wonder if anything will come out of that, though. I hope so. Dar keeps asking me to keep him updated on Blue Spear's condition till the very moment he leaves. Judging by Sire's attitude and Sears probably. Sears' attitude and behavior during my discussion with her, third gen dolls seem to be much more highly regarded than I thought.
指揮官、本当にイエローエリアに研究基地を建設するつもり？
エルモ号にブルースフィアを乗せておくわけにもいかないだろう。凍結キャビンは応急処置に過ぎない。メラニーとヘレナのためにも第三世代人形をここから遠ざけておきたいんだ。研究基地に至っては長期的な任務になるだろうな。どうするか。
Blip echoed down the hall every night, and the commander pretended not to. Just drunk all the time. What if Mailing is not fully human and her means of refueling is actually her rice wine? Yeah, I see. She just like opens up like the little hidden compartment and just dumps the rice wine down like it's a gas can filling her up or something. Oh gosh, that's a weird thought. She's a child though. She must have seen some serious turn to alcohol at that age. Not necessarily. I mean, I say this because I know people back when I was in like, it's high. We call it back when I have no idea what you guys what you guys could call high school outside of the U.S. But basically, around that time, I saw a lot of people get very, very addicted to that kind of stuff. But it's mostly because of the family they lived around. I don't know what people would call that. Also, yes, this is Eastern Europe, so that kind of it checks out more. Also, isn't the drinking age, isn't it lower in some parts of Europe? Like I know Germany is like one of the more common points people talk about. Junior high? Junior high is middle school, I believe. Which is like grades 6, 7, and 8. Yeah, I don't really know what to. It's kind of just like I know there's like different terminologies used because there's like primary school and so on and so forth for other places. So I don't really know. 18 is pretty much the standard for drinking in Europe. Is it? Okay. Yeah, it's still very much 21 here, from what I understand. Though I think you can drink it at 18 when you're at home with family, and you've got the permission to.
確かに指揮官の言う通りね。潜在的なリスクはエルモ号から排除しなくては。
I know where I live is weird about alcohol, which is really funny.
メラニーやヘレナだけじゃない。指揮官にとっても。
Remembering her own irregularities, lowers her head in silence.
あれはもしかすると予兆だった。仲間たちや指揮官を傷つけないためにもここから離れるべきなのかもしれない。重要なプロジェクトにはそれに見合う強固なセキュリティが必要不可欠。
Yeah, you would need a security team.
シーヤさんが人手を手配するとは言っていたけれど、万全を期して私も研究基地でブルースフィアの警備に当たるわ。
どうしたんだ急に。まだ話も固まってないんだが。
そういうわけじゃ。私はただ
I'm just gonna say, I was like, if Groza actually leaves the Elmo of her own volition, we must have really done something bad. We have messed up if that was the case. A tinge of panic flashes across Groza's face. She clenches her fist and instinctively blurts out her refutation. But she lowers her head a few seconds later, forcing herself to suppress her emotions.
あなたの役に立てるなら、たとえエルモ号を降りることになっても、喜んでそうするわ。隊長がエルモ号を降りる？嘘ですよね。
Mailing, it's okay, Mom and Dad aren't splitting up.
勘違いしないで。外での長期的な警備の任務に就くだけよ。ブルースフィアの研究用にイエローエリアに基地を設けるかもしれないの。なんだ、そういうことか。もう驚かせないでくださいよ。あ、そうそう、そのブルースフィアは凍結キャビンに移し終えました。細胞の活性度はゼロに限りなく近い状態です。これとはいえ、隊長一人でその研究所の警備に当たるつもりですか？さすがに危険なんじゃ。
Yeah, because that was that part right here. Literally forgot the last part of the line.
まさかたとえそうなってもグローザを一人にはしないさ。
In Wisconsin, people under 21 are allowed to drink alcohol if they are with a parent. I think that's I don't think that's necessarily just Wisconsin. I think like a lot of states do that. Like it's not necessarily against the rules as long as the parents are like taking taking that responsibility up.
まだ話し合いの段階なんだ。どこにブルースフィアを配置するかも決まってないしね。
ごめんなさい、つい焦ってしまって。だけど冷凍キャビンに収められているとはいえ、あれが脅威であることに変わりはないわ。できるだけ早くここから。
グローザ、いいんだ。
Yeah, I was gonna say that seems a little bit too jumping. You're jumping the gun a little.
まあ君がどうしても降りたいって言うんなら止めないけども。
私は反対です。隊長がエルモ号を降りるだなんて。
I mean, I get her motivations, but still.
エルモ号を降りるだなんて一言も言った覚えはないわよ。
Gorza heaves a sigh of relief, seemingly moved by my words. She seems much more relaxed now, lifting her head with a relieved smile.
指揮官と離れ離れになるつもりはみじんもないもの。あなたに必要とされる限り、私はそばにいるわ。
This is where I'd be like, Groza, look at your hand. Do you see that on there? Looks at Kluke, uses Kluke's own line on Groza. Kluke. Mouth hits the floor. I feel like if he did that, he would be shot.
そのなんだ、凍結キャビンも手に入れたことだし、ブルースフィアに関してはそこまで焦る必要もないと思うぞ。まずは体制を整えよう。シーアへの返事はその後でも遅くはない。
This is like a mom wrestling with a job promotion, but still has to work different out. Yeah. Isn't it like Seikon doesn't have... It isn't like Seikon doesn't have experience with potential hazards in the form of former enemy dolls wandering around the base. I mean, they literally have... What was it? They had, I mean, I guess she's not really a doll. They had a night... what is that? A Naito in like, this command room before. So, yeah, I mean, I get what you mean, but I think the whole premise of the Gen 3 is a bit more daunting.
そうしましょう。あれだけの戦いがあったんですから、しっかり休んでおきませんと。エルモ号にだって整備が必要ですし。
Yeah.
そうだなメイリン、いつもお疲れ様。
はい、指揮官もお疲れ様です。さてと、リビウに着くまでにエルモ号の状態を一通り確認して、モジュールも片っ端から修理しておくか。あ、そういえば指揮官、闇ブローカーから届いてた見積もりご覧になりました？もう信じらんない。どこもかしくも価格7割増しですよ。エルモ号のパーツから素体の修復素材、それに生活用品まで全部値上がりしちゃってるんです。
They probably have so much on hand.
元から厳しかったのに、このままじゃ日常生活にまで支障が出ちゃいます。
Naita was restrained by Krolak and Nemesis. Yeah. But still. It's one of those situations. Not the rice wine price that goes up. Yeah, exactly. Poor girl.
もうずっとお酒も飲めてないよ。
Mei-Ling, it's okay. Mei-Ling, it's okay. Bingo. Oh gosh. I'm like sitting here like, what's more likely to happen whenever Lenna shows up on the screen? Is it gonna be bingo or is it gonna be colon number 3? Like, I don't know which one we would see more. Mei-Ling hands me the procurement list. She's written the original price and the increase in price next to the current prices of each item. Weapons, medical supplies, and tools for maintaining doll frames all bore a dramatic increase in price. And while the prices for basic necessities have only risen about 50%, it will still amount to a big sum considering our rate of consumption. Mei-Ling's long-awaited line lies at the very bottom of the entire list. It's clear that she's cut her planned spending on food products by nearly 60% after witnessing the new price. Oh, poor girl. We were very lucky Sextant was so broken she gave neural access to us just for knowing her name. Yeah. I kind of want to understand more of the backstory as to what happened. Like, it was clear it was mentioned with Uruk, what they were doing with the dolls, but it's still one of those things I was like, I'm kind of curious, like, when we found Sextons, was that like almost instantly after it happened, or did like some time pass? Even in the post-apocalyptic future, we can't escape Excel spread. I'm going to be more than certain that a good number of things would probably, like, the concept of what Excel does is still going to forever exist. Oh, I don't think I read that previous sentence. Some for there to be price differences between different underground brokers and yellow zones, and occasional price increases are nothing unusual. But now the prices are so far the normal range. In addition, excuse me, aside from Polonitsa, whom we often work with, the other underground brokers have all set exorbitant prices. A number of underground brokers have also pointed out that they don't have most of the items on our list in stock. They probably have either been bought out or a whole bunch of things have been happening as of late.
相変わらずポルドニッツァの品揃えは最強だな。彼女とは交渉したのかい？
Meanwhile, Sabrina is eating her 27th pizza for lunch in the crew deck. I don't want to imagine how that conversation's gonna go over with, who hits Sabrina? What do you mean? Like the Blue Gym experiment with some girls over she had Sexton's level 1 or... No, so like when they found her, Tactician, when they found her randomly, I think it was like, wasn't it shortly after their cover was blown, right? And like Sextons basically pursued them because I think they recognized her and said her name, and then she just kind of went nuts. Well, just tailed them because it was like the only person that had answers for them. I'm sitting there like, what led up to that bit for Sextons? Like, what was before that? We understand, like, I understand what Rurik did to her, but, or at least the idea is there. So, I'm curious what happened in her entire storyline at that point, if there was stuff. Because I'm sure that's going to be the case.
交渉した後の価格がそれなんです。日用品だけは5割増しに抑えてもらいました。交渉に応じてくれるだけまだマシです。安くできないかって聞いた途端、音信不通になる業者がほとんどでしたから。
Maybe we'll know if we ever get her Dusty Journal. Oh yeah, that's a good point.
となるとイエローエリアの流通に問題が起きてる可能性が高いな。ボルドニッツに聞いてみるか。彼女との通信を立ち上げてくれ。指揮官は明石にこんなによくしてくれて、もしかしたら明石指揮官の神様なのかにゃ。
You still gonna be playing Osline off stream? I will try. I don't know how much I'll be able to focus on it because I do want all my other projects to focus on it too, but that I have on it. But like I said, I'm kind of, for those that don't exactly know, I am kind of in this like soft drops situation where I'm not really gonna cover it, but if they do change their ways and go back to how they were, maybe, but I doubt that's gonna happen. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably going to be more so less, like, I don't know if I'll probably cover much on channel anymore. But yeah, I'll see what I do with it. Again, this is kind of one of those, like, decisions I've been thinking about, like, the last couple of weeks or so. And, as to how everything will be, I'm not sure yet. I know that's going to put a lot of things into question. But yeah, once again, thanks for the 2 men.
おや、指揮官じゃないのさ。そろそろ連絡してくる頃だと思ったよ。このところ価格の高騰でイチャモンをつけてくる輩が絶えなくてね。
I was like, he's gonna say it. I'm just gonna look at YouTube chat and he's gonna say it.
この状況はさすがにメイリン一人に任せるには酷だからな。
Sad to see one of the lower streamers drop it, but people should play the games they enjoy that interest in them. Well, it's more of like I have enjoyed AL for a while. I have. It's just a lot of their decision making just makes me question what they're doing. I mean, not kinda. At the same time, it's like I get it, you know, they have to make money, but it sucks that they didn't. There's a way that they probably could have done it. They just went with a more easier route. And I think situations like that one skin, the floral string skin for Kashino, I think kind of showed them that, oh, hey, this might work out well. And I think that's just what they decided to do with. So it makes me sad that they're going that route to basically just stay afloat now. But it's one of those things where I get why they're doing it. It just makes me sad to see that this is what that game that I've known for 7-8 years has been. Go this route and not really bother to think about any kind of retrospective of what they're doing to their own brand. But hey, is rough. So less targeted then. Yeah, it's not specifically the price increase that Palutsin is talking about isn't necessarily targeting him specifically. But yeah, it's more of just, you know, the way I look at it is I've not really seen I've seen a lot of drop in quality for how AL has been while they focus only on that stuff. And it pains me to see it, but it's basically a situation now where I'm like, I don't feel they care about the game, so I don't feel like I should give it the same treatment. So now I'm curious your thoughts of Licensing Dudes. I haven't even looked at it. Like, I've been that disconnected from AL. Let me actually see what it looks like. I saw cow pens and I was just kind of like, eh. I kind of wish there was more of a skin design anyway, but because I don't know, it feels like I feel like it just is weird to see that kind of design on a as a base art. I don't mind it if it was a skin, but the base art kind of stuff for that is odd. Oh, that's Lexington. Hang on. How much did they keep of her? Give me like 3 seconds, guys. I'm looking at these images separately. I got her original form and I've got her newer look. Oh yeah, her style has dramatically changed. Definitely got hit with the what's the phrase? The Azur inflation. The face is so changed that it doesn't look like her. I could still see elements of her though. I think what's interesting is she kind of gives me more like if her hair was back to that grayish white color, it would make me think Yorktown for some reason, not Lexington. It's just the hair color is the only reason that Lexington is more drawn there. Because like I'm used to what the Saratoga class's designs were. Or not Saratoga, sorry, Lexington class. I'm just so used to seeing Saratoga, I say Saratoga all the time. I'm so used to seeing the Lexington class design that it's weird to see that like this. And see how different it is. No, it's fine. Oh, she's Essex class, that makes more sense actually. I mean, it's okay. I don't know. It doesn't look like her entirely, but I think it's because the artist is different, which is understandable because they've definitely lost a lot of artists over the years. I know some of the reasons why, and I don't really want to go into that because it's also some of the reasons why finding artists for Constant Memory was hard. It wasn't as hard as it's not like, I'm not saying hard as in like it was difficult for me to find artists. It was more of just I didn't think it would be like, I thought it would be easier considering I knew enough of the space, but at the same time if it was weird to see that know that I was getting people turning it down. I don't see, does this wiki not okay, hang on. I gotta find the Yorktown 2 now. Sorry I'm taking such a deviation here, guys, but I just grabbed the first wiki I saw. It's got the same dress kind of feel, which is fine. Just the color scheming is different. They kept the blue, but it became the more primary color for Yorktown than it is, or not Yorktown, for Lexington than it is for Yorktown. Interesting. I don't know. It's not bad. It's just I can see what you're saying about it. It feels a little different. So. Yeah. Anyway.
見積もりを見たが、グリーンエリアとイエローエリアの流通に問題が起きてるとしか思えないな。
Oh, hang on, I gotta fix my chat because it's desynced now. It's also pause for scrolling. Goes EP. Alright, see ya, Kagi, have a good one. Calpins is such a what moment. I do like the design for Liam Deporter though. Calpins, yeah, like I said, I feel like the cow print I felt should have been more the skin. It should have played more towards Independence class than it should have played towards the whole cow joke. But, you know, it's the direction they're going, so I knew that was gonna happen.
ごめーとグリーンエリアからの輸送費がとんでもなく高騰しちまってね。検閲費やら道中の警備費やらなんやらでこのままじゃ商売上がったりだ。苦渋の決断ってやつさ。
Oh, so you have to offset the costs. Artists just want to draw their own or want to be commissioned by a more successful game. Less that. It's more of I've run into a good number of artists that used to make stuff for AL, but they just flat out refuse. They just don't like AL anymore. They don't want to draw something that they don't like. So it makes sense. It's understandable. Like, it's the same argument I make. It's like, I want to do stuff that I am interested in, not stuff that I am not interested in. So, like, I understand the artist's viewpoints of not wanting to draw AL because they just don't like the game anymore. And there are definitely a lot of artists I've met that feel the same way, and it makes me sad knowing it, because it's like, you know, I am not, like, content creators, as much as people may love and hate a lot of them, they are a very critical part of a game's community. And I'm not saying just YouTubers or streamers. I'm talking, like, artists, fan writers, or the people who make tier lists, people who manage the wiki. All of those people are, they're not really true, like, not every one of them is true content creators. I wouldn't necessarily lump in wiki contributors to an artist, but like, if you lose enough of those, it really hurts that community a lot. So that's something to always worry about when it comes to a game's like longevity, is how much content's being made and how much people care about it. So on the global side, it's definitely showing. Like, from what I've always seen with AL in the AL content creation space on global. But yeah, do I know any other good AL streamers? Ones as active as me? No. You're looking at VTubers at that point, and even then, that's if they choose to cover it. Meta does cover events. I just don't know if he's got time, since, you know, while I always say that around this time of year I have a lot of time off, he's the opposite. Which is like Pippa now and again. Yeah, Pippa, I'm going to assume, is it Bao that does it? Makes me think it was interesting that GFL had a live stream just to promote fan animations and songs. That was neat. Yeah, well, no, like, because it's like, I can at least appreciate when they like when Azur Lane did their anniversary stuff, the content creator showcases that they do highlight, like, before they used to just do YouTube content creators and some streamers. Then they started adding an artist, and I understood why a little bit, but at the same time I liked it because, you know, Constant Memory's whole premise is to unify. It's to it's to give an opportunity for content creators of different mediums to come together and make something cool. That's really the whole goal of that for me. So it's like, you know, like this current season, I've got the artists that made all the illustrations. I've got the voice actors that are more than happy to jump in and play those characters. But it's like you have all of these different mediums coming together to make something. That's really what I want to do with that kind of stuff. Even in Netnai? What is Netnai? Oh, wait, no, it's that. You just messed up the spelling. I was like, what is that? I've never heard of this term before. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know how you guys track that stuff. For Constant Memory, do you plan to have the Commander PCS in it? I'm sorry, remind me what PCS stands for. But yeah, like, the content creator space for Power Combat Suit. Oh, if a memory called for it, it would have, yes. Hey, Skittle. Because I think the word is blocked on YouTube, I think. I don't feel like you have to. We're gonna change the station. Oh, oops, yeah. You're fine. But yeah. Bottom line, Bottom line, though, is, like, it is,
なるほど。
I'm trying to think what I was
そうな
gonna
った理由に心当たりは
say. Yeah, bottom line, like, for me, I know content creation is not limited to YouTubers and streamers. I want to, part of the reason I loved that project is because I put artists, not necessarily making content for me, but for the community. Because it was basically, I would commission them, and they would make all that amazing work that they put, you know, who knows how many hours into. And I will say, the artist lineup, you probably, I want to say, there is a very strong chance that if you follow AL artists, you know probably at least half, if not more of them. They are that well known this time around. I think there's a few that are kind of smaller ones, which is fine, but I feel like a lot of you are going to know this group this time around. They're that well known. Which is exciting, but we'll get to that.
オデッサでのエリット事件は聞いてるね。
Am I going to continue Consent Memory? I don't know. I like the project and what it stands for, but at the same time, my stances on Azur Lane, it puts me in this conflicted mindset. I want to, but at the same time, it's also for something on AL that I don't think it deserves, which makes me kind of a little sad. So yeah, I don't know. That's gonna be something I really would have to like really consider. Right now, I believe it probably won't. I think it'll be the last one, which is kind of sad, but I don't know. I'm very conflicted on it.
ジラードグループの劣悪なワクチンで大勢が犠牲になったのを覚えてるかい？あれ以来、誰もが正規品に群がるようになって、放射線病に使われるワクチンや治療薬が品薄状態なのさ。おかげで価値はうなぎ登り。正規のルートで手に入らないとなると、次に狙われるのがイエローエリアへと運び出される物だ。ここの治安はたかが知れてるからね。それに、イエローエリアに暮らす一般人にとっては、グリーンエリアから運ばれてくる薬だけが頼みの綱だ。
Chat can't read the chat. Chat doesn't know JP that well. I know enough that I can pick up what you're saying, but I don't think chat understands what you said. Game broke? Game broke?
グリーンエリアの連
Oops. Oh yeah, I suffered from this too. I was like, I understand it a little bit. Hang on, I gotta listen to it again.
ここの治安はたかが知れてるからね。それに、イエローエリアに暮らす一般人にとっては、グリーンエリアから運ばれてくる薬だけが頼みの綱だ。
There's not a lot of there's not a lot of things between green. Am I reading? Hang on.
ここの治安はたかが知れてるからね。それに、イエローエリアに暮らす一般人にとっては、グリーンエリアから運ばれてくる薬だけが頼みの綱だ。
I can see why this wouldn't be that critical for story, because it really doesn't reveal anything from what I'm hearing, but it's... I don't think I'm catching enough to get the full context. So I'm missing a couple of things. I'm like, I'm not exactly sure what this is saying. Because it's like, I'm catching a good number of words, but the problem is there's enough words I'm not catching that I can't form the full sentence. There was a lot of people in a yellow zone. I didn't hear what the other part of it was. And then she started talking about stuff in the green zone. Yeah, I missed the major key point of the talking about a lot of people in the yellow zone or a lot of things in was it Ipai something. No, shoot. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'll if it really matters. I hope if it's a JP added line, I'm not worried. Yeah, it's talking about something with medicine. I mean, granted, the previous line was talking about vaccines, so it's like it's connected to these two. But there's definitely I don't know like what is vaccine? Yeah, I was gonna say yeah, that wouldn't do it. Okay, yeah, that wasn't the word then. It's fine.
バリャーグがそれを奪ってどうするんだ？闇ブローカーを通じてグリーンエリアの住民に高値で売り飛ばすのか？
さてね。グリーンエリアの住民といえど、正規品を負担し続けるのは難しいはずだけど。
Oh, is that what that line was about? Okay.
まあ他にも正規品を取り扱っている中小企業があるにはあるが、この騒動で価格がどうなるかは。
What are you talking about? She clearly said nothing. Oh, I see. She was just making noises with her mouth while moving it.
今やブローカー界隈じゃワクチンや薬、その原材料までもが法外な値段で取引されてる。まあ事態が落ち着けば元に戻るだろうさ。価格の変動が気になるならコラプスピースの代わりに医薬品と引き換えに物資を提供したっていい。物々交換ってやつさ。負けとくよ。
The one thing I'm trying to understand is the differences in the currencies, collapse pieces and Sardis gold. Because like they were freaking Lenna was freaking out about the sheer amount of Sardis gold they found in the locker. But I hear a lot about collapse pieces being used as a form of currency. So I'm like, which one matters more?
闇ブローカーまでバリャーグに肩入れするとはな。
お得な取引を持ちかけてやったのに、なんて言い草だい、まったく。
Like I'm sitting here thinking, is Stardust gold like the gold reserve? So like we have like every country has like its own legal tender, right? Like it has, you know, if you're in Europe for a good number of places, it's the euro. Here it's the dollar. It's probably the dollar in multiple other places, but different types of dollars. But there's also like still the purchasing power of gold. Like if you were to just have straight up raw gold, well, a gold ingot or whatever you want to call it. Let's see, PQ so quickly. Stardust gold doesn't. The fact that collapse piece is abbreviated is not something you want to be constantly throwing around. Just saying. So it's probably better in cities. Collapse pieces is better for trading the black market or in harsher zones. That makes more sense because it's like, because collapse is like you have the collapse radiation. I can understand like there's the association between those two, so it makes more sense in like a yellow zone where the people are more used to it, and it's probably easier to acquire. Whereas in the like white zone, green zone places, I could understand Stardust gold having more value. They're used as barter materials. Ah, that makes more sense. So it's like old world money versus well, it'd be basically like money versus like how Fallout 4 has caps, which I still find really funny. But yeah, that makes more sense if it's like a barter currency that like the yellow and below regions do. Not that I think there's going to be much things outside of yellow.
薬の価格が最終的にどうなるか誰にも分かりゃしないんだ。荒稼ぎしてる医療企業と比べたら私らの方がよっぽど良心的ってもんさ。
Like stalker. I remember seeing games that used bullets as currency. It was always funny. The less you think about caps, the better. Fair. After in the call Politsna, I'm assuming I said that name right. Mailing removes a number of items from the procurement list with a pained expression on her face. Oh, poor thing.
残念ですけど、不要な食料品はまた次の機会に。
I don't know why I expected her to make like the greater than less than face icons for some reason.
日用品を削ったところでちっとも金額が減らないんですけど。
Stalker. What does Stalker use? Because like I was sitting there thinking, like I know bullets is used as a game's currency, but I don't remember. I don't think it was Stalker. It was is a different Russian game, wasn't it? Why is May too cute? Mailing is adorable. That's just how she be. What was that game called? Metro. Yes, Metro. Thank you.
もう意味がわかりません。なんで薬が強奪されたからって私たちがこんなに取られなきゃいけないんです。
Poor Mailing. Yeah, Metro. I constantly confuse the two. It's fine. I've heard a lot of good things about Metro.
こんなんだったらグリーンエリアに買い物に行った方がマシですよ。ポルドニッツァさんの話が本当ならあっちの物価は変化してなさそうですし。
そうだな。カリンに連絡して物資を調達してもらうか。
To be honest, I'm not hooked on Girls Frontline yet like I am with Blue Archive or AL. That's fine. You might like it, you might not. It's okay. Like, part of the reason why I do like a good number of the ones that I have been playing. I'm very excited for when Enfield goes live. I honestly feel like if I am gonna have AL in the state that it's gonna be, I can focus more towards Ark Knights, especially with Enfield. So like juggling between the two of those is not a bad thing for me because they're both Ark Knights territory. Also, hi Kalina. Good to see you again.
カリン。
何か指揮官久しぶり。
There she is.
指揮官に連絡しようかってカリン姉と話してたんだ。なんて偶然なんだろう。
There she is, chat. There she is. Also, are you doing viewer polls for Enfield? If they make it possible to quickly switch accounts, I don't mind doing that. If they don't make it easy to switch accounts or there's a security issue, then I won't do it. At the end of the day, like like the only thing that gets me to want to do that is as long as account security is something I can guarantee. I mean, I will try my best to make sure that I don't mess that up. There's all the faith. That's all I'm looking for.
これぞ維新伝心ってやつ？私たちが指揮官のこと考えてた時、指揮官も私たちのこと考えてたんだね。
I like how bubbly Lenna is. I've
ご連
always liked
絡いただ
that.
いたのはチップの件ね。
チップのことで何か分かったのか？
Oh yeah, the chip.
提供いただいた情報に基づき、リバさんが分析を行いました。破損状況からしていくつかの仮説が立てられます。そちらの話に準ずるなら磁気パルスによる破損が最も有力ね。残念ながらこの技術はすでに特許として申請されてるけど、手に入れるには今しばらく時間がかかりそう。特許の権利を有するのはスチュワートグループ、セシト&ファルベンに属する企業です。医薬品の原材料の生産を主な生業とする中小企業といったところでしょうか。そうした中小企業がこれだけの特許を有してるだなんてね。
Do you have
一
the
体
explosion?
どんな
Yeah,
研
yeah,
究が
yeah.
進められてるんだか。
It was like it was a victory, but at a cost.
少し前にイエローエリアへと輸送中の原材料が何者かに奪われてる。捜索はマグニセキュリティの担当よ。マグニは安くはないわ。しかも奪われた医薬品の捜索任務をいくつも抱えてる。グリーンエリアの薬品企業からもお触れが出てるわね。奪われたワクチンや薬品は安全性試験を経ていないため、非正規品のご購入はおやめください。
Oh. Okay.
こっちも闇ブローカーが価格を大きく釣り上げてる。薬が原因でイエローエリアに運ばれる物資が厳しく検閲されてるんだそうだ。
ええ、その通りです。すべては医療物資を無事に送り届けるため。
Okay.
今やエリアを問わず誰もが正規品を狙っていますから。うちのルートから物資を運び出そうとする連中も少なくない。おとなしく輸送の列に並んだところで拉致が開かないし、妥当っちゃ妥当だけど。それで今回は何が必要なんです？
そのつもりだったんだが、さすがに今回ばかりは迷惑かもしれないな。
Considering the price, considering this, the nature of the prices, I don't think they're gonna like
管
that.
理局の物資は特例として扱われますので、衛星都市から運び出される貨物にあなた方への物資を含めておくことは可能です。
Maddie losing the shipment could be them stealing. Yeah.
ありがとう。ただ自分から申し出ておいてこんなことを言うのも情けないが、君に余計な手間をかけるつもりはなかったんだ。
You know, as a common theme as it's been lately for this game, things happen in the yellow zone.
座標とリストをお送りください。どうかお気になさらず、こちらも無償でというわけにもいきませんから。
Then we will have bingo.
誰もがマグニセキュリティを雇えるわけじゃありません。ブリーフにもイエローエリアへと運ばれる貨物の護衛任務がいくつも降りてきているはず。
You just imagine. Oh yeah, we were supposed to deliver. Oh, we were supposed to deliver this package to 2639, not 2839. Oops. Oh, the package is gone. Oops. The employee got fired? Well, that's okay.
そういうこと見返りと言ってはなんだけど、リビウに向かうついでに薬品の原材料を運ぶの手伝ってもらえないかしら。大して時間は取らせないから。
Yeah, there's still no way to that.
これで少しは気が楽になった？リストの物資は超特急で準備しておくわね。それじゃよろしく。
わかった。そういうことならぜひ協力させてくれ。あ
I
り
hear
がとう、カリン。
I hear Ark Knights and Enfield confirms released. Yes, January 22nd, 2026 is the current confirmed release date for Enfield. Lenna Seiyu, Mamiko Noto, voices Shinano. You never would have noticed if I hadn't checked. That's a... dang. She just basically...
まだなんで
Huh.
おっしゃらないでください。
Oh. That was a lot longer than the last one was. There's a brief silence on the other end. I hesitate, pondering whether I should end the call or not.
そうか。すまないな。それじゃ。
待ってよ。もう終わり？
Lenna hasn't said bingo yet.
かりんね、もっと話したいことあるんじゃない？
いえ、ただ
Oh.
クルカイさんから聞きました。ブルースフィアとの戦いでひどく損傷したと。
There's so many sugar mommies. Greenfield's Cafe and her Black Hawk, Klukai and her elite Black Ops squad, Colleen and her government position, Siri and her mega rich corpo family. Yeah.
ああ、そのことか。心配するな。私はペンペンしてるし、人形たちもメイリンが修復に当たってる。
そうでしたか。
指揮官、たまには連絡してよね。いつでも歓迎するからさ。
As soon as the call ends, Lenna starts complaining with her fists clenched in the middle of Kalina's office.
かりんねってばなにそれ？ グローザさんのことを聞くんじゃなかったの？
え？
この間の敵、絶対にグローザさんと関係あったよ。
Uh-oh.
グローザさんを疑ってるわけじゃないけどさ、やっぱり指揮官には早めに伝えておいた方が。
指揮官とグローザの関係に気を使ってるんじゃない？さっきの通信中もグローザさんは指令室にずっといたわけだし、そんな話したら不要な疑いが生じかねないでしょ。
Yeah, that is one of those things you might want to.
私たちが遭遇した個体とエルモ号のグローザはおそらく別人でしょうね。
I'm assuming this is a part 2 content thing. Because I was like, the Groza, like, the first Groza we know, well, actually, technically, how many Grozas have we had now? I think the first one, like, literally was eliminated when the Elmo got hit by a bunch of our Jaegers. And then she was in a backup frame. Because I remember they, like, blew up the roof of the Elmo, dropped in, and I think just straight up executed that Elmo doll, or the Groza doll. And then the second one, we lost in that city to Darcher, I think? I think it was Darcher. That they had to deal with. So, and then the third Groza that I think is the current one. I think. And that's the one that had the weird thing going on when she was getting, you know, booted up. So there's like a lot of things going on.
そもそも忠告しようにも情報がなさすぎるんです。真相がはっきりするまでは警察には動くべきではないかと。
But they've already, like, I know we've already mentioned there's some oddities with Groza right now.
はいはい、わかりましたよーだ。
だよだ。
どうしたの？やけに不機嫌じゃない。
I was ambushed. Oh, they fixed that one? Oh, okay.
別にただ慣れないだけ。カリン姉も404のみんなもなんか変わっちゃったよね。
Well, 10 years do that, Lenna.
そう？
そうだよ。前とは全然違うもん。
Hang on, I need to hear that again.
そうだよ。前とは全然違うもん。
Definitely does not match, but I mean, absolutely is not just that alone. But it's fine.
二人とも昔とは立場も違うし、考えなきゃいけないことも増えたから仕方ないんだろうけど。
The colon 3 is upset.
政治ってなんてめんどくさいんだろう。でもさ、たまには本音で話すのも大事だよ。言いたいことがあるならはっきり言わないと。
レナ、あんたはずっとそのままでいなさい。
I think a lot of people hope that.
言いたいこと。
Watching Lenna playfully banter and goof around with Leva, Kalina can't help but think back on the past decades since the commander's self-exile. The commander's adjutant is now Groza. There is so much that she wants to ask him about, yet each and every word of hers is... Hang on. This is why I'm glad I have the DVR for this. Yet each and every word of hers always gets caught and fails to escape her lips whenever she tries to utter them. Alright, that was just the first note. Let's get out of that. At night, I'm gonna butcher that name, lab, in Kiev's White Zone, clear weather. A brand new frame is constructed at the quickest speed possible and sent to this lab. Cocoon is standing next to Blue Spear's frame in the wide and empty lab. She downloads Blue Spear's neurocloud backup from the cloud into her new frame. Blue Spear's eyes spring open soon after. She looks around, seemingly confused as to why she suddenly arrived at this location.
おかえりなさい、ブルースフィア。
任務は
It's been weird. What is it with these? I'm like, wait, is this a common thing among the Gen 3s? One eye is covered. I'm like, was that Darcher? Ket, I see. Ket Fabin, I'm assuming.
残念ながら任務に当たるまでのメンタルバックアップしか残されていないの。あなたに何があったのかは破壊された直前に送られてきた情報から推測するしかなさそう。
あの調査隊に私の素体が破壊されるなどありえません。
Snowball.
ええ、そうね。あなたが遭遇したのはハイド404と調査隊じゃない。相手はあなたに次回プログラムを起動させたばかりか、おそらく破壊された素体を回収してる。
チップはまだ敵の手中にあります。
大丈夫。磁気パルスでデータを壊してあるから。さすがはブルースフィアね。あなたのメンタルも完全に沈黙しているし、情報が漏れる心配はないわ。最後に情報が送られてきた座標を処理部隊が調べたけれど、あなたの素体は見つからなかった。何はともあれ、新しい素体を用意したから今度は慎重に。
Be more careful with it this time.
てっきり叱られるものかと思ったけれど、あなたには上も案外優しいのね。
I mean, she still technically did it.
任務はまだ終わっていません。全情報をご提供いただければ引き続き対処いたします。
We were talking about other stuff in that first note. Yeah, we were talking about a lot of things.
任務は失敗よ。これ以上追う必要はないわ。
That's why. Only one item is required for true third gen status. Darcher and what about Sextans? I'm trying to remember. Was her model like that? It's been a while since I've actually looked at Sextan's model. No, they both had their eyes exposed, so that's why they both got exiled. I'm just kidding. That'd be funny though.
あなたには次の仕事が用意されているの。
So she did risk turning area around her into a red zone. Yeah, she did. That was definitely a huge risk, but you know, it was basically all or nothing.
達成していないのならば失敗したとは言えません。私の足取りをご共有願います。チップと素体は必ず取り戻してご覧に入れます。
そう簡単にはいかないわ。処理部隊が後始末を終えてるんだもの。手元に残っているのは敵とおぼしきものの画像といくつかの座標だけ。
それで十分です。型をつけてしまえば懸念もなくなります。
Good luck with that.
いいわ。あなたの思うようになさい。次の仕事に関してはこちらで取りなしておくから。
What I dolls are M16 and HS50 or third gen as well. No, no. Actually, isn't. Hang on. We have 2 dolls with 1 eye covered. We have 2 third gens that have heterochromia, right? Because isn't Ro heterochromic? And then there's sextons.
いいえ、通常業務には差し支えありません。
Who I don't think is either of those two groups, so she's the odd doll out.
あなた様ならば、私が2つの任務を同時に進められるよう手配なさるのも難しくはないはずでしょうから。
そう言ってもらえて嬉しいわ。だけどあなたには財団の幹部の警護に当たってほしいの。イエローエリアに赴くのは少々難しそうね。
任務の内容は幹部の警護だけですか？私の知る限り、ホワイトエリアやグリーンエリアに私たちを引き合いに出すほどの危険は存在しないはずですが。
そうね。だけど幹部自身にとっては自分の命が何よりも大切でしょ。それにとんでもない危険に遭遇しないとも限らないわよ。例えば自家用ヘリが故障しただとか、複雑な交通事故に見舞われたとか、別荘のプール脇のタイルが緩んでる可能性だってあるわ。そんな時、誰もそばにいないよりかは死を免れる確率が大きく上がるでしょ。
I don't know why I found the slippery tile funny. Hey, Virtuosa, how you doing?
お言葉ですが、私はそうしたごく平凡な任務に興味はありません。戦場での任務に当たらせてください。
それがいいわ。あとはこちらでうまくやっておくから。
Cocoon gives off a smile fraught with meaning. She plays with her hair, curling a lock of long hair around her index finger with a gentle grace.
ごく平凡な任務だと思ったら大間違い。彼らはもう動いてる。さて、次は誰の手に渡るのかしら。
Hmm? They can even fall out of a 7th-story window. Is this basically like them saying, like, people might be a little hungry for power and therefore might do something unexpected? Or worse, they hire a certain agent that's a bald man with a barcode, and he throws a briefcase that defies all laws of physics as it rotates and locks on to the head of the nearby person that they are trying to take out. That's always one of the funniest things about Hitman that always makes me chuckle is the briefcase throwing it at someone. Because it just chases them until it hits them. The humming briefcase, classic weapon employed by gnome. Yes, exactly. Would you play Hitman on stream? I've been meaning. It is a game that looks fun. I've seen a lot of utter shenanigans with it, so I'm actually kind of curious how that game is, because I've heard a lot of good things. I've seen a lot of people play it. I've seen some like sheer shenanigans you can do in that game. So maybe that could be like a Friday pickup game I could try for the fun of it. Hey, Effrey, how you doing? Welcome.
指揮官、クルカイさんたちが輸送する原材料を持ち帰ってきました。やっと終わった。疲れた。
Of that Wawa art. Oh yeah, I could see that. Because she does look all fancy. Also, Mekti!
起きなさい。物資をまだ運び終えてないわよ。
The people!
戦ってすらいないくせによくもグースが寝れたものね。半日も運転手やったんだから少しは寝かせてよ。
I think one of the best things that when her event came out, there was literally a video I think that was called the many voices of Sleepo people.
てかなんで グリーンエリアから出るってだけであんなに取り調べが厳しいのさ。
For me, it was always the draw of doing the silent assassin runs. Oh yeah, no doubt. It's just the silliness of it. Like, it's kind of like any game that has that level of silliness. Like, it's why partially Helldivers is funny. Like, when you're not absolutely trying to like peak in it with like doing difficulty 10 runs and like whatever loadout that you're in. Like, the sheer hilarity of things that can happen is honestly what just makes that game more entertaining. I would say the same thing about like Repo and Lethal Company. Is like they're both like pseudo scary games if you think about them on the aspects that they have, but because of how like multiplayer works in that and just like the sheer shenanigans that happens, the game becomes a lot less scary and a lot more just hilarious. Like, it's what I like about those games is like you could if you have like a group of buds that you're playing it with, it's actually a really fun like experience. I guess the newer Hitman games go harder on the silliness with modes like with randomness in them, but even the classic ones had some absolutely ridiculous things to do with them. Yeah, like I don't mind. I don't mind that at all. I've heard, like I said, I've heard a lot of good things about Hitman from both those aspects that you're talking about. So, fancy. I mean the art where Hitman is carrying her like a rifle. Oh, that one! I thought you were talking like her clothing or something, because I've actually not seen that. I was just like, I could see it because she is like a fancy looking Hitman character. The semi-bots using the cart laser on the one dev. Yeah. Well, it's like I said, like one of my favorite moments in Repo was kicking open a door, seeing one of those like skull dudes. I forgot what they're called. Like charging at us. We say fire the cannon. The loudest sound goes off, and you just see the headmen. That's what they're called. A headman just rolling on the floor into a pit. And it was funny because the other two in our group did not know we had the cannon, so all they heard was this loud cannon fire, like, explosion noise, and they freaked out. Because the cannon is very loud.
カリーナさんは検査を見逃してもらえるって言ってたのに。一体どうなってんの？
最近イエローエリアへと運び出される薬が狙われているようだからね。検査員によっては出どころに関わらず医薬品を徹底的に調べているんだろう。カリンが用意してくれた物資はどうだ？
そちらも問題なくと言いたいところですが、日用品が一部没収されています。
Tark and Nemesis arrive in the ops room with a few boxes as we spoke. One by one, Mailing verifies their contents against her list.
この枕を。
Yes, so you can go to sleep, Mailing.
それ私の大事な安眠枕汚さないでよね。分かってますって。あ、待って、これ私のお酒。1、2、3、こんなにたくさん。
1, 2, 3, that's so many.
で、なんで枕の中に？
I think it's more translated as she's counting the number of rice wine there, and then she's like, "There's so many here." Just for those that don't know that.
ちょっと待った。リストにはサンダースって書いたはずなのに、なんで3本しか。
Wait, what? Hold up. Did I misread that? Oh, missing. Yeah, missing. Yeah, I missed the word missing. Because I was like, this doesn't make sense. And then I was like, I must have missed a word in the translation there.
分かってますって。あ、待って、これ私のお酒。1、2、3、こんなにたくさん。
Did he get stuffed into the pillow?
残りはすべて 通行料として没収されたわ。
Oh.
サーゴ全
ええ、そのおかげで他の日用品は検査を免れたけど、徹底的に調べられたのは医薬品の原材料だけよ。特別な通行許可が用意されてたの
I
に
see, I see.
完全に無駄だったわね。あの連中、管理局名義の品だろうとお構いなしよ。
Meiling's like, no, my wine, I need that.
検査の担当がマグニなのは不幸中の幸いね。他のろくでもない企業だったらとっくに身ぐるみ剥がされてるところだわ。
通りでイエローエリアの物資が高騰するわけです。グリーンエリアから持ち出すのがそんなに困難だったなんて。はあ、いつになったら値段が元通りになるんだろう。
しばらくはこの状態が続くだろうね。
Yeah.
ええ、ワクチンとその原材料なんて特に一般人にはとてもじゃないけど手が出せないでしょうね。404の第二小隊にも護送の依頼が殺到しています。リバの提案で料金を上げはしましたが、それでも対処が追いつかないくらいです。
How many were supposed to be in the box, though? 12? Like, how many rice wines were supposed to be there? They don't say how many were in the box, but considering they were supposed to have 3 boxes of white rice wine, that's a lot, actually. And she only got 2 bottles of those 3 boxes. Or is it 3? Because this says 2. This says 3 up here. I think it's supposed to be... One of these numbers is correct. 2 or 3, I don't know. She was supposed to have a lot of boxes of rice wine, but ended up instead getting, like, only 2 bottles. That is horrid.
404には依頼が殺到しているのに、私たちが繁盛しないのはなぜなんだ。
Kuke is partially getting paid by being around the commander.
しかし、医薬品騒動にも困ったもんだ。このままじゃワクチンどころか住民たちの日常生活にまで支障が出てしまう。いずれ大事になるぞ。みんなに周囲の様子に気を配るよう伝えないと。
Maybe 3 Dakimakaras and 2. Yeah, that might be what it really was, because they were like, it's not very. I think they talk about pillow before here. Oh, I see. So they had 3 pillows, but they only used 2 to hide the wine in it. That makes sense. Now at least Mekti had 1 that would be clean if the wine spilled.
承知しました。404も出先では警戒しておきます。今はとにかくリバからの物資を届けてしまいましょう。
Nemo speeds forward with its cargo and quickly arrives at the mission destination, a pharmaceutical factory in the Yellow Zone. A lone, low-rise factory stands in the vast emptiness, surrounded by a silent stillness that induces the belief that no one lives here. The factory spits out 3 vehicles to block the Elmo's advance, as if it detected the arrival of outsiders.
賞金ハンター協会のものだ。依頼された通り、ワクチンの原材料を届けに来た。
Was there supposed to be a halt? Oh, yeah, there was supposed to be this, but it didn't play.
何者だ?
Oh, there it is. Yo, I already have Leva M1 and Lenna M1. I want to pull Johnny. What is the stop point? Like you have a copy. Oh, so you're at like. You have 2 copies of both Leva and Lenna basically. That's pretty decent. I don't know what it is for Jiangyu. I think it's also I mean, most things are probably like what, 2 copies? Like the original and itself. Because I think, like, that's been roughly, like, if it's not that, it's usually 3 or higher. Like, that's what I've generally associated when it comes to any, like, character gacha in this game, is 2 copies is usually very good. Anything higher is... you're going crazy. Jungyi was fine at just a copy. Oh, just by herself? Oh, that's not bad.
やっと来たか。待ちくたびれたぜ。そこに置きな。運ぶのはこっちでやる。
ここに置くのか。
It has a total of 82 yeah, that's a lot.
わかった。全部で82箱だな。人形たちにそっちの車に運び込みを伝えておく。
To know Rebel is basically a V0 V6 case is eh.
それでいい。
本当に工場に運び込まなくていいんだな。下ろしてまた積み込むとなるとかなり時間がかかるぞ。
I don't trust these 3 vehicles.
黙れ。合計で82だ。一つでも欠けてたら容赦はしねえ。
I don't trust these 3. I don't trust them.
了解。それじゃあ問題なければ受け取りコードを。
受け取りコードだ。なんだそりゃ。んなもん今までなかったぞ。目的地に届けりゃいいって書いてあっただろ。
Totally not Varjägers.
いや、そっちの指示なんだが、問題なければ受け取りコードを提供すると。
Does she need her signature weapon? There's probably alternative. I don't know. I don't have the answer for you, man. I don't usually pay attention to this. I usually will grab 1 spare copy and then the weapon. That's just what I do. I don't necessarily care if it's meta or not to have 2 copies of a character and no weapon or something else.
情報が行き届いてないのか？君たちの上層部に聞いてみたらどうだ？
そうだな。そのちょっくら聞いてみるか。お、あったあった。これだな。4040だろ。
確認した。行動開始。
Fires. Rosa stops carrying the crates and shatters the windshield of the lead vehicle with a jump kick. The driver, unable to react in time, is rendered unconscious with his fate unknown. RIP. The driver.
どうなってんだ？なんで急に？
君たち、嘘はいけないぞ。
Vepli. Alright, no, if Vepli is here, I need my Mr. Pizza. Mr. Pizza acquired. The Mr. Pizza is here. He is looking at chat right now.
箱の数も違うし、受け取りコードなんてもともとなかったよ。
Mr. Pizza and his sidekick. Oof.
そんなバカな。ありえねえ。工場の通信じゃ確かに。
あちゃー、指揮官の罠にまんまと引っかかっちゃったか。
This face, though. Now you will feel Mr. Pizza's fury. Throws grenade. It's probably a bunk box if I had to guess. A massive Varjäger swarm Krolek, who stands next to the cargo. She lifts a crate with one hand before hurling it forward with great force.
ほれ、あんたらの欲しがってる原材料よ。取ってきな。
おい、バカ野郎、撃つな。箱を受け止めろ。
The Varjägers put down their guns. They are about to catch the crate when it is shattered by bullets from Krolek's. Huh? Krolek? Krolek used gun? Kralik doesn't have a sidearm, but still. That's a little fast firing for a shotgun, though. Kralik has used a gun. Nemesis will never let her get away with that ever again. Fragments of the shattered box and shrapnel fly in all directions, leaving for Jaegers who got hit crumpled on the ground. Kralik learned from Ulrich. Doesn't Ulrich just use a bow, though?
中身をからだ撃て撃て
戦闘車両に薬はないわね。キャロリック、レプリー、他の車両を確認して。
ねえねえ、バリアグの人、前に奪った薬とかってどこに置いたか覚えてる？
くそ、こいつら俺たちの薬が目当てだ。行け、やっちまえ。
漆黒の鶴がこの地へとはびこり、絶叫を歌う。工場にも敵が残ってる。
I'm waiting for the day Nemesis says something and fires her gun, and Krallik's like, she said die, idiots. I'm just waiting for the day that she actually says that. Lore accurate Elmo squad time. Oh, okay, let's do it. Let's go. Lore accurate Elmo squad. At least they're all decently built, except for Vepley. Well, Vepley's still at 10k. That's still decent. I think her gun is not fully leveled. No, it is leveled. Oh, I did give her. And she's got her keys. Save for 2. Oh, is this because this could go? Yeah, that can go there. That's why. Let's do the classic case of give her what random purple and not think about it. Boom. Oh yeah, I forgot she has a key. No coffee too. I mean, I don't have her built, sadly. She's only got 3k. Though she would shoot a man with a banana. Because as you all know, the most lethal gun in this game right now is the banana. The almighty banana, you can see it. Where is Vepley, though? There she is. Alright, let's go. Oh, I forgot she's got the hammer! Hmm. You put on Vepley the carrot shot. Oh, you give her the carrot, the silly shotgun. Yeah. In Hitman, a banana is ironically useful in some situations. Really? Well, I already know what to do with this. Let's not go that far forward. That activates those. Honestly, Krallik's just gonna probably take everything out up here. Hello, sir. How are you doing this fine evening? Can I literally just... Wouldn't that just take them all? Buddy, that's not gonna... Hey! Kaiser the Wiser, thanks for the sub. It looked like he just tripped. Man tripped. I love Overburn. Last dude forgot to tie his boots. No problem, it's been a while. No worries, no worries. Welcome, welcome. Nice to see you again. That was really funny though. We robbed the Voyagers who, in their naivety, attempted to rob us of the raw materials. I do not order Groza to pursue them right away. Instead, I asked Maylene to remain on board the Elmo to keep track of where they retreated to. Groza's team entered the pharmaceutical factory listed on our mission's destination, but find the spacious factory devoid of human presence. Well, it's kind of hard to do if everything is automated.
救急箱を使わずに済むならそれに越したことはないんですけど。
Call of Duty's Banana got credit for the kill. Yeah, you know what? That could do that. Our Jaegers really do be suffering these days. It be like that. They are the bullied.
工場内に人間が負傷した痕跡はないわ。
Do they have a panic room, maybe?
おそらく連中はここのセキュリティシステムを乗っ取って工場を占領していただけでしょうね。どの生産ラインも一時停止してるし、作り終えた医薬品も見当たらない。バリアーグがここから運び出した可能性もあるけれど。
Makes sense. The spacious factory gets more eerie by the minute. Groza spends a long-term time searching, but does not even find any daily necessities that would have indicated prior human presence.
とりあえず依頼主の指示通り原材料を指定のベルトコンベヤーに乗せておこう。
Oh, this is how they knew, probably, that this was one of those situations.
こんだけでかい工場のセキュリティがこの程度とはね。襲えって言ってるようなもんじゃない。
あれれ、急にベルトコンベヤーが動き出しましたよ。すごい。ボロいふりしてただけってことですか？多分だけど、原材料がここに乗ったら動くようにプログラミングされてるんだと思う。すごいなあ。この工場を作った人ってもしかして天才
？You probably like that because you'd have all the initial work, then you can just sleep while the factory did all the work for you.
ここの機械の作り、どこか見覚えがあるわ。細かく調べてみましょう。
That makes me think of Nemesis as commander as the yes, the infamous meme of that entire debacle where it's like, I'm gonna be real. That is one of the funniest like jokes I've ever seen in this among this community. Is the whole taking the whole dynamic of Nemesis and Kralik and shipping the commander with Nemesis, and Kralik is just there. Kralik is the unfortunate third wheel on everything. Though, I think it's fairly clear in the crew deck that we are starting to understand her.
Oh.
He walks along the production line. Suddenly, alarms start blaring through the factory.
原材料を確認できました。関係者以外は速やかに工場を離れてください。
Oh.
びっくりしたなもう。何もしてないのに追い出すなんてひどい。
繰り返します。関係者以外は速やかに工場を離れてください。
I'm going to assume they have guards.
勝手に動き出したんじゃない。何者かがずっと監視していたのよ。指揮官、セキュリティシステムから相手をあぶり出しますか？
いや、その必要はない。私たちの役目はここへ荷物を送り届けることだ。むやみに動くのはよそう。それよりもさっきの連中が逃げ帰った先をメイリンに特定させてある。ここにあった物資を奴らが奪ったとしたら追跡してみる価値はあるな。
Oh, there's a lot missing in that dialogue. The Demo drives through the Yellow Zone, following the defeated Varjager remnants at a considerably long distance. According to intel we gathered by listening in on their comms, these remnants are headed to their base. Their comms channel suddenly erupts with the sounds of explosions, followed by panic calls for reinforcements.
落ち着け、今向かってる。敵の数はまた人形どもにやられたんじゃねえだろうな。10台の車がマグニだ。マグニセキュリティの連中だ。
Oh.
ミサイルだ。避けろ。
Not the mangoes. Not the mangoes. The comms spit out a cacophony of noises. The missile hits the ground, overturning the Jaeger's vehicle in a loud explosion. Oh. Daytime, office in ODE 7, within the green zone, clear weather. After receiving intel from the commander on the rising prices of illegal yellow zone vaccines and the widespread stealing of pharmaceutical materials, Kalina launches investigations into those matters right away. Consulting with Pavel on the aforementioned matters, Kalina unexpectedly learns that he is ineligible for a vaccination, and thus she uses NONFA authority to secure a vaccination slot for Pavel.
ワクチンが手配できました。こちらの証書があれば指定の場所で接種が可能です。
ありがとうございます、カリーナさんじ。
Oh.
その費用はいかほどで？
ご心配なく。大した額ではありませんよ。それどころか拍子抜けするほど手配はスムーズだった。管理局のものと一般人の待遇の差がここまでだったなんて。
I mean, you kinda Those eyes are dead inside. What? Notice how they updated her sprite to be more in line with the dolls. Not really? I mean, Palutzna kind of looks the same. And there's a whole bunch of other, like, brokers that are in the same style. Or are you talking going from, like, GFL 1 to GFL 2? Because I would not know. How do you vaccinate against radiation? You probably vaccinate against the side effects. Maybe, I don't know. I think if I remember correctly, this is what I understand from my little knowledge I have on this stuff. Also, I just realized I'm in top chat again. Give me a second. Not that, because I had to refresh it because the chat for some reason ran out of memory, which happens. I think for radiation in a handful of cases, it's iodine supplements, right? Because if I remember correctly, there's a whole thing about iodine where if you take enough, like, certain radiation has, like, radiated iodine or something, and you don't want that because it basically will bind with you, and then that gets you sick. But if you take iodine supplements, your body has the iodine it needs, therefore it just sheds it. I think that was something roughly around what they said it was. I don't know the exact terminology. I remember something about iodine being important, and that if you take some supplements, it doesn't prevent you perfectly, but it does help mitigate some of it. Actually, let me look it up again. I'm actually curious. Has to be prophylactic. Yeah. Iodine treatments leverage the thyroid's gland's natural ability to absorb iodine. Radioactive iodine, I-131. Oh, it's a treatment for hypothyroidism. Oh, so that's the actual radiation variation. So iodine 131 is used for basically radiation treatment. Potassium iodine is a stable, non-reactive form of iodine that's used to protect the thyroid gland from absorbing radioactive iodine released during a nuclear emergency. Potassium iodine saturates the thyroid with that makes sense, reduces the uptake of harmful iodine, therefore reducing the risk, but doesn't guarantee it. Okay. So it's a slightly preventative measure, but it's not a guarantee. It's like a vaccine in a weird way. Because technically I think that's the idea of what a vaccine originally was supposed to be, right? Where it's like it's designed to help protect, but it's not guaranteed to stop. Working against viruses, except it's the idea, probably, that it's probably stretched a little, because like that's I think the general idea of it was like vaccines were more as a treatment method to not necessarily to help mitigate and potentially prevent, but it doesn't guarantee prevention. It's kind of like how if you get the flu shot, it's still possible for you to get the flu. Or, I imagine the COVID shot was similar, all the other things, measles, chickenpox. I don't think that's necessarily, what is it, abnormal. I think it's the idea of it, though. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. See you, Cohen. Have a good one. Yeah.
そうでしたか。よかった。いや、ワクチンの予約が取れず参っていたんです。本当に助かりました。
It's more that if you get it, it'll probably hit you less hard. I think it's more or less likely, yes. This is a little bit out of my field, so I can't speak to that.
そもそもワクチンの数が減ってるんだとか。こうして予約が取れただけでも奇跡ですよ。
It's like I may come from a family of doctors, but I only know so much about medicine. Flu shot is that way because there are multiple strains. Yeah, there's multiple strains. Yeah, you can absolutely ask, like if you go to get a flu shot, you can ask the person administering it to you how many strains does the shot target. That's one of the usual things I ask. Mostly because I'm curious. It doesn't mean anything for most people. I'm just always curious as to how many strands they target, because if I remember correctly, there's some kind of mathematical formula that they use to crunch the number of strains they should be trying to be cautious of. Most vaccines are like one and done every few years, and yet they seem to need it every few months. Can't say. Anyway.
しかし口を滑らせただけのつもりが結局カリーナ参事のお手を煩わせてしまいましたな。いやはやどうお礼を申し上げたらいいか。
実はあなたに尋ねたいことがあるんです。
はあ、尋ねたいこと。私に分かることでしたら何なりと。
イエローエリアで流通している違法ワクチンをご存知ですか？
Unofficial vaccines. Uh-oh.
ジラードグループの一件があった後も依然としてイエローエリアでは大量の違法ワクチンが扱われているのだと聞きました。あの事件を繰り返さないためにもワクチンについて調査を行っているんです。何かご存知でしたら教えていただけませんか？
The newly obtained vaccination voucher in Pavel's hands suddenly feels terribly hot to the touch. He looks to Kalina right in front of him, then to the voucher in his hands. Pavel hesitates for a moment before gritting his teeth and pushing the voucher towards Kalina. Ah.
すみません。 教えられません。違法といえどイエローエリアで暮らす者はみんなあれに命を救われています。
Yeah, I can understand
正
that.
規品などおいそれと手に入るものじゃありません。実際何人もの仲間がワクチンや薬のせいで路頭に迷っています。自分のためだけにみんなを犠牲にすることなど私にはできません。
パベルさん、
一つだけ言えるのは違法ワクチンの生産者が誰しも悪人だとは限らないということです。イエローエリアの者にとっては薬にありつけるだけでも幸運ですから。
へえ、それなのに自分は正規品がいいんだ。それが全てを物語ってる気がするけど。
それはその
放射線病関連の医薬品が高騰したせいでイエローエリアへと運ばれる薬を狙った強奪事件が多発してるんですってね。その違法ワクチンとやらが本当に有効ならどうしてグリーンエリアからの正規品が狙われるのか考えたことはない？もしそれが粗悪品だとしたら生産に関わる業者を徹底的に潰した方がどちらかといえば一般人のためになるのは明白でしょ？
I'm gonna get more desperate for it here. Yeah, I mean, yeah. If they have to do this with the unofficial stuff, it makes a lot of sense that they just, you know, not something unofficial that might have lingering side effects that they don't know of is probably still going to be better than nothing at all. That's just kind of part of the whole. It's just desperation. It makes a lot of sense.
そうだそうだ頑張って手に入れた薬が偽物で体に悪影響が出たらどうするの？元も子もないよ。
それは困ります。
でしょ？このまま放っておいたらたくさんの人が苦しむことになるんだよ。
確かにその通りかもしれません。なんでだか考えがあらぬ方向に行っていたようです。どうかご容赦をば。兄弟たちに違法ワクチンを手に入れた者がいないか聞いてみます。まずはそれを調べてみるのはどうでしょ
助かります。引き換えに正規ワクチンをご用意しましょう。違法ワクチンを取り締まるにはその価格、生産業者、流通ルートの情報が必要なんです。ご協
Ah.
正規のワクチンと私なんぞでよければ喜んですぐに兄弟にワクチンを届けさせます。
I'm pretty sure they'll drop everything they're doing for it. Pavel is true to his word. Kalina soon receives a variety of illegal vaccines that are currently in circulation throughout the yellow zones.
パベルのおじちゃんってば、ああも簡単に言いくるめられるなんて心配だよ。驚くわね。このワクチン、市場に出回ってるものの中じゃ最も安くて最も効果が高いわ。正規のワクチンを上回るほどよ。
Wait, so it's actually more effective than the green zone variant. Wow.
すごい。
I wonder what else there is with it
だ
though.
けどそれならなんでずっと違法を名乗ってるんだろう。ちゃんとしたルートで材料を手に入れて販売したらいいのに。
How can they afford that? It's probably cheaper than what they would like. The official one's probably dramatically cheaper than it is the unofficial ones, but it's still the case if I'm going to assume the Varjägers are going to control it. So there's probably more. Who knows how they're going to go about that.
そしたらイエローエリアの人たちもワクチンにありつけて悪い奴らのつけ入る隙もなくなるじゃん。
さあ、販売ルートが限定されてるのを見ると大々的に売り出すつもりはないみたいね。製造元はイエローエリアに位置する個人経営の診療所よ。もう何十年もワクチンや薬を安価で提供し続けてる。
You probably got a gust of nice.
ところが8年前、放火にあって診療所は全焼。
I mean that there's something sus about it if it's cheaper but more effective. Could be. Yeah, there's always the possibility of it. It also could be that there's something suspicious about the way that the official variant is being handled. It could be cheaper, but it's not. A lot of ways that can go.
火事に？診療所を営んでいた夫婦はその火事で命を落としているわね。犯人は所属のない人形よ。どうも金に困った人間が人形を病院に潜り込ませて薬を奪おうとしたみたい。人気のない深夜を選んだそうだけど、その日は運悪く所長夫妻が看病のために診療所に寝泊まりしていた。
何それ、だからって燃やすことある？それも人形にやらせるだなんて信じらんない。
まあいろんな人間がいるってこと。所長夫妻のお嬢さんが診療所を継いだけど、今じゃ信用できる常連だとか重度の放射線患者だとかごく一部の患者しか引き受けてないそうよ。このワクチンも重症を患ってるパベルの知り合いが通院が不便だってことを理由にその娘さんから手に入れたものなんだって。私では解析できないけど何らかの活性細胞が含まれてるわね。放射線ウイルスの予防には凄まじい効果があるみたい。
I feel like I'm missing a lot of context to like all of this. I don't know. It just feels weird that there's like, it's probably just because the story is out of alignment. But I'm sitting here like, why are we worried about all of this? How does this have anything to play in the grand scheme of things? Like, I get that it's important to have the right medicines for like Yellow Zone, but I'm just kind of like, this is probably just a side effect of this being released before second half. Because I'm just like sitting here, I'm like, this is such a weird, like, I get the, I'm getting the story, but it's more of just like, it's weird having this now instead of like waiting till after the second half. But I know that if I don't cover this, it's gonna, we're gonna end up basically missing this. So it's kind of this weird circumstance of I'm not understanding why the vaccines and all this stuff like matters significantly. Like, where all these cost issues come from. But yeah, I think this being like before second half is definitely odd.
この技術、イエローエリアに残しておくには惜しいわ。
Because it's like, reading through this story, it's somewhat self-contained. I'm fine with that. There's a couple of oddities in here that are, like the mention of the Groza, the weird Groza doll, for example. Like, there's just a handful of things that are just like that, missing that one piece to the puzzle for it all to make sense.
やっぱその診療所の人がワクチンの原材料を奪ったのかな。
直接手を下していなくても買い取り手がいないと原材料を奪っても仕方ないでしょ。
Mika really should have added a glossary. I don't know if it's a glossary that would help it here. It's more of just there is a plot point or a plot beat that is missing for me to fully connect everything here.
大方闇ブローカーから仕入れてるんじゃない？いずれにせよこれだけの技術だもの。一連の騒動を差し置いても調査する価値は大いにあるわ。
Like, I get the, you know, they're talking about they need to get all these parts and all these pieces. There's the whole thing about the Gen 3 research. What is it? There's the there's the parts list. They're talking about the prices. Then they start talking about how like there's issues with certain supplies getting to and from green zones. You got the official variants that are expensive. Then you have the unofficial variants, which are cheaper and ironically more effective, but they're unofficial. So it's like you have all of these different things going on, and it just seems weird to focus specifically on the vaccinations part instead of just like the overall cost of everything. So it's like whatever piece is missing that might get answered in part 2 is what I'm missing here. And I think that like it hurts my experience on this story because it's like I don't have that connection, but it's fine because I at least understand, it's a mistake they made where it's like they put these out of order, but they kind of had it. I don't know, did they really need to have... Was the whole reason they released this event early was because it was technically Lenna's event? And so because they had her banner out, they're like, oh, well, let's have her out. Let's have her event going too. Like, that's the only thing I have to ask there. Hey, Hime.
具体的な診療所の座標は分かってる。パベルに仲介者としてイーサという女性を紹介されたけど、どうも病がひどくて身動きが取れないようなのよね。
Leva kind of needed Lenna. Well, no, it's not the banner. I can understand having Lenna and Leva together on banner, which is fine. It's more of the they could have done the event alongside the other part to make it all make sense and tie it all properly. With this being out of order, it kind of throws little things into chaos. So it's less so I understand the banners, like them being together on banner is fine. That's not the issue. It's more of just, they didn't need to have her event at the same time. They could have run the event with Ro and had her banner with Leva. I think that's okay. Because, like, yeah, you're going to miss out on the gifts that Lenna would have. But you would need, you'll get that later on when it comes, if that event went live with part 2 instead of right now with part 1. Because this is kind of throwing me for a loop with this weird, like, why are we suddenly worried about this?
あんたがイーサに代わって診療所を訪問するのよ。グリーンエリアに住む彼女の一人娘が母親を心配して介護用の人形を手配したって筋書きよ。オッケー、任せて。バッチリ調査してくるから。
Orpheus Hospital in the Yellow Zone, clear weather. It's a nice place for a hospital. Then arrives at the coordinates of the Yellow Zone Hospital. The clean and spacious hospital interior exudes a peaceful quiet that contracts. What? It's fine. Heavily with the scenery outdoors. It's fine. I'm like, my brain might just be misreading that. It's okay. What's with the X post from Nikkei? Are you gonna play it? No, I just saw a lot of, like, I saw that post because I was like, oh, what are they saying? Because I was like, I don't usually see them make a dev note. So I read up on it, and then I looked at the, I had a couple of friends that were talking to me about it because they were basically mentioning, like, yeah, a bunch of Nikkei apparently were killed in the story, and apparently a lot of people didn't like that, and I'm over there like, okay, what were they saying about why they didn't like it? And a lot of the posts I was reading was just like, what's the point of getting attached to a doll? Or sorry, not doll is this game. What's the point of getting attached to a Nikkei when they're just gonna get taken out in the story? And I'm just like, I didn't understand what. And it wasn't like one person posted that. It was like, not every other comment, but that comment was very common, and I was like, I just didn't understand that viewpoint. Like, it just felt weird. Contrast is the right word. Yeah, it probably, my brain was just not processing it right. But it was just a case where it was like, it felt weird to me that people were that, like, it doesn't feel like something that would be worth getting upset over. Like, yeah, I would feel bad if a character that I liked would die, but it's at the same time, it's like, if the reason they die is written beautifully, I would be sad, but I wouldn't be, like, enraged that they even released the character. Like, if I go to Wuthering Waves, for example, and talk about, like, let's say Yuno never was ever saved. Or we can even argue, like, Cardathea never was rescued by Rover. All of the, or even any other character that sacrificed a lot and basically almost lost their life on it. If they didn't make it, I would feel sad, yeah, because the character died, but at the same time, the sacrifice they made makes me respect the character. Like in Yuno's case, she sacrificed her entire existence and the memory of her existence, just so that way the entire city she loved would persist and be able to survive. It sucks that would happen to her, but it was a sacrifice that made me respect the character. I think the issue is that up to this point, Nikes have died, have been with 23 years of low stakes. Fair. That makes a lot of sense. I could see that, because it makes the whole thing about, you know, because like the tone, like I said, the tone of the environment matters, and like how the story first presented, and Marianne, I think is her name, initially made me think it was going to go that dark, which I don't mind. And I guess if they've changed their course on that for a couple years, and then now they're rechanging it again, I could understand that frustration. But at the same time, yeah, it's one of those environments where it's like, it makes sense if it happens, though. You know, the environment that they live in, the entire ecosystem of that, like, because my understanding is Nikke are not liked by most humans. Like, the commander in that one is special, much like how it is in Azur Lane. Well, not necessarily Azur Lane, because there were a lot of people that did like the girls in Azur Lane. I don't think I have another comparison. Well, dolls, maybe. No, people like dolls too. I don't know. There's a comparison for Nikke. Maybe I'm wrong. Because some people do like the dolls. Not all of them, but I don't think it was anywhere near close to how, like, Nikke's, like, general hatred towards it was. I don't know. But it's like, that's why I made the points that I did. I was like, it's good for a game to have that kind of stuff. You need stakes. If you don't have, like, you don't necessarily need to have death be a part of the story, but it should always be something that the writer shouldn't be scared of using if they want the environment and the world building that they're trying to do to really, really set in. The main doll from GFL1 is super dead. That sucks. Isn't that M4 or something like that? Wasn't that what the original doll was for it? Danger has too little stake. Yeah, like, I liked the idea of Natlan at the start, that, like, you have to make decisions, and, like, the consequences of those decisions show when you're in that part of the world. I liked that aspect of it. I thought they were doing the right thing. And then over time, they really pulled back on that, and I didn't like that. M4A1. Yeah, I knew it was... I was thinking it was M4. I was like, that's the starter girl, I think. Yeah, hours, years, etc. Fair enough, fair enough. But it's like, I don't know. I mean... them making that change, I think, would be okay. It might be a shock for people, but it is the world that they're in. Like, if the world building is set for that, it makes sense that, you know, characters should be lost. Like, technically, we lost, you know, in the last event, we technically lost Helena Meta, though she just ascended. She didn't technically die, she just ascended to a higher plane of existence. How much I hit the pool to get max snow shine? I got Yvonne. I didn't know if I was going to be streaming Enfield again for a bit, so I pulled for Yvonne and I got her. That's how I got the snow shine. Really killed. I think the problem, like I said, see, I think like people were saying, see, I think it's more of like they had the wrong, people had the wrong idea of the. I think this is probably a case then where it's like the devs had the wrong. We're doing we're writing the story in a direction that they realized wasn't the way they wanted to go, and unfortunately, because they had been doing it for so long, it gave a lot of people reading the story the wrong impression of what the devs truly wanted the world to be like in terms of world building and character interaction. And now that they've decided we're going to stick to this instead, it's a bit of a whiplash, I guess. That might be why. Ark Knights' Babel story hits like a lot of people were like, I think Frost Nova was a really sad moment for Ark Knights too, because I remember the number of people that got to the, like, when you get to the part where Doctor's sitting there holding Frost Nova as she's, like, breathing her last and talking about how she'll join Rose Island. You know, it was a sad scene. It was a really sad scene for it. And, of course, when they did the animation for the PV on it, showing that exact same, moment, you know, it definitely hit a lot of people, too, for that as well. So, I don't know. I think what people probably should also realize is, like, the way the universe that they're in kind of does matter. Like, Blue Archive, I would be shocked if they write a character death in. Because there are moments where it's tense, but it's usually happy-go-lucky, silly, lighthearted. All of these other usual universe, like the world doesn't really feel like it's an apocalypse or it's constantly in danger or any of that. Like Volume F was probably the most tense you would ever feel about the universe, the Kibotos as a whole. And even then, like, I wouldn't expect them to do anything to a character like that. Like, especially one that's playable. Ark Knights, I could see it. The universe of Ark Knights, how it was built, makes sense. Girls Frontline 2, absolutely, I could see it. Wuthering Waves makes me think that there is the possibility of it, because it does have its moments where it gets a little dark. But they haven't really pushed it too far to that level. They've done, the closest they've ever had to a character's death would be Yuno, because of how her exists. Oh. I just realized I spoiled C. See, get out of here. Didn't they kill off Lova? No. She was around. She's not really dead. It's a weird thing. Remember Shokro Terror breakdown when she saw the foreclosure task force and thought, oh no, not this again. Yeah. But yeah, like, if there's an old illustration there's an old thing I used to see. There's an old image I used to see which basically had like 5 different levels of world building, and like I would look at each of them, and those would generally say, you know, how you should feel about the overall world that they're in. And it's like there was the one at the very top which was like really happy, kind of, you know, peaceful world. The one at the very bottom is basically the worst apocalypse you could imagine. Take that by 10. And then there's the 3 other stages which represent kind of like middle states. And generally the rule of thumb I have for me is as long as it's at like the middle state or below, so it's like things are kind of bad, there's a lot of suffering, to where, you know, you've got the absolute apocalypse and apocalypse setting. It's like those 3 states, death is something I would expect. Which is why I would say, like, I wouldn't expect to see death in Blue Archive versus Girls Frontline or Wuthering Waves. You just steal flour. I see. Carthia died twice. Technically, was brought back immediately both times, but still. Yeah. I guess that's a good point. But, like, I feel like Yuna was the closer one of the two. Because, like, with Carthia, there was a whole plan. You had the first version where I think she split herself and did a whole bunch of things, and then that was her whole arc. And then it ends with her basically at death's door, and Imperador steps in. And then in the other case, yes. But yeah, like, it's, for me, it's like, it's, I don't, it feels weird for people to be upset that to the point where they don't want to play the game anymore because the character they like dies. It just feels very off. Like, I get it, you're sad about it, but that shouldn't enrage you to the point of, no, send it back. It almost kind of feels like a little parasocial. I don't know if that's the right word, but I kind of, like, it's like they're going through the 5 stages of grief. Or 5 stages of loss, or whatever it is. On a fictional character.
イエローエリアにこんな場所があったなんて。グリーンエリアに引けを取らないよ。
悪いけど患者は受け付けてないの。
Oh, hello.
ここから車で20分のところに別の医療施設があるから。
Parasocial is a good take, honestly. I just didn't know what better word would describe it, because it's like I don't mind. Like, if you like a character, I get it. Like, I could probably list off easily into the triple digits the number of characters I like in like half the gachas I play. Would. Bruh. We don't even know her name yet, you're already saying that. But no, like, Maid doll, I wonder what firearm she could just be a civilian grade, I don't even know.
待ってよ。まだ何も。
見ない顔ね。ここで理由を並べ立てたって無駄だから。
But yeah, like, I'm like sitting here trying to think. It's like I'm trying to figure out how I need to word this, because it's like it's not something I generally think about, and it's like I have a general idea of what argument I would make, but at the same time, like, I've never really had to put that argument into thoughts much. Anyway, Twin Tails, yes, Twin Tails. But it's like it's hard to truly it just feels like I understand people can like characters. It's just I feel like they shouldn't get that attached to them. Like, to the point where it's like they get infuriated at about a game for basically taking out one of them. It's saddening, sure, but I don't feel like that's like the character dying in story is justifiable. For like you know, wanting, you know, almost being like, bring her back or I quit playing. I'm like, that just feels so weird to me. It's the same in the shipping community. They start screaming when a certain ship isn't legitimized by the devs or acknowledged by... Well, okay, there's a lot of... shipping is a little weird. That time some Genshin players told everyone not to use Zhao's ult because it hurts them. I didn't actually know that. That's kind of sad. Then again, I think Jitana was the same way in Ark Knights. Using her arts is actually hurting her. Parasocialism is probably the closest, yeah. And honestly, parasocialism, if that's the right terminology for it, I just say parasocial relationships because that's what it is. Ever since, I would say, like, VTubing and all that stuff took off, I'd probably say even earlier with idol culture, that's been a problem, but it's really started to, like, manifest itself a lot more, especially in online spaces. Maybe that, like, I can understand that getting a lot of people, because the world, the world's a little harsh at times, But yeah, like it is like parasocialism, I guess it definitely shows a lot more with this kind of stuff. Because it does fit in my eyes. Some people are gonna go outside. Well, it's not even really like going outside. Look, yeah, it helps to get fresh air and work out and clear your mind and other things. It's just, I guess if you consider go outside, I go as like meet friends and stuff, sure, but you know, you have to find. I don't know. I don't really know what cues parasocialism or what starts it in the whole process of it. I don't think I've ever really had that kind of circumstance. It's just kind of difficult to think of how that would work because it's not something I've experienced, so I don't know how it works.
エリンダさんだよね。イーサさんを知ってるかな。彼女が動けないから代わりに薬を取りに来たの。あなたの名前もイーサさんに聞いたよ。
Oh.
あんたなんて知らない。
Linda's her name.
あんたの名前を出せば処方してもらえると思わない。
What is that face?
言いなさいよ。イーサとはどういう関係？
Is it just an unhealthy obsession with an idealized fictional character? Yeah. I mean, to a degree, yes. Because it's like, I don't think that's how that applies to VTubers, because technically the person behind the model is real. And knowing a good number of VTuber friends, it's, you know, I can understand how they feel and how a lot of corps are very protective of it. Because like I know a couple of places that are very protective of their talents, and I understand the reasoning behind it. Now, granted, I've experienced such kind of behavior directed at me too, and it gets awkward. I just don't know how to approach it. So it's like I don't really know what to do about it myself whenever it's directed at me.
私はそういう言い訳は何百回と聞いたわ。うちは患者は間に合ってるの。他を当たってちょうだい。
No, Hawk has a girlfriend. Unsubscribe. I don't think it applies to guys as it does much for like female talents and female VTubers and stuff. Because I know that's like a big ordeal.
待って、せめて話を聞いて。うるさいな。何度も言わせないで。薬が必要なら本人を連れてこいって言ってんの。
The man gives you washboard whip. Man, why you gotta do that to Hipper?
私はイーサの家族なんだ。
I was gonna say, you can say Kazoku. Lenna recalls information about Isla that was provided by Leva. Isla has a daughter, Isa. Not Isla. Her sole remaining family member. Lenna hesitates for a long time before she manages to utter the word family in an unfamiliar tone of voice. Elinda, who is already waving Lenna away, stops and turns around to look Lenna up and down upon hearing the word family.
意味わかんないんだけど。あんた人形でしょ？
I wonder if that line would hold if she met the commander.
人形が人間の家族になれるわけないじゃん。どこまで行っても道具でしかないんだから。どこの誰だか知らないけど、あんた人間に騙されてるんじゃない？
Now the Niji Sanji boys have massive parasocial fall. Well, I said it usually applies more. It's a more heavier noticeable thing on like female talent. Like it is something I will see dramatically more often with them than I for like women when it comes to like VTubing and stuff than I do see it on men. Not saying it doesn't happen, but it's like, cause like I would imagine like what's that guy's name? Corpse, the guy with the really deep voice. Like I want to imagine he had a good number of that too. Sea Dog VA is also looking forward to Enfield. It's got a lot of potential, and a lot of people I think will like it. Especially if like I think Sea Dog is Connor, right? The guy with Iron Mouse. I think that's her name. I think he talked about like satisfactory, so it makes sense he likes Enfield.
指揮官は家族だって思ってくれてるもん。じゃなくて、その言い草はないんじゃない？まあ気持ちは理解できなくもないけど。まずったな。まさかリバネーの筋書きが役に立たないなんて。とっさに家族だなんて言って余計疑われたかも。とにかくこの子から話を引き出してきっかけをつかまなくちゃ。
This is definitely a minor quirk that I would actually give feedback on, because these are supposed to be their internal thoughts, right? And I would say don't have the mouth move here. And the only reason why I care about this is because they go out of their way to do this for Latara. That's the only reason. If they didn't do it for Latara, I would care less. But they do it for her, so I would like to see that detail there. That's it. It's a minor thing. It's not a bad thing.
確かにほとんどの人間は人形を道具としか思ってないだろうけど、中にはそうじゃない人だっているよ。人形のことを家族だって思ってくれて、まるで本当の人間みたいに接してくれる人はちゃんといるもん。
Lena accidentally blurts out the word commander in conversation. The young girl stares at Lena expressionlessly, just as Lena starts to question her own acting. Worried that she might have given herself away, Linda unexpectedly gives her a subtle smile, nodding in agreement.
運がいいんだ。信じるよ。イーサの家族だって。
Lena the Dark. Yeah, she's silly.
本当？よかった。あ、薬のことお願いできる？信じるとは言ったけど、薬を渡すとは言ってない。
I would say though, because they did say accidentally blurts out the word in conversation. Wait, where does she say command? Oh, the commander does that. So no, like on this part here, it's fine that her mouth moves. On this part, it doesn't, or at least it shouldn't. Other than that, it's fine. Like it's such a minor thing. It doesn't matter that much. But it is, if they're gonna if they want consistency on it, they should do that.
薬を処方してほしいなら、イーサを連れてきて。それがここのルールよ。
Linda sounds like she is a doll herself as an. It sounds like it, because she does like refer to, like, she does talk this way about dolls. Where was it? Like this. This doesn't feel like something a human would say exactly, but I don't know.
え？何その反応は？これでも多めに見てやってんだからね。薬を代わりに取りに来たなんていうやつは普通は速攻で禁なんだから。でもどうしても持って帰らなきゃいけないの。イーサはベッドから一歩も動けないし、お願いこの通り。ダメなものはダメ。ここの決まりは絶対よ。それともここでそんな風にごね続けた患者の知り合いたちがどうなったか知りたい？イーサを連れてきたらあんたも家族だってことに免じて医者に会わせてあげる。これ以上は譲れないわね。
That is already typed out, Lady Isa's contact during their conversation. Isa finally takes the call after a long wait. A large hood obscures most of her face. Lenna subconsciously makes it upon seeing how Isa is dressed. An expression of disapproval emerges.
いいさ、あんたの家族を名乗る人形が薬を取りに来たわ。患者本人でないと処方できないのは分かってたはずよね。
Yeah. What emulator do you use for your mobile games on your computer? I am almost starting to not have a situation where I don't need an emulator. Like, the main games I've been playing are either 3D games with their own PC clients, they're on Steam. Like, my exception nowadays is really just Ark Knights, which just, I think, recently announced a PC, like, registration for, is it CN and JP? I think it's just CN. I don't know if it's CN and JP. Which that's eventually going to come to PC. And it was Azur Lane. So those were the two games that really were like the only things I played, because like all the other ones are all Steam launched now. CN just got the PC test, I think. Yeah, I saw that. I was really excited because I was like, that's awesome. That game is so good, and I would love to be able to like play through more of that game without having to worry about it. Without having to worry about like the game crashing during an IS run, or in the middle of reclamation algorithm, and I lose the run or I lose the day's progress.
"しばらく顔を見せないと思ったら、随分と症状が進行してるみたいね。まさか誰かに売ったんじゃないでしょうね。
まさか先生との約束を破ったりしませんよ。
Told someone that I'd play Ark Knights now that it's coming to PC, but I don't know if I will. You would probably... I know how much you like floofs and animal type characters. Not necessarily like full-blown animal, but like, you know, like your fox girls and those kind of things. You would probably like some of the character models or some of the character sprites in them. Like, some of the characters are actually really, really, really nice characters to enjoy. But yeah, the story is a little bit complex and sometimes a bit dark. But overall, I would say Ark Knights. Well, I'll put it this way: Ark Knights remains at the top of the overall performance boards most cases for a lot of good reasons. It does something a lot of gacha games don't necessarily do right. It focuses on its gameplay experience, on its game experience. It doesn't do it perfectly, and it makes mistakes, but they do learn a lot from them. I think one of the best things about Ark Knights is how they handle power creep. They still have it to a degree, absolutely, but like, for example, Surtur is one of the strongest characters in the game. She has a good amount of invulnerability, even when she takes to the point where if she takes a lethal hit, she stays alive for 8-9 seconds afterwards, depending on how many copies of her you have. There are enemies with mechanics that just insta-kill her regardless of that mechanic or not. So it's just they're less likely, they'll still do HP up on certain things. Like, they do that in CC, or in the CC modes, which makes a lot of sense, because that's part of I hate it, but it is something that has existed for a while. I remember the first pinch-out operation with the 4 million HP. That was a disaster. I actually don't remember how much HP it was, but it was terrifying to look at that number when I remember calculating it all. But they generally do a good job with their mechanics, unless it's the Darwin Award civilians. I didn't even bother getting her money because I don't remember the last time I used her. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of characters that exist, but it doesn't mean you can't use her still. If you're wanting to use the cream of the crop operators, then yeah, you're definitely going to kick her out. But it's not impossible for you to play the game with operators that are subpar. You just probably are going to be doing the stage longer. I mean, they just made every boss have 2 phases to counter cert. Yeah. Yeah, that's technically one way to do it. But it's all like you also have the benefit of like, well, no, you have the unique case where it's like arts is just still more effective than physical. And I think that's going to be the same case in Enfield. This first combat event we have is really starting to show that quickly. Punch Out was 4 million. Was it 4 million? I wasn't sure because I knew it was like, it was in the millions. I just didn't remember the exact number and it terrified me looking at it.
とにかくご面倒をおかけしました。近々改めて訪問いたします。
ならいいけど、長生きしたいんならお姉ちゃんの言うことしっかり聞きなさいよ。来るのはいつでもいいわ。事前に連絡をくれれば時間を空けといてあげる。
At least Pincher had an upper app. It did. It was kind of goofy.
これは忠告だけど、薬を誰かに渡したり転売したら二度と診療所に入らせないから。門の前で土下座したって治療は受けられないと思いなさい。
Designer Strife was fun. Designer Strife isn't bad. I think I definitely did not like some of the fights. They were definitely annoying. I liked what Trials of Navigator was. It was a very fun experience, and then I loved how they took a lot of the things they learned from Trials of Navigator, and made that a part of what was it? A part of Reclamation.
指揮官ごめん。今ちょっと立て込んでて。指揮官やイエローエリアの人たちが心配でワクチンのこと調べてるんだ。
Only complained about AK's A power creeping meta. Yeah, the global range medic. Yeah, it is. There are 2 things that I definitely think are something that you could look at. It's I think as one of the other creators puts it, I think it's Supa that said it, the inguardification of every single class and certain elements of power creep. But for the most part, he does a good job. Or at least they do a decent job with handling it.
まったくカリンネーム素直じゃないよね。協力するって言えば済むことなのに。
Doing it crazy,
これ
yeah.
からその違法ワクチンを作ってるお医者様に会うから知りたいことがあったら何でも言ってね。
そうだったのか。わかった。
指揮官から連絡してくれるなんて嬉しいな。
How to stop
昔に戻ったみたい。
How to stop global range low ceiling.
はあ、私もみんなみたいにエルモ号に乗りたいよ。
I don't think that exactly works because of like in the case of Golden Glow or probably Lapland Altar, it's just like they're not gonna go through the ceiling.
グリフィンでのことをよく思い出すな。
But I get the idea.
あの時は404もみんな一緒でさ。
今だって404として活動しているんだろ？
Yeah, but like her being a part of 404 probably.
そうだけど、リバネーは管理局の仕事で忙しいから一緒にいられる時間も減っちゃったし、クルカイやミシティたちも任務で毎日大変そうだし。
Like I think the best way to counteract global range in Ark Knights is doing what Reclamation Algorithm does, and I think what some of the neural events, I think the neural events did it too, where it's like you only have vision of the enemies on if they're near your operators, or you deploy something to give you vision in an area. Like that's the one thing I liked about Reclamation Algorithm that really works against the global range, but it does just incentivize you to bring the things that reveal the whole map, and that solves the problem.
それだけじゃない。カリンネーやロベラやベクター、ウェルロットだってみんなちゃんと前に進んでる。
Surprising she mentioned Wellrod there.
それに 指揮官だって。指揮官、ずっとずっと元気でいてね。どんなに忙しくてもちゃんと休むんだよ。
She just cares about us, is all. I'm afraid that the secrets that lie within Helena and Melanie are entwined with forces that are more complicated than what I already knew of. The more I investigate, the more I realize that it's not longer possible for me to remain an outsider to the conspiracy. I once thought that destroying Paradeus would bring an end to all things, but now I recognize that if I want to wipe Paradeus from the face of the earth, not only do I have to eradicate their leaders, I must also obliterate the rapacious conglomerates and consortia who wish to use Paradeus as a means to sate their endless gluttony. They are better at hiding their actions and people than Paradeus. In fact, they can even use Paradeus as a scapegoat whenever they are under threat, then lean back and sip on wine while they watch everything unfold. I have never regretted the decision I made a decade back. If I stayed with Griffin, I would have been pushed onto a path of complicity. But now, I am not blind to the fact that I possess little power by myself. I have Kalina's help and the help of my friends at the moment, but I need more power to gain the chips that would earn us a seat at the table. Sia's proposal and Lenna's words have helped me form an idea to where to set up our temporary base. Of where to set up a place to put Blue Spirit at for further experimentation, to serve as my safe house if the need ever arises. A location to store resources for the Elmo. A supply base, basically.
思ったよりも戦いは長引きそうね。
マグニの目的は私たちと同じだろう。奪われた医薬品を探しているんだ。
We have the same goal, okay.
無駄な戦闘は避けたい。今は戦わせておこう。
敵の敵は
Oh, hi, Dandelion.
味方とは言い難いけれど、何か情報が引き出せるかもしれないわ。
ダンデライオン、マグニの通信を傍受できるか？
Not Dandelion.
当然ね。増援の到着でマグニが劣勢を強いられているみたい。
I'm going to assume the team can say the same. Oh, there's a second wave, and everybody's over here. Something's Jason 8, right, for you? I'm just trying to think how I would do this. I think I have the idea, though. Oh, the cluster remains, yeah. No, I know these guys already. I guess it's new for the story, maybe. Couldn't I just, like, this? And he's gone? Yes. We finally met him. Who is him? Oh, well, he's gone. He is also gone. He won't move that far. The funny thing is he'll probably get here, smack Groza, taunt, and then just kill over. The incident concludes with Zade reported. Yes, you ran into the boy! You ran into our boy. There's a certain social hacker that hates the cult. Yeah, no, you said Himari, and I assumed that was what you were referring to was. I kind of want to see this, where he just runs up to them and then just falls over. Oh, no, he's gonna go that way. Oh, then I could just do this. If I do this, hit this dude with a hammer, and then over here, and then just... Oh, well that works. Thank you, Kralik. Kofi's banner strikes again. Yes, it did. Have we met this dude? I don't remember him.
それにここを連中に任せれば私たちは任務に専念できます。バリアーグの拠点には必ず奪われた薬の原材料があるはずです。それを奪還し背後に潜む勢力を特定するのが我々の役目であったはず。まあいいだろう。薬の奪還が最優先だしな。ここで功績を上げときゃ俺たちの一人勝ちだ。第二小隊とカラミティの連中に分けてやる義理もない。なるほど、さすが副司令、おっしゃる通りですな。
You guys are losing to Varjagers?
第二小隊に敵を引きつけさせて主力部隊でバリアーグの巣を探るぞ。俺たちが声を上げなくても奴らが増援を呼ぶだろう。行くぞ。
They're losing to Varjagers. How?
隊長、増援はまだですか。主力部隊がバリアーグの巣の調査に向かったそうです。俺たちだけじゃ持ちこたえられない。
Of course they're losing. Yeah, but to Varjagers! They're both NPCs! Imagine saying anything after losing to Varjagers. Oh. Green Zone. Linton's, I don't know his name. Office at Mankey Security Clearweather. As a company that maintains friendly relationships with the conglomerate, Mankey Security enjoys an enviable income stream. Their soldiers receive medical services far surpassing what those in the normal PMC would get upon retirement, and an even better package that fully covers all medical needs during the employment. Mankey Security is considered top tier among Green Zone companies in terms of their offices. Even mid-level employees have independent private spaces equipped with a whole range of recreational installations. That's really nice, jeez. Lentine lies on the sofa in her office, scrolling through task lists with boredom apparent on her face. Someone knocks on her office door.
副司令、新たな救援要請が来てます。第二小隊からです。
正式な要請か？でなければ放っておけ。要請の仕方もわからんやからにはいい薬だ。
Well,
それがどうもバリアーグと交戦しているようで、このままだと全滅するんだとか。
残念だ。確か第二小隊はロニーが率いていたか。あれだけ部下をやって結局切り捨てられるとはな。
oof.
ええ、全く驚きですよ。あの男、ホワイトエリアの担当じゃ？普段は要人のボディーガードについてるイメージでしたけど。
Kukai is all you need. I mean, yeah. It's kind of, if you have her at like any high number, like the high V numbers, you're gonna be fine.
財団の上層部の親戚だってのは本当ですか？マグニで最も優遇されてるってもっぱらの噂ですよ。
I imagine the only time it's not gonna work is if you're doing I always forget the name of the other version of Boundary Push. Where you're off element. Face Clash, thank you.
どれも社内の他愛ない噂です。俺は副司令に忠誠を誓った身ですから。
It does make me wonder how a V6 Klukai would do off element in Phase Clash.
グリフィンが再編成された時、俺たちに働き口を見つけてくれたのは他でもない副司令ですからね。あなたが助けてくれなかったら、今頃イエローエリアでのたれ死んでいましたよ。
I always want to call it Phase Strike. Yeah, after the attachment set. Yeah.
昔の話だ。
あの一件がなければ、副司令も今頃グリフィンで最強の指揮官になっていたでしょうね。
Yeah, the lore drop here with Griffin.
フランクフルトでの功績があるんですから、グリフィンのトップに上り詰めるのも時間の問題でしたよ。
過去を蒸し返すのはよせ。それにトップにふさわしいのは。
The guy who you're about to talk about. Tin's face darkens upon mentioning the past. An image of that man's silhouette surfaces in her mind. She's thought about it countless times. The shining image of that man, adorned with glory, decorated with a prestigious position. Never once did she envision that when she saw him again, he would have become an insignificant bounty hunter in the yellow zones.
この程度の暮らしで満足なのか？回ってくるのは汚れ仕事ばかり。鋭い刃で居続ければ取って代わられる心配はないが、場に上がるチャンスは巡ってこない。
Love Kenny and Latin.
上を目指すには手札がいる。
Fair enough.
そりゃ、ロニーの正体には及びませんけど。
I kind of find it. I wonder if they're ever going to give him like an actual sprite, because this is just the soldier. Like, was he actually going to like take a helmet off? Like, they can leave his body, just give him a face at this point. If you're going to give him a name and he's lasted longer than one event.
マグニでの暮らしには俺たちはおおむね満足してますよ。病気や怪我でリタイアすれば退職金まで手に入りますしね。贅沢さえしなければ老後はそれで十分です。
相変わらずのんきだなお前は。だが老後を語るにはまだ早いぞ。第二小隊に迎撃させつつ撤退させろ。私たちが駆けつける前に全滅されてはかなわん。カラミティの名を遥か彼方まで轟かせてやるさ。
Yeah, she lacks the nuance of what his position would have been, or like what knowledge he has, like what would have probably potentially changed everything about it. Oscar does pretty well even with a debuff in Phase Clash. You lack physical dolls. I have a bunch, I just haven't raised them. At least not to the point I'm
この
happy
任
with.
務も財団の上層部とつながりがあるに違いない。
Orpheus Hospital in the Yellow Zone. Clear with her. The first thing Lenna... Man, they got gambling machines over here in the... I know they were using the acid, but still. They got slot machines in this hospital? Holy... I had to, I'm sorry. The first thing Lenna notices upon seeing is her somewhat unsteady gait. The heavy cloak covers the entire length of her body. The hospital, by the way. I mean, kind of funny how this event get more CG than Deepa. Yeah. It is difficult to imagine this hunched, withered lady as the retired soldier described in Pavel's files. Lenna reaches out to assist the woman, only to be rudely swatted away. To Lenna, Issa's body felt unnervingly rock-like. She silently suppresses the suspicion welling up in her heart, maintaining her enthusiasm by her side. Issa, realizing that her reaction was too extreme, finally gives Lenna an apologetic smile.
すまないね。驚いたろ。その人に近づかれるのに慣れてないもんだから。
You already went to medical debt with the bills. Might as well gamble, right? Yeah, you know. You go to the hospital to get your arm and leg fixed, but it costs you an arm and leg. I don't know why that sentence was so funny to me.
パベルに話は聞いたよ。お前さん、グリーンエリアのお偉いさんなんだって。人形も見かけによらないね。ワクチンの調査に協力すれば正規のワクチンが受けられるってのは本当なんだね。
それよりもイーサさん、体調がすごく悪いんじゃない？
I see, Skittle. Have a good one.
調査に協力してくれたら、そのお礼にグリーンエリアの病院に連れてってあげることもできるけど。
いいんだよ。お前さんは優しいね。どうせグリーンエリアでの治療費なんて私には払えっこないからね。ここでならどうにか生きていられるが、グリーンエリアじゃ食べ物一つ手に入らないだろうさ。そんなことよりも正規ワクチンが手に入るっていうのは本当なんだね。
本当だよ。
そうかい。いやよかった。安心したよ。私には娘がいてね、グリーンエリアで学校に通ってるんだ。私はほらもう幾ばくもない命だろ。ありったけの金でどうにか娘を幸せにしてやりたい。それだけが心残りでね。
It's nice of her.
パベルが約束したのさ。私が死んだら娘の面倒を見てくれるって。だから協力する気になったんだ。なあ、頼むよ。調査には何だって協力するから、娘に正規のワクチンを打たせてやってくれ。
The lady ain't living past this event. I don't think she's already basically saying that she knows her days are numbered, and if she's really sick with whatever this vaccine or treatment she needs is, it probably ain't good.
そんな、きちんとした治療を受ければお嬢さんのそばにいてあげることだってできるのに。お金のことなら私が何とかするから。
人形も捨てたもんじゃないね。気持ちは嬉しいけど、私はもう手遅れさ。あの子に近づけば迷惑をかけるだけだ。今日まで生きてこれたのは全部オルフィア先生のおかげだよ。先生には申し訳ないが、少しでもあの子の役に立ちたくてね。私にはそれだけで十分さ。オルフィア先生は立派で心の優しい方だよ。薬やワクチンの質も申し分ない。私らみたいな貧乏人を助けるために価格をうんと優遇してくれてんのさ。
Was killing. Look, you don't understand. That's why it's called Gathering Wife. Doesn't matter which one it is, they will probably give you something to lose it over.
先生に神のご加護がありますように。
ここのワクチン、正規品と同じくらい効果があるって聞いたよ。一体どうやって作ってるんだろう。
さてね、薬の技術はご両親から受け継いだものだろう。先生のご一家はずっと昔からイエローエリアの感情を見てきてるからね。ベテランってやつさ。
Bullying will be playable. Bullying's already playable.
ある年に診療所が燃やされて、ご両親は死んじまったがね。まったくろくでもない人間がいたもんだ。
この診療所は世話になった患者たちが金を出し合って建てたんだと。先生が患者を選ぶのもその悲劇を繰り返さないためさ。私にはそれ以上のことは分からんね。私だって信頼できる友人に紹介されてここを知ったまでだ。
Lenna and Issa reach the hospital's interior mid-conversation.
やっと来たわね。なんだ、ちゃんと歩けるんじゃない。いるのよね。手のつけようがなくなってから助けを求めてくる病人って。あんたはそうじゃないといいけど。
That's what they pull together. Oh, I see what you mean.
そのフード外しなさい。
This is where we're gonna see the extent of it. You're hiding it. I already know it's bad.
重度のエリット患者はいつ理性を失ってもおかしくないわ。お姉ちゃんを守るためよ。協力してちょうだい。聞いてるの？とっとと外しなさいよ。前はもっと元気だったわよね。薬はどうしたのよ、薬は。
このフードはどうかご勘弁を。薬をもらったらすぐに帰りますから。どうかお願いです。決してオルフィア先生に危害を加えるなんてことは。
フードで体を隠す理由なんて一つしかないわ。結晶化が進んでるんでしょ。違う。
She's got very bad poisoning or whatever they call that.
あのさ、本人も嫌がってるんだし、無理強いしないであげてよ。もし心配だったら私が先生に薬を処方してもらうのはどうかな。
Wouldn't the doctor want to see the patient if they're gonna do it? Like Rick, I don't know.
本人を連れてくれば対応してくれるって約束だったよね。
That's a fair point.
はあ？バカも休み休み言いなさいよ。
However, they're gonna prescribe something that doesn't work.
診察もしないで薬を出せるわけがないじゃない。病気を治したいんなら小賢しい真似はやめることね。
Yeah, I know, she did that too. Linda reaches out in an attempt to remove Issa's cloak. Lenna moves in to grab Linda's wrist. As for Issa, she moves away quickly, wrapping her cloak around her body even more tightly.
この
エリンダ、患者様には優しくしなさいと言ったでしょ。
Oh, hi.
イーサさんごめんなさいね。エリンダはただ私が心配なの。どうか無礼を許してちょうだい。
You're dying. Why are you dying? What did you do?
いえ、そんな。謝るのは私の方です。オルフィア先生、いつもの薬をもらえませんか？
もちろん。そちらの方は
世話を焼いてくれてる人形ですよ。どうも最近体が思うように動かせませんで、それならと娘がよこしてくれたんです。
そうだったの。お優しい娘さんがいて幸せね。人形さん、どうぞよろしく。
Yeah.
診察しますから一緒にこちらへどうぞ。エリンダ、患者様に乱暴してはダメよ。いいわね。
She is really kind of cute.
だけど診療室には本人しか入れない決まりじゃ。
患者様にお茶をお出しして。
はーい。
She's like, I don't want to do it. They're doing mean things already. The consultation room within Orphe Hospital in the Yellow Zone, clear weather.
その様子を見ると、少なくとも3ヶ月は薬を飲んでいないわね。お嬢さんに薬を残してあげたいのね。
私はその。
I was gonna say, that's what you're doing with them, isn't it?
巷では医薬品が大きく値上がりしているわ。そのせいで 予防や治療を諦める方も少なくない。
I mean, they're likely plot devices. Well, you don't necessarily know. They might be more later on.
うちは据え置きだから患者様からもワクチンや薬を多めに処方してほしいっていう要望が増えてるの。でも実際はそれをお金に換えるか親しいものに分けてあげる場合がほとんどよ。それに気づいてからは患者様ご本人の分しか処方していないのだけれど、処方した薬がどうなるかは結局は患者様次第だものね。お嬢さんに薬を残してあげたいならちゃんと治療を受けて長生きしてもらわないと。あなたのお嬢さん、お名前は確かリリーさんだったかしら。あなただって彼女の成長を見届けたいでしょ。
ええ、あの子は私と違って頭がいいんです。卒業して大企業に勤めることができれば私の二の舞にはならずに済みます。
そうなのね。それならイーサさんも頑張らなくちゃ。
Yeah, I mean, I know she cares about, she definitely does care about her family member here, but yeah, I bet that would, she's really sacrificing a little more than she probably needs to. Glass crystals have long emerged from her skin. Elinda walks to Orphea's side on seeing it, alarmed.
この状態で理性を保てるだなんて驚くわ。お嬢さんへの思いがそうさせるのかしら。
なんてひどい。こんなの池袋でしか見たことないよ。お医者さんの言う通りだ。一体どうやって理性を保ってるんだろう。
ちゃんと薬を飲んでいればこうはならなかったのよ。薬で感知させることはできないけれど、少なくとも進行を遅らせることはできる。とりあえず1ヶ月分を処方しておきましょう。1週間後にまた様子を見せに来ること。
たったの1ヶ月分。待ってください先生、お願いです。せめて3ヶ月分だけでも処方してもらえませんか。今度はちゃんと飲みますから。
イーサさん、お嬢さんのためを思う気持ちはわかるわ。だけどここにもルールというものがあるの。特別扱いはできないのよ。
とんでもない、そんなつもりはありません。先生にお会いして心を入れ替えましたから。私は信じてるんですよ。心を強く持てば人は病に負けたりしないって先生がそう言ったんじゃありませんか。コーラプス放射線は私らの体は壊せても私らの意志は壊せやしない。
そうね。でもだからといって治療を受けない理由にはならないのよ。
She could go desperate and turn to Pandeus. I would hope not. It doesn't work that way.
先生はロックフェラーという男をご存知ですか。あいつは私なんかよりもずっと悪いんです。それなのにまだ生きている。あの男の強い意志に神が応えたんですよ。すべてをイモール様に捧げよ。死より憐れみを賜ればあらゆる病は癒され。
Oh.
まさかあなたまでパラデウスに傾倒していただなんて。多くの患者があれに加わったけど生き残った者はごく少数よ。
Yeah, I was gonna say, it sounds like she's already there then.
その少数にあなたが含まれる可能性は限りなく低いわ。
There are some messed up things that happened with them too.
いいえ、含まれますとも。私には先生がついてますからね。私はロックフェラーに会ったことがあるんです。もうくたばっているもんかと思ってましたけどね。久しぶりに通信を交わしたら 結晶がきれいさっぱり消えていたんですよ。先生だって何人も放射線患者を見てきたからわかるでしょ。奇跡が起きたんですよ。神があの男の意志を聞き届けたに違いない。私とて猛録したわけじゃないんでね、新参者の自分がそうなれるとは思っちゃいません。だけど先生の薬と神のご加護があれば娘が卒業するまでは生きていられるんじゃないかって私はそう思えてきたんです。
He was kinda healed. Man became stretchy boy, if I remember correctly.
そうさ、生き残る。
It was not a perfect
生き
thing.
残ってみせる。先生、薬をくれ。私は生き残ってみせますとも。
Yeah, they are being a household name in the Yellow Zone. Well, it just goes to the desperation of like how things are in the Yellow Zone. Like desperation really is a driving force for a lot of things. It wasn't Rockabelle, it was Creefum, if I recall. Oh, that wasn't... I'm like sitting here, I'm like, I don't remember the exact names of the people that were there. I just remember the one dude that just became Stretchy Boy.
ロックフェラーだってそう言っていた。私の強い意志になら神はきっと応えてくださると。
His eyes filled with crazed fervor. The collapsed crystals on her grow by several inches all of a sudden, her hunched body emitting eerie noises from the crystals pushing into each other. Eesh. As her voice grows louder, her utterings become increasingly slurred. Isla staggers towards Orphea. Uh-oh. Elinda stands in front of Orphea, shielding her with her body as she pulls the trigger, firing at Isla without hesitation. Lenna lunges at Isla, forcing her to the ground. The bullet whizzes past the two, leaving a hole some distance away.
私は特別だからね。神はきっと私を助けてくれる。絶対に。
お姉ちゃん、こいつもうダメみたい。
いいえ、手術の準備を。彼女に緊急治療を施すわよ。
え？
それと、そこのあなた、さっきはありがとう。悪いけれど、そのまま彼女を取り押さえておいてくれる？理性を取り戻せるか試してみるわ。
お姉ちゃんってば。
An unknown yet gentle piece of music has started playing in the consultation room at some point. Orphea crouches gently, staring at Isa, who still thrashes around under Lena's hold. Eyes vacant, Isa still mutters something under her breath. Rough gasps are emitted from her parched throat as she attempts to break free.
Isa さん、あなたの大切な人を思い出して。リリーを覚えてる？
リリー、そうだ。生きなきゃ。生き残らなきゃ。
Coincidence? I think not. Yeah. The operating room lights turn on. Elinda pushes Isa into the operating room, said patient bound by straps restraining her entire body. I wonder what they're gonna do. Lenna finds a safe location to make a call.
指揮官、リバネ、聞こえる？大変なことになっちゃった。仲介者のイーサさん、パラデウスに入信してたみたい。診療所でいきなり興奮して暴れ出したの。
Yeah, it's huge, actually.
まさかここでパラデウスの名前が出てくるなんてびっくりだよ。
放射線病患者がパラデウスに。
まあ想定内ではあるけどね。薬やワクチンを買えなくなった人間が行き着く先といえば、ある程度の予想はつくわ。この状況が続けば、イエローエリアのエリート患者は増える一方よ。かたやパラデウスにとっては勢力を拡大する絶好のチャンスってわけね。
なんだか初めからパラデウスに仕組まれてるような気がしてきた。あいつらを徹底的 的に潰すことなんて本当にできるのかな。
最悪だ。パラデウスに助けを求めた者は例外なく人体実験に使われる。自分が死んだことにすら気づけない。
かといってパラデウスの拠点を潰したところで意味はないでしょうね。
It'll still hurt him a little bit.
ああ、奴らの虚言を根底から覆すほどの出来事でもなければパラデウスを根絶やしにするのは難しいだろうな。
あ、いいこと思いついちゃった。パラデウスが人を救うのは嘘っぱちだって証明できればいいんだよね。そうすれば信者もいなくなるわけだし。
I don't know if that's gonna work as well as you think it is. Because Paradeus is kind of a cult, isn't it? Recall the existence of fully immune individuals. Radiation sickness might not be incurable, but fully immune individuals must never be sacrificed in a bid to find a solution. In the green zones, medical conglomerates extort wealth from normal people via their expensive vaccines. Outside the green zones, countless sufferers who cannot afford treatment willingly become followers of Paradeus in a pursuit of the tiniest chance of survival.
レナの推測もバカにできないわね。前回のワクチンの事件と今回の医薬品の高騰には関連があるとしか思えない。
Because like the point they were making earlier makes sense. Like the best way to counteract Paradeus is not going to be to try to prove they're wrong. It's to prevent people from even going there in the first place. But to do that, you have to give people hope that so they don't fall prey to the desperation of resorting to them. Unfortunately, the only way to do that right now seems to be the vaccines, at least to keep them alive. The problem is they're expensive, but that's thanks to the companies that produce them. So that's his whole monologue earlier about like how he despises, like, it's not just Paradeus that's a problem, it's these companies that are basically creating it by being another part of it. They're an indirect, like, it's because of their actions, an indirect effect, or I guess a second order effect if you want to look at it that way, is that people's desperation drives them to Paradeus. People can't go to Paradise if there's no people to go to Paradise. Ah, yeah, that's a good way to solve the problem. You can't get sick if you're dead.
同感だ。調査を続ける必要があるな。
もう終わりなの？
You can't be sick if you're dead. That's how that works.
意識は戻ったけれどまだ安静が必要ね。薬を処方しておくわ。どうぞお大事に。
These actual combat stories are very long. I'm surprised.
わかった。ありがとうございます、オルフィア先生。
先生にはとんだご迷惑を。先生を傷つけるつもりはなかったんです。
まったくこれだから。お姉ちゃんは感染するリスクを冒してあんたを死の淵から救ってやったんだからね。感謝しなさいよ。
I didn't mean to click that early.
まあお姉ちゃんが無事だったからいいけど、その命大切にすることね。
You pay all your money, it's a manufactured scarcity. Could be. Very much so.
お姉ちゃんじゃなかったらあんたみたいな末期患者見捨てられて当然よ。そのパラデウスとやらが治してくれるって本気で信じてんの？バッカみたい。
A very common belief is that the medical industry wouldn't exist if they cured all the problems of the world, or at least it would be hard for them to make a profit in the medical industry if all problems could be resolved. Though at the same time, the human body and human existence is very, very, very unique, and a lot of things can come up out of nowhere. That's why we have so many illnesses and conditions that exist that have only really been affected, or that have only really been for one person. It's kind of terrifying in its own way.
変異した細胞の一部を取り除いておいたわ。時間稼ぎにしかならないでしょうけれど。
あり がとうございます。ありがとうございます。一日でも長く生きられれば万々歳ですよ。先生はああ言いましたけど、私は奇跡にかけてみるつもりですよ。神を信じるだけなんですから、何も減るもんじゃありませんでしょ。
入信して誰もが救われるなら、今頃イエローエリアにパラデウス病院がいくつも立っているはずよ。あらゆる医療技術の陰には数えきれないほどの犠牲が横たわっているわ。ロックフェラーが本当に治っていたとしても、他の者たちは。
心配いりませんよ。先生だって言ったじゃありませんか。この状態で理性を保てるのは奇跡だって。そうだ、こういうのはどうです？神による治療がどんなものなのかこの目で見てくるというのは、それを先生に教えますから。
There will be no sick people. Remove them from the equation. Yeah, you are. It's not wrong. It isn't wrong. It's just. Well, I don't even think I need to explain that one. Because it's like, I'm just sitting here just like, yeah. To be fair though, if they do get it, it would if one of the people that make that decision gets it, there's gonna be a rapid change of heart on it quickly. That doesn't usually affect them until then. But yeah, I'm like sitting here just like, yeah, I don't think anything else would be done for that.
だから先生、お願いです。どうか薬を多めに処方してもらえませんか。それさえあればきっと何もかもうまくいきますから。頼みます。この通り。どんなに小さな希望も逃したくないんです。
分かったわ。お姉ちゃん？だけど一つだけ条件があるわ。私もパラデウスに連れて行って。
先生を？
いけない？私は医者だもの。彼らの治療が有効かどうかこの目で確かめたいの。あの場所に一度入ってしまえば出られる可能性はごくわずか。それは知っているのよね。それでどうやって私に情報を届けるというの？
それは
パラデウスのことは前から気になっていたのよね。いい機会かもしれないわ。
待ってよお姉ちゃん、意味がわかんないよ。どうしてそうなるの？そんな危険な場所にお姉ちゃんを行かせられるわけない。それに他の患者はどうするのよ。ダメ、絶対にダメだからね。お姉ちゃんが行くくらいなら私が行く。そんであいつらの治療法とかいうのを全部暴いてやるんだから。
待って、それなら私が行ってくるよ。こう見えて実は戦術人形なんだよね。イーサさんのことは私に任せて。家族のことは家族で解決しなきゃ。
You said a smaller group is more mobile, but you used words like kazoku, which is family. I can see what you guys were criticizing about earlier.
必ず無事に戻ってみせるから安心して。戦術人形あんたが？さっきだってエリンダの弾丸を避けたの見てたでしょ？問題ないよ。
Yeah, it probably doesn't. It's probably not a bad thing. Like, it sounded like she was saying family is family or something like that.
勝手にすれば、お姉ちゃんが巻き込まれなければそれでいいわ。
Daytime aboard the Elmo in the Yellow Zone. Clear weather. The ops room within the Elmo.
あんた一人でパラデウスの巣に忍び込む気？やるじゃない。見直したわよ。
イエローエリアにある人気のない空き地に行くみたい。そんなところに拠点があるとは思えないけど。
念のため最悪の事態を予想しておきなさい。
分かってるって任せといて。神の救いとやらがどんなものなのか見に行ってやろうじゃん。それに一応潜入任務には違いないし、情報を集め終えたら誰にも見つからずにこっそり抜け出してみせるからさ。
簡単には入れても出るのはそう容易じゃないはずよ。それにしても随分と大胆に出たわね。どういう風の吹き回し？
This is definitely Lenna's time, though.
だってさ、404のみんな最近すっごく頑張ってるじゃん。私それに一人で侵入するって言っても私の後ろにはリバネーや指揮官や404のみんながついてるもん。怖くないよ。
そうだな。具体的な拠点の位置が分かったら念のためクルカイたちを支援に向かわせよう。
その必要はないわ。ちょうどその空き地の近くで404の第二小隊が任務に当たってるの。彼女たちを向かわせるから。
Hey, Vector!
だけどベクターたちは任務で忙しいんじゃなかった？
I think they would stop for that, though.
それは第一小隊も同じよ。指揮官が噛んでると知ればみんな喜んで駆けつけるわ。
Yeah, I was just say, I was like, I'm pretty sure they'll prioritize that higher.
心強いな。だけど万が一のためだ。クルカイの手が空いたら彼女たちも現地に向かわせるよ。レナ、くれぐれも気をつけろ。絶対に無理はするな。
安心してよ。人間に見えるようにオルフィア先生がお化粧してくれることになってるから。あ、先生が呼んでる。それじゃあまた連絡するね。 指揮官、悩んでる？私ちゃんとお利口にしてた。
ブルースフィアは凍ってるんだし、そろそろ自由に歩き回ったっていいんじゃない？
静寂の峰、経験に心の輪郭を描き出す。
Yeah, this is very laid-back music. Also, I'm always happy to see Nemesis and Krolak in the same spot.
はあ？
There it is. She said it.
なわけないでしょうが。たとえ指揮官の
Even if it's the commit. Nona's like, Melanie didn't like that.
なんでもない。メラニーには関係ないことよ。何ジロジロ見てんのよ、あんたたち。ネメシス、メラニーはあんたが面倒見なさい。任務はまだなの？
私じっとしてる。指揮官に迷惑かけない。
Krolak's like, I don't want to, I'm not gonna handle this anymore, I'm out.
ダンデライオンによる逆探知でバリア軍の拠点の場所が判明したわ。
よし、マグニを迂回して軍用車でそちらに向かおう。奪われた医薬品を取り戻す。
了解。
Oh, music change. We're base in the yellow zone. Clear weather.
何度も言わせんじゃねえぞ。ひるむな、かかれ。
隊長、マグニのやつら基地に突撃してきやがった。もうダメだ。せっかく集めた薬が奪われちまう。
この無能どもが、てめえらが尻尾巻いて逃げ帰るからだろうが。
Considering how Carly can understand cryptic speaks and good at taking care of animals, you think she'd be a doll for nanny work. Which is funny when you consider what she originally was.
とっとと物資を運び出せ。マグニどもに奪われたら承知しねえぞ。
えい、おい、物資を運べ。今すぐにだ。
Verjaeger flings the heavy-duty truck's door open and drives it towards the vaccines awaiting transfer. The door to the storage space opens. He instinctively looks behind and catches some kind of clothing fluttering. A sharp sound of bones breaking is heard before he completely loses consciousness. Oof.
確認できました。積んであるのは医薬品に間違いありません。
The banana strikes again, chat.
なんて数。軍用車がいくつあっても足りなさそう。
The banana has struck again.
持てるだけ持って一時撤退しましょう。復讐の気配。
ほらさっさと乗って飛ばすわよ。
Kralik spins the steering wheel, masterfully swerving away from the shell fired at them at the very last second. Both Mingy's security and Verjaeger's convoys are under concentrated fire. Everyone makes an attempt to find the attacker on instinct, but soon notices the familiar figure that they all know too well.
キャロちゃんナイスです。敵が姿を現しましたね。
Feppley, what are you doing?
あれはブルースフィア。
その通り。だけどエルモ号で凍ってるやつじゃない。
副司令、敵が我々の手には負えません。
物資を運び続けろ。
The scene of revenge. I think was it seen or sent? I thought it was sent. Yeah, the scent of revenge. I mean, we could probably all know what that means. Banana violence. The banana gate has arrived. Because you guys, some people's call her Colgate. That's funny.
無茶です。あんな人形にかなうわけがない。このままでは物資の回収はおろか、我々まで危険にさらされかねません。
第三世代人形、なぜここにいる?
I was gonna say, aren't they technically, like, I say technically in quotes, on the same team?
人形との通信を試みろ。
ダメです。繋がりません。
どういうことだ。なぜ第三世代人形がマグニを攻撃する?
Blue Spear mad.
あの人形なら知っている。上に繋ぐろ。
ああ、あれか。セスト&ファルベンの人形だ。前回の任務はすでに完了した。我々との協力関係は解消されているはずだが。
But if she had, even without a cooperative partnership, does she need to be attacking them?
なんだと。くそ。ようやく物資を見つけたんだぞ。あの人形、すべてを無に帰すつもりだ。どうにかして奴を止めろ。さもないとマグニへの宣戦布告とみなす。
わかった。人形の目的を確認した上で交渉してみよう。
副司令。
反撃だ。あれは味方じゃない。財団の奴らめ、こそこそと動き回りやがって。単なる鉢合わせだとは思えねえ。
It's not even that. She's out on her own personal vendetta. I don't think I need to read that one. The Elmo's operating.
現在マグニセキュリティがブルースフィアと交戦中。
That's coordination failure on their part. Is it though?
こちらの
She's
存
done
在
her
は
own
気づ
job.
いていないようね。奪われた物資の一部を確保したわ。これより帰還する。
Though technically she was close, because Blue Spear was probably is after Groza in her group.
ブルースフィアと細胞凍結キャビンにいるのとはまた別の個体か。
I'm pretty sure if she wasn't, she probably still, like, if she wasn't, she would have completely destroyed the Elmo at that point. She wouldn't just
その
leave.
ようね。大破した素体が見つからないと見て、新しいものに変えたんでしょう。何かを探しているみたい。物資を乗せた車両を攻撃し続けているわ。
医療物資が目的か。とにかく速やかにそこから撤退するんだ。
Let's probably try and include. I think it's really anyone associated with her attackers there.
わざわざ厄介ごとに巻き込まれに行く必要もない。
待って、マグニの増援が到着したわ。あれは前に交戦した部隊よ。
That one girl showed up. Well then, that happened. The enemies are tied up in a messy battle. They don't seem to have noticed us yet. Uh-oh. Yes, the commander's still waiting for us to bring the vaccine back. We'll be doing a guerrilla gig this time. Won't have too much time to perform. Rosa, withdraw ASAP. Understood. This is an evac mission, probably. Yeah, let's evacuate everyone with a sniper? Yeah. I guess I could choose not to have her and just bring in Kofni, but nah. Almost in the background, is it? Oh, so it is. Didn't even notice that. Exactly what she's doing. Yeah. I figured that as much, but it was still one of those, like, oof situations. What is this man weak to? Oh man, Coffee would actually been the better option there. Alright, what is the rule about you? Two tile radius around the stealth user. I mean, if I just... We can just get rid of the problem here. We don't gotta worry about the man. We don't need to worry about him. It's fine. It's fine. Fine. We can have a stealth mission if no one's alive. Here, have a grenade. Mr. Pizza says his regards. He just fell backwards. Good day to you, sir. That man got overburned still somehow. What if I could put her here? And then do this, because he's gonna slip and fall. He's gonna slip and fall. This guy's gonna get shot directly in the rear. Haha! I forgot she counterattacks. Hello, how are you today? Get hammered. With an anti-material rifle. No, the details aren't important. That's just what's bound to happen. You know what? I don't like you specifically. I don't like you specifically. Well, we can get out of here now. Can we? Yes, we can. Head on out. As long as Nemesis can, we're good. Yeah, exactly. Easy. Definitely not overlapping.
チャーリーとデルタを散れ。ロニーの正体を援護するふりをして敵を引きつけろ。本気は出すなよ。アルファは物資を確保。医薬品を乗せた車両を優先して奪え。フォックストロットはアルファの撤退を援護しろ。
Yeah, the special, exactly.
ロニーからの通信です。
奴は私が引き止めてる。アルファ隊はその隙に物資を。
Is this basically we did more than you get out?
よう、最悪が幸運でも運びに来た。
そちらの第二小隊から救援要請を受けた。なんだ、必要なかったのかな。ならすぐに撤退させよう。こちらはレンティーヌ。ロニーの邪魔になるようだ。チャーリー隊、デルタ隊は。
いや、その2体には残ってもらう。薬を持ち去ろうとしているのもお前の部下だ。
何か問題でも？医薬品物資の奪還が任務の目的だと聞いていたの？お前が敵を引きつけている隙に私たちが物資を奪い返す。完璧な作戦だろ？
あの物資は俺のものだ。
Just gonna turn into a competition with these two trying to see who gets the most boxes.
バリャーグの盗んだ物資がなぜお前のものになるんだ？このところイエローエリアじゃ連中による医薬品の強奪が横行してるらしいな。まさかお前が？おお、すまんすまん。お前がバリャーグと繋がってるとは思いもしなくてね。次はちゃんと事前に声をかけておくさ。今回だけは多めに見てくれよ。あの人形、第三世代だろ？お前の顔に免じて援護してやるから、同じ船に乗りかかったついでだ。いい
加減にしろ。俺はバリアーグとは何の関係もない。
Tina's hilarious. Yeah, as much as she annoyed me, she is kind of funny when talking to the other people.
第三世代が理由もなく攻撃してきた件については、すでに上層に報告してある。徹底的に調べ上げろとな。とにかくあの人形をどうにかしねえと。
なるほど。物資の破壊が目的らしいな。この際好きにさせておいたらどうだ？
薬を取り戻すのが俺の任務なんだぞ。あの人形を物資に近づけるな。
はいはい。
Not really sure I understand why she would be trying to get the vaccines,
アルファとフォッ
but
クスが物資の一部を確保しました。
人形の目的はそれだ。物資を運び出し、空になった車両を動かして奴を誘導しろ。それにしても第三世代人形がなぜバリア軍を？
Lintine's gaze turns towards the raging battle not far from her. The loaded vehicles are destroyed by artillery fire, one by one. One of the trucks catches her attention. Lintine's face darkens upon recognizing the doll at the driver's seat.
あの人形は。
Oh yeah, you would remember them.
副司令、積まれていた物資とともにアルファが撤退。現在フォックスが車両を制御しています。どこに向かわせますか？
Extra cash on the side. I'm talking Blue Spear. It just seems weird.
倉庫の内部だ。人形をそこに誘導する。ロニーには悪いが、物資の破壊が目的ならそれもろとも沈んでもらうさ。
It could also just simply, I mean, Varjägers are involved. If there's one group that could potentially collect stuff that could be seen as a loose end, it would be Varjägers. But at that point, it would seem, well, not necessarily. Mengi could be a problem too if they get their hands on the same thing. It could be a bargaining chip for some blackmail against them. If they figure out what it is, its true purpose is. Because they don't necessarily know what happened to the frame or the spear, or the chip. Whisper walks to the warehouse. The incessant Varjägers behind her tried to block her to the best of their ability. Her gaze sweeps through the various types of cargo, vaccines, pharmaceutical materials, weapons, but whatever she is looking for, it's not here. She steps on a landmine, causing an explosion to erupt from the warehouse. Gunfire from armored vehicles and RPGs rain down on her location, engulfing Blue Spear.
沈黙したか。
相手は第三世代人形だ。油断するな。攻撃を続けろ。
Blue Spear emerges from the smoke. Bullets swarm her, following her every move akin to a crowd of furious hornets. But she simply disintegrates the entire warehouse before leaving, paying no attention to the attackers.
ちくしょう、逃げやがった。あの人形のせいで。 こっちは散々ですよ。
Did you have intel that Gross's group is trying to steal the cargo here? Maybe. Hard to say. I mean, they are like in the realm. Or like if this is where she was operating at, like originally before she got taken out. And you know, she would know roughly where they could have gone, or like how far they could have gone. Like there's probably a travel radius that they would have had.
ロニーのやつらかなりの損失でしたね。しかも肝心の物資は俺たちにかすめ取られてるときた。
物資に執着するからだ。自業自得だよ。
Blue Spear just became a roaming bot. Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
しかし妙なこともあったもんです。第三世代の人形は財団の所有物じゃなかったんですか。なぜマグニを攻撃してくるんです。
さてね、人形は命令に従うだけの機械だ。奴らに意志なんてものはない。財団も一枚岩ではないということだろう。よくある話だ。
Interesting. Green zone in an office block owned by Mingy Security Clearweather.
ご説明いただきたいですわね。
Oh, hi, Carmen.
なぜ相手がマグニだと知った上で第三世代人形が攻撃を仕掛けてきたのか。
申し訳ありませんが、ブルースフィアの権限はすでにセシュト&ファルベンへと移っておりまして、彼女が何を目的に行動しているのか私には申し上げられません。
その目的とやらのためにこちらの部隊が壊滅寸前に追いやられたのですよ。説明する必要はないとおっしゃるのですね。
I don't know, man.
任務に忠実で余計な干渉も詮索もしない。だからこそ私たちセシュト&ファルベンはマグニとの提携を選んだはずです。違いますか？
それについては異論ありませんわ。お互いの利益が脅かされない限りは。今や我々マグニの主要部隊は壊滅に追いやられております。
Mango's getting shafted.
あの第三世代人形が偶然にも我々の任務に居合わせたとは到底思えませんわね。
Yeah, this is only going to mess with it.
それはどうかしら。何にだって例外はありますもの。事実は小説よりきなりとよく言うでしょ。それにブルースフィアのメンタルは複雑とは言い難い。目的のためには手段を選ばないところがありますから、それに巻き込まれてしまったのかもしれませんね。とはいえ、本当に任務に無関係だったらブルースフィアは手出しなんてしないはず。そちらが任務を邪魔してこない限りは。彼女は任務を優先したまで、それ以上もそれ以下もありませんよ。不運なことに任務の内容にマグニセキュリティの保護は含まれていなかった、それだけの話。
That's not gonna...
とにかくブルースフィアの仕事に抜かりはありません。あなただってそれはよく知っているはずでしょ。
This is the one time I don't understand the heartbeat monitor.
あの任務は失敗だったと記憶しておりますが。
その任務がようやく果たされた。私に言えるのはそれだけです。あの時なんてブルースフィアがスクラップ寸前になって大変だったんですから。
I'm almost like half tempted to wonder if it's tied to the song.
つまりブルースフィアは我々の任務を終わらせるために我々のものを虐殺して回ったと。
It didn't even... No, like, you don't think about it much. But, like, this is one of those things, like, as weird as it is, doing the constant memory project has made me more like alert of anything they do and anyone does in a visual novel perspective, because I literally have had to live that out twice now. Just to give a sci-fi feel. Yeah, but it's like it only makes sense in a hospital, not an office. I can't really think of a good place for it to be, unless it was like like one of those like phones ringing or something. Maybe I could see that, but not a heartbeat monitor.
さあ、捉え方は人それぞれですものね。あなたからの貴重なご意見は上層部に報告させていただきます。
Until that guy's taken out.
仕事が立て込んでおりますので、今日はこの辺で。
Hey, monitor for something else. Maybe, I don't know. It's really hard to imagine anything though. Gathering spot in the yellow zone, clear weather. Lenna accompanies Lady Issa to the so-called gathering spot where a few hooded figures have gathered, scattered around the spacious area. Lenna looks around at the various humans around them. They all look miserable, their bodies all bearing various degrees of elid. The crowd erupts into a ruckus upon the arrival of a gigantic vehicle. Each and every one of them looks up towards the figure stepping out of the vehicle.
Rockefeller だ。やっぱり生きていたんだ。
静かに。
あ。
ここにいる者たちは皆神の憐れみを賜るにふさわしい。しかし健やかな肉体を手にできるのはイモール様に全てを捧げる覚悟のある者だけだ。そうした者だけがイモール様に認められるのだ。
Yeah.
どうすればイモール様に認められるんだい。
全てに抗い得る決心とほんの少しの勇気があれば。
Yeah, there's like, what, 2 different subplots going on right now? You've got this subplot, and then you have the other one, which is the Blue Spear ordeal. The Knight gives Rockefeller a tube of drugs. Rockefeller displays the test tube full of a red liquid to the crowd before drinking it all in one swoop. The Knighter wearing a black hood, distributes identical tubes of liquid to everyone in attendance. The crowd is awash with unease and hesitation. No one dares to drink the liquid.
さあ、飲み干せ。お前たちの忠誠を示すのだ。どうした？覚悟を決めた者はいないのか？
飲むさ。
イーサさん待って、中に何が入ってるか。
これが一つ目の試練だ。その薬を飲み干して蝕めし者に抗うのだ。
Resist the intrusion with your willpower? What?
イモール様に認められるのは真に覚悟を決めた者だけ。
This just sounds like a catalyst.
決めたさ。きっとイモール様は私を認めてくださるはずだ。
Well, the line between the two of them is very thin. I hate that sound effect every time.
毒だ。毒が入ってるぞ。
Oof. Among the rowdy crowd, one man runs away, shrieking about how he isn't willing to believe in salvation. He does not get very far before gigantic crystals start growing from his body. The man howls in agony as he mutates into a fully turned elid. Wow, that was just instant. A gunshot rings among the crowd, dropping the new elid like a sack of bricks. A pair of Deus Unitas in a black robe drags him away before throwing him into the vehicle's back like a bag of trash. Eesh. Lenna tilts her head back, bringing the test tube to her mouth like everyone else. Like everyone around here. She then stumbles and falls to the ground, curling into a ball. Uh-oh. What?
3分前にレナの GPS 装置からの信号が途絶えたわ。パラデウスの拠点の位置がはっきりしたわね。
了解。もう向かってる。
Vector!
レナさんをたった一人で任務に当たらせるのは少々軽率だったのでは。
レナから送られてきた映像によると、ほとんどの信者たちは怪しい薬を飲まされて混迷状態に陥ったみたいね。
Yeah, it's rough, Redco. It is a very unpleasant sound. I'm not an ASMR guy at all. And that kind of stuff just irritates. Like, it's just, ugh.
彼らに関しては命に別状はなさそうよ。それどころか薬を拒んだ者は病状が一気に加速して生き袋と化しているわ。
生き袋に？それはつまり奴らの薬が有効だったと。
I was just thinking about it now. Have we heard Wellrod and all of them? I think we have. Did we? I don't remember if Vector's event was, I don't remember if it was, voiced. No, this is her first time hearing them. I mean, I knew Vector's already, but, because she's playable, but... Hearing I want to hear Harpsy and the rest of them if we can.
断定はできないわ。集合場所だった空き地にレナが薬を残しているはずよ。まずはそれを確保してきてほしいの。もう終わりなの？まだ私の。
It's so weird seeing her grind that like that and then just the hammer.
もういいわ。
Hammer. あいなから。
指揮官、バリア具の物資を確認したわ。医薬品のほとんどにフィリア医薬品工場のマークが記されていた。あの工場が奴らの略奪にあったのは確かね。倉庫にはもっと医療物資があったはずだけど、持ち帰れたのはこれだけよ。イエローエリアでの医薬品の強奪事件は ほとんどがバリアーグの仕業と見て間違いないわね。
ここにある医薬品だけでもとんでもない値段で売れちゃいそうです。わあ、そうなったらみんなが欲しがってたもの全部買えちゃうね。
The Harpsy has a JoJo officer stand. Oh no. She's very timid though, so I guess that kind of would work.
はあ、ブルースフィアが現れなければな。あれだけの医療物資があれば暮らしも随分と潤ったのにもったいない。
Yeah, Harpsy is definitely a character I do want to have. Actually, really just like the entirety of Team B too.
残念ながら物資を売りさばくつもりはないよ。それじゃあバリアーグの連中と同じだ。この物資を餌に医薬品を買い占めているものをあぶり出そうと思ってね。
てか、なんでブルースフィアがあそこで出てくんのよ。あいつマグニの手下じゃなかった？
The Harpsy is just evil Midori. I wouldn't say evil Midori.
物資を壊すだけ壊してさ。バリアーグに恨みでもあんのかしら。
She's standard easy, so it'll be quite banner to be quite easy. Oh, okay.
狭間に綴られる総帥の色。
あんなやつの考えなんか私が知るわけないでしょ。凍ってる組対を叩き起こすなんてできっこないわよ。
もし彼女の目的が変わっていないのだとしたら。
Possible.
つまりチップを探していた。
グローザさんからの情報によると、ブルースフィアは手当たり次第に物資を破壊していたようね。彼女の任務がまだ生きていたとしたら、目的はチップに違いないわ。
調査隊は全員が亡くなったわ。唯一の手がかりは私たちだけ。
Yeah. Literally, yeah, because they tried to take her out the last second. So, them not having anybody else.
彼女の組対もろともとっくに大破したはずだが、まだ気がかりだったとはな。
前に戦った時、彼女の支配下にはマグニセキュリティが大勢いたわ。
When they did that final blow, that took the entire squad too, didn't it? I'm not talking Dimitri's group. I'm talking Mengi Security. Because like Blue Spear was the sole survivor. I'm pretty sure that wiped out the entire team there too. If anything, man, they managed to. They managed to do some solid damage to a Gen 3 doll. If they had to force her into that form.
それが今度はマグニの連中をためらいもなく殺してる。
ええ、マグニの増援がなかったら私たちまで危なかった。
We're the ones outside the mine.
そんなのただの結果でしかない。マグニと私たちに何の関係があるってのよ。
ええ、そうよね。
She mad.
いずれにせよ、マグニとブルースフィアが純粋な上下関係でなかったことは確かね。
そうそう、バリアーグの物資の中にこんなデータが紛れ込んでましたよ。
Oh.
見たところ、エウティスを摂取した記録のようです。放射線病のワクチンや薬として使っていたみたいですね。
What would you do against a living armored, extremely mobile bomb? See, I just resort to what I do in Helldivers. If something else is a bigger bomb, then I just run up to it and be the bomb first. I am that person that uses the portable hell bomb and basically stands on top of the enemy and says, "Witness me." To drop a nuke on your location. Less so a nuke. I mean, there's bombs that you can deploy with aircraft. There is basically a nuclear device. It's not really a nuclear device, but it hits like one. You have to basically equip it, arm it, and then either carry it until you go boom, or activate it, drop it, and run away. You'd be a fine bomb trucker driver. Nah. Needs to be bigger than a bomb truck. Like, at least 16 of them in one. That gives them a chance to survive. Yeah, no, that's like a good chunk of armors. Also, this is a lot of doses right here. Vaccines used 3. Interesting. Vaccines used 1 dose, 3 doses, 290. What the heck happened this day?
誰がどのように使ったかは記されていないけど。
But yes, like, I 100% had a moment where I was dealing with a factory strider. Ran my little Mr. Pizza up underneath its belly, detonated myself while saying, "Witness me." All my friends saw was the factory strider go to the moon. They basically got team rocketed.
接種されたワクチンの数が明らかにエウティスよりも少ないわ。おそらくバリアーグの幹部だけがワクチンを使えたんでしょ
う。いずれも正式に認証されていない違法の品ばかりね。とはいえ、イエローエリアはおろか、グリーンエリアでも流通しているようだけれど、その利用者の多くがエウティスをエリット症状の特効薬だと考えている。効果があるかどうかはデータを見れば一目瞭然でしょう。
That must be a few. Yeah, like, I've had a lot of fun with Helldivers. It's been a solid game to play. I've never had I actually wonder if I could just... If I could literally just... Oh, I don't know. Hit this man, wipe them out. The AoE from Kralik takes out the rest of them. Run up here. Vepley hits all of them with her thing, and then... Because this is a 5x3, right? Yeah, or 3x5, yeah. And then bang, and then yeah, I think this might be one turnable. Just depends on how much damage the fire does from Kralik. Oh, well, it took him. You know what? We improvise. We ball. Boop.
実際のところ、エリット症状に対する有効性実験では、エウティスには症状を約 20% 以上も軽減するという結果が出ています。
I think I wouldn't turn these days. You probably can. It wouldn't surprise me. It's more of just like with the team I was using, I was like, could I do this? I was like, it all comes down to Kralik's AoE at the end there. Not damage list. Yeah, you know what? It's whatever. You can one turn these stages using almost squad. You probably could. Like you've got a good combination. You've got Kralik for a little bit of AoE or single target. The blast at the end's good for that too, because if she's well built, she'll do enough damage. You've got Vepley for some AoE, which is nice. You can choose between AoE or a single target for Groza, so it works out really well. You have like a lot of enemies. Plus, they're not very leveled.
精神的な苦痛が取り除かれることで痛みを忘れる という事実も無視できませんが。
Non-heroic modes, anything is playable. Yeah.
へえ、思ったよりも効果あるんだ。その場しのぎですけどね。一時的に痛みを取り除けるだけのいわば毒薬ですよ。効果があるように見えて、長期的に服用していると薬物依存症を引き起こしてしまうんです。しかもしばらく摂取していないと放射線病への感染率がぐんと上がっちゃいますし、特徴として幻覚が見えるんですけど、具合が良くなったっていうのももしかしたら全部幻覚だったのかもしれませんよね。
Isn't Eris the thing that crippled lady was using? I think so? Or some kind of variant of it.
何をどう服用したって放射線が体に影響を与え続けるのには変わりないのに、こういった類の薬品はドーパミンをドバドバ分泌させて気持ちよくなれるだけの代物ですよ。
Dopamine? I guess that makes sense.
エウティスを摂取した患者は治療を嫌がり、最終的には死に至る。
Well, yeah.
それが現実です。
It's a painkiller that doesn't actually address the issue. It's like a person who has their leg cut off and is currently bleeding out, but they've taken painkillers so they don't feel it anymore. All they feel it doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't solve the problem. You just make them to where they don't actually feel it anymore.
リバネーに連絡がつかない。ジャミングが施されてるんだ。最後の位置からここを割り出せるといいけど。せっかくパラデウスの内情を映像で知らせてあげようと思ったのにな。
I'm pretty sure the events, the last time like the Groza and the squad watched this kind of stuff, they probably realized a couple of things they I don't know, or this is a more important base.
イーサさん、よかった。体は大丈夫？ここはパラデウスの拠点だと思う。あれから薬を飲んだみんなが気を失ってここに運び込まれたの。目が覚めた何人かの人が生き袋になっちゃってどっかに連れて行かれちゃった。
That's gotta
イ
be
ー
a
サさんの無
nightmare.
事で本当によかったよ。体はどう？ちゃんと動く？あの変な薬で症状がひどくなったんじゃ。
体が軽い。まるで生まれ変わったみたいだ。やっぱりそうか。私は神に選ばれし存在だったんだ。
I'm sitting here slightly worried. Is she gonna accidentally end up converting while doing this?
ご覧よ。体中の結晶が剥がれてってる。なんて気分がいいんだ。あの薬は本物だ。
Makes me actually wonder if Eris is what she had.
あの薬さえあれば私は治る。この手でリリーに触れることだって。
本当だ。さっきまで苦しそうにうずくまってたのに、一体どうなってるんだろう。
I think it's more of what they were just talking about, where it's like a hallucinatory thing.
神に選ばれていないものにはわからんだろうさ。
Oh.
オルフィア先生も言っていた。放射線は私らの細胞に影響するから、人間はその苦しみに抗えなくて、やがて頭がいかれて生き袋になっちまうんだって。
Well, your brain's a cell. Of course it's gonna eventually just destroy it.
その痛みに打ち勝つには強い意志がいる。私にはその意志があったってことだ。私は特別だ。特別なんだ。
そうなのかな。
ああ、そうさ。そうに決まってる。この私が何よりの証拠だ。
Not related, but yeah.
イモール様に会わなくちゃ。
Placebo can definitely be scary. The ruckus gradually rouses more and more of the broken humans around them. One by one, they join Issa in her cries. A single Unitas clad in black robes walks towards the crowd slowly, looking down at them from above.
静粛に。選ばれし者たちよ。これより次の試練を受けてもらう。それを乗り越えた者だけがイモール様への謁見を許される。さあ、その価値を示せ。
Uh-oh. Unitas raises a bundle of test tubes filled with red liquid up high, then tosses them towards the crowd. 1, 2, 3. The crowd swarms towards the drugs, causing a stampede. One person falls down, another stomps on him savagely. He struggles and tries to get up. A roar of rage erupts from his mouth, his mutated hand grabbing ankles and pulling people to the ground. The horde of infected tear each other apart, snatching drugs from each other, putting in everything they have to get their hands on the drugs that appeared before them. Shambling body is eventually turned into mindless elids, emitting loud roars before completely succumbing. Issa attempts to open the test tube to drink all of its contents upon snagging one in the skirmish. Lenna tries to pry the drug from her, but Issa has a death grip on it. The crowd notices and lunges forward with a mix of human shrieks and elid roars, encircling Lenna and Issa. Lenna's finger touches the trigger, but she grits her teeth and puts down her gun. Sending a drug-desperate elid flying with a kick, Lenna lifts Issa into the air and swiftly runs away from the chaotic crowd. Yeah, I was gonna say this wasn't gonna work at all. Issa pays Lenna no attention and pulls out the cork from the test tube. A smack from Lenna's palm renders her unconscious. Lenna then lets out a sigh and carries Issa on her back. The jeep speeds through the yellow zone at top speed. Elids attracted by the engine noise swarm towards the jeep. Bullets pierce through the air and produce holes in Elid heads, dropping them one by one. There's Rushi, everybody. I want to hear Harp C, please. Let me hear Harp C. Harp C, please. Yay! Harp C. Totally not also biased towards another character in Group B. Totally not biased at all. Totally not. Oh man. That's funny though. She's adorable. One second. She is so cute though.
わかりません。潜伏任務といえど、パラデウスの拠点は我々にとっても未知数ですし、無事であることを祈りましょう。来る会も後から駆けつけてくれるって。
おお。
来る会が？ってことは、もしかしたら指揮官も？来る会たち、 とっくに指揮官と合流してるんだもんね。
Just don't lose her tail.
私も指揮官に会いたいです。
As Natsu. Natsu!
プロトコルは緩んだって話だし、ぶっちゃけ押しかけちゃってもいいってことだよね。
I guess I actually haven't really heard Natsu much. I don't own her in Blue Archive.
あ、着いた着いた。レナにもらった座標はここだよ。戦ったような痕跡はないみたい。ここにレナが薬を残していったらしいけど。薬の瓶みたいなのはあちこちに転がってますね。
So we have Nagisa, Natsu, and Sumire in Team B. Oh yeah. Vector does play that, doesn't she?
いずれも中身はほぼ空ですが。
You don't recognize Rushi?
残りカスだけでは分析のしようがありません。レナさんが隠した薬を探しましょう。
どこにあるんだろう。
落ちていた瓶は数にして20本以上。かなりの人数が連れ去られたようですね。
Laura bends down to pick up a shattered test tube. A few drops of liquid remain on the glass piece. The group looks everywhere in the vicinity for clues. Vector squats down and digs up a patch of soft soil. An intact test tube full of red liquid emerges from its earthly storage.
ベクターさん、それは。あった。
何これ、気持ち悪い。まるで人間の血みたい。
Well, Rod is Lapland. Oh.
ハープシーさん、確か放射線量を測定できる装置を
I can
携
hear
帯
the
していましたね。
Lapland.
それでこの辺りを測ってみてもらえませんか。
はい、車にあるのですぐに持ってきます。
また生き袋だ。どうして。
さっきから気になっていたんです。この場所に近づくにつれて生き袋の数がますます増えている。イエローエリアだとしてもこの数はあまりにも異常です。
The tone she does for Well Rod is closer to Nora from a tune. Yeah, it is. No, Nora's a bit more nasally though, isn't she? Just a little bit. Because like Nora has like that like it has that like little bit of a like nasally voice like this or something. Not like super noticeable, but it's just a little bit.
見てください。ここの放射線量、ものすごく高くなってます。まるでレッドエリアみたい。エリート患者の人たちはここに集まっていたんですよね。なんでだろう。こんなところにいたら病気があっという間に悪くなっちゃうのに。
奴らは救済の名のもとにわずかな希望にすがる信者たちを膨大な放射線にさらしていたというわけか。ヘドが出る。
永劫なる国土との別れ。降臨せよ。
I just realized we're about halfway through this.
悪いけど、さすがの指揮官の知恵度、買い取り手に引き合わせるわけにはいかないね。その代わりと言ってはなんだが、医療物資は相場よりも高値で買い取ってあげるよ。それとも医療品を他の物資と交換するかい？
君たちの立場は分かってるつもりだよ。だけどこれは人の命に関わることなんだ。
I'm gonna put this on auto so I don't misclick it, and I can just pause it when I need to mention something. It's easier that way. Unless it messes up.
それに顧客情報は私たちにとっちゃ命綱も同然だ。文字通り血の滲むような努力で一つ一つ勝ち取ってきたものさ。 そうやすやすと渡せるもんかい。そもそもイエローエリアには医薬品の買い取り手が5万といる。その一つを洗ったところでどうなるってんだい。まあ確かにあんたの想像するような元締めはいるさ。私に言えるのはそれだけだ。
That's nice
あ
of
と
her.
は自分で調べることだね。
こういうのはどうだ。さっき奪ったものの一部だがこれと引き換えに君から情報を買うというのは。
なるほど。考えたね。
That's a lot more than thank you.
出血大サービスだ。買い取り手の一人を教えてやろう。だけど気をつけなよ。金も情報も手に入らずに物資だけを奪われるなんてのはイエローエリアじゃザラだからね。
ああ、分かってるさ。
顧客の情報は送っておくよ。連絡がつくかどうかはそちらさん次第だ。
イエローエリアでの医薬品のビジネスに介入するつもりなのね。
結果的にそうなるだろうね。とはいえこの騒動が収まったところで放射線病がなくなりでもしない限り医薬品の裏取引は途絶えないだろう。それよりもパラデウスが復活した事実と奴らがヘレナとメラニーを生み出した真相が気がかりだ。私にはこの騒動の裏にパラデウスが潜んでいる気がしてならないんだ。
私、指揮官に迷惑かけた？
You didn't even do anything there. After Blue Spear's frame was placed in the crowd preservation chamber, Mei-Ling and Groza had to make multiple attempts at encouraging Melanie before she mustered the courage to leave her bedroom. Melanie has been in a constant state of unease and anxiety for the past few days. She seems to be worried that Blue Spear will start self-repairing if she ran around the Alma as she pleased. She timidly tugs at the hem of my clothes upon hearing me mention Perdeos, tears welling up in her eyes.
まさか君が迷惑なもんか。
私、帰りたくない。ずっとエルモ号にいたい。指揮官のそばにいたい。
安心なさい。パラデウスの目的が何であれ、指揮官が放っておくはずないわ。
奴らの目的は実中ハック遺跡だろう。ウィリアムは存在するべきじゃなかった。
パラデウスはすでに財団という後ろ盾を得たようね。拠点の一つを潰したところで相手は痛くも痒くもなさそう。
潰さなくったっていい。指揮官と一緒にエルモ号のみんなと一緒に遠くへ逃げてしまえばいい。
メラニー、逃げたって何も解決はしないんだ。君やヘレナを守るにはパラデウスに対抗するしかない。
話の腰を折ってすみませんが、ベクターからの報告です。パラデウスの集合地点に到着したとのこと。レナが現地に隠した薬品も見つかりました。それと集合地点で異常なほどの放射線量が検知されています。パラデウスの仕業に違いありませんね。ウェルロットは薬品に放射線による影響を和らげる効果があると見ています。
意味がわかんない。放射線を浴びさせたり和らげたり、一体何がしたいんだろう。
さあ、薬の分析が終われば何かわかるかもね。ベクター正体は現在レナの撤退を援護すべく彼女の座標が消えた地点へと向かっています。
報告終わりと。で、私たちも出発するんだよね。
その前に戦闘準備を整えておきなさい。
はいはい、わかりましたよーだ。
指揮官、ホルダニッツァから医薬品の買い取り手の情報が送られてきたわ。買い取り手の所在地はここからそう遠くないわね。
Oh man, Mekti, please. What was I saying though? I'm like sitting here thinking, like, I don't think Andoris and Belka were with them at all here. I think they were doing other things at the moment. think this was just this half of Team A. A Varieger-style vehicle is driving through the yellow zone. When it slows down to a halt, a few missiles are fired towards it, blasting it over onto its side. I think Andoris was under maintenance or something, and I don't remember what Belko was, but I know they were not involved. A squad wearing Menki security uniform swiftly encircles it.
副司令、車両は無人です。荷台も調べましたが、もぬけの殻ですね。
Mekti shares her voice with Bismarck. Wait, really? That? Oof.
車を動かしていたのはダイナーゲートでしょうか。
The drivers at Diner Gate.
すでに自爆しています。アルファ隊が回収しました。捜索を続けますか。
引き上げろ。ロニーに伝えておけ。もう少しまともな筋から情報を仕入れろとな。
Why was the driver at Diner Gate? What?
闇ブローカーに金を騙し取られるのが好きなら話は別だが。
Via pharmaceutical factory in the yellow zone. Oh, this again. I sold the raw materials we took from the Variegas at a high price to Plutzn's longtime client. The tracker moves until it finally reaches a certain set of coordinates.
この座標、あの時の医薬品工場だわ。
たく、またここ？何が悲しくてまたこんなとこに来なきゃいけないのよ。暗くて薄く見悪くてジメジメしててもう最悪。
仕方ないでしょ。発信機がここを指しているのだから。この工場はもう少し詳しく調べておきたかったのよね。ちょうどいい機会かもしれないわ。
工場についてならリバが調べてくれてる。今通信をつなげるところだ。
指揮官、ほんの一瞬だけどレナとの連絡がついたわ。
Oh, she did?
どうも思いもよらないものを見つけたみたいなの。指揮官ならきっと興味が湧くと思って。
Managed to make out the transparent bipod in the video Leva sent me. The creature within had long since turned into an elid, but remains in a mutated state.
これはまさか免疫体の実験？
おそらくはここに映ってるものはどれも失敗作でしょうけど、レナの話では薬を飲んで生き袋と化した人間はパラデウスに回収されていったそうよ。ここが彼らの行き着く先で間違いなさそうね。ベクターがパラデウスの拠点へと到着したわ。レナの撤退は彼女たちが援護するから。
わかった。クルカイ小隊もヘリでそちらに向かっている。
Black Hawk, okay. 20 minutes ago. Paradise base in the yellow zone, clear weather.
頭が。
あ、起きた。ごめん。ついとっさに手が出ちゃって。目が覚めてよかったよ。
薬は？
薬ならここだよ。しばらくは私が預かってるね。リバネーに成分を分析してもらって、薬に問題がないって分かったら返してあげる。それにしても変な薬だな。どうしてイーサさんはこれを飲んでも無事だったんだろう。
何度も言っているだろう。私が選ばれし者だからだ。成分なんざどうだっていいさ。これがれっきとした薬だってことさえ分かればね。
こんなのに頼らなくたってちゃんとした治療を受けさせてあげられるのに。カリン姉とリバネーに頼めばきっと協力してくれるはずだよ。
治療だって？グリーンエリアの連中がこんな死に損ないの老いぼれを相手にするわけないだろう。それとも何かい？見ず知らずの女の治療費用を全て肩代わりしてくれんのかい？
それはわかんないけど、とにかくお願いだからどうか諦めないで。イーサさんにはお嬢さんやオルフィア先生、それに私がついてるじゃない。
Yeah, I really have a bad feeling that she's not going to make it towards the end of this. Like, I don't feel like she's gonna withstand this. It just doesn't look good.
認められたら健康になれるなんて、そんなの絶対おかしいよ。目を覚まして、イーサさん。イーサさんだってさっきの光景見てたでしょ。みんな生き袋になっちゃったんだよ。パラデウスが救済をもたらすなんてのも全部嘘っぱちだ。
だけど私は生きてるよ。それはどう説明するんだい？
それは
お前さんにはわからないだろうけどね。イエローエリアじゃ誰もが命がけで食いぶちを稼いでるんだ。それを治療にごっそり持っていかれるのさ。きちんとした証明がなけりゃグリーンエリアでワクチンを打つのもままならない。金がなくなれば薬もワクチンも手に入らないんだ。わかるかい？死ぬのを待つだけなんだよ。グリーンエリアの連中にはわからないだろうさ。私みたいなのはあっちじゃ人間扱いされないからね。神に祈るしか術はないんだ。
Really just shows the difference between the people in those zones. Goodness.
だからってどうしてパラデウスなんかに。確かに今までは無事だったかもしれない。だけどこの先命がある保証なんてどこにもないんだよ。
Something is better than nothing, Lena. Something is better than nothing.
この世ってのはそんなもんさ。どこかしこもクソったればかりだ。私が神を信じなかったところで結果は同じだ。違うかい？誰も私らを助けてはくれないんだよ。
違うもん。そんなことないもん。リバネーだってカリンネーだって指揮官だって、それに大勢の人たちが世界を良くするために頑張ってるんだよ。それを
リリーがグリー
You
ンエリア
added
に
so much more to that
生まれていたら
dialogue.
お前さんみたいに無邪気になれたかもしれないね。
私は無邪気なんかじゃ。
結局は生まれが全てを決めるのさ。グリーンエリアじゃ何もかも金がかかるだろう。あの子は気を使って財団の奨学金を申し込むだとか学費を前借りするだとかいろんな方法があるって言うんだ。だけどあの子一人で返済してちゃ遅かれ早かれ私みたいになっちまう。だから私は生き残らなくちゃならない。ついこの間までとっくに諦めてたさ。だけど今は不思議と負ける気がしなくてね。お前さんだって私を守るために来たわけじゃないんだろう。分かっていたさ。私のことは放っておいてくれないか。
そうだよ。私の目的は診療所とこの拠点を探ること。でもそれが何？私はイーサさんを守るって決めた。あなたがどう思おうとそれは変わらないから。
調査に協力すれば正規ワクチンを打つ資格が与えられる。お前さんたちの言葉だね。お前さんの目的を果たしたらパベルに伝えとくれ。あいつがワクチンを打ちにリリーを連れて行ってくれる。
何それ。そんなの嫌だよ。絶対に嫌だよ。あなたがイーサさんが自分でリリーさんに伝えるの。分かった？
Duo creeps into. I need to click this before. Okay. The duo creeps through the base till they reach what seems to be a warehouse. Isa manages to lure the Unitats away. Yeah, this is really starting to. I mean, I already had the idea of this like for a long time. They've definitely been doing a decent job at least selling the idea that, you know, yellow zones are just horrible places, and it's just a case of like what, you know, whatever they can do to survive, they'll do.
さっきの薬がたくさん。ここに薬を保管してたんだ。
薬をくれ。一本でいいから。
Lenna stands before what looks like a bipod, examining it closely. A male body is immersed in the liquid. collapsed crystals grow out of his body. The man's entire body seems to be maintained at a state where half of it is covered with crystal and the other half is not. Lenna lowers her body, trying to get a closer look at his face, only to be greeted with eyes devoid of emotion. A green plant is growing out of each of his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Lenna prepares to observe his situation further. The areas where collapsed crystals meet skin are covered with dark-colored material. Upon a closer look, the material is discovered to be something akin to algae.
この人知ってる。さっき集合場所で薬を飲まずに逃げようとした人だ。
What?
そしたら生き袋になってパラデウスの連中に引きずられてったの。まさかこんなところにいたなんて。
Oh. I see.
よく見るとあんなにたくさん
It
入
is
っ
good
た
op
クリス
yeah,
タル
good
が
contrast.
減ってるみたい。まさか本当に病気が治った？待ってレナ、落ち着いて。そんなわけない。パラデウスが本当に病気を治してるわけが。それにこの藻みたいなのはそうか、これも何かの実験なんだ。そうに決まってる。もしかして免疫体の実験だったりして。
免疫体なんだいそりゃ。こいつはどう見ても化け物だよ。
そうか。
化け物だよ。Yeah.
植物と生
Monster.
物の融合。
Alright now.
あの藻みたいなのが小さな微生物だとしたら、この人の状態どちらかといえばブージャムに近いのかも。
I'm gonna make sure I write this down. Because when they start asking for things, I need to make sure that that is mentioned multiple times. I don't mind it when they have mistakes, but there's definitely a bunch of issues here. Which is a bummer, but like, granted, it's not, I understand that they make the mistakes with that, because, like, this has even happened in Enfield. Enfield has a couple of lines in Ian that are, when the actor says it, what's shown on screen does not match. It happens a lot. Would this text line just not exist if you had it on C invoices? Maybe? But what I find odd is, like, it just straight up, like, there's nothing here. So it's like, why even include the line then? It just seems really odd that they would do this. It's very, very, oof.
まだ生きてたりするのかな。
Oh, shoot. I was closing something. Issa walks over to the bipod and knocks it hard several times. The silent bipod is suddenly filled with bubbles, and the body within begins flailing about. Algae on the test subject spreads over his body uncontrollably, while plant stems emerge and grow from his mouth. Bunk. A large branch inside the biopod suddenly thrashes in the direction of Isla and Lenna. Emergency alarm blares, followed by the arrival of hurried footsteps.
お前たち、そこで何をしている？
Uh-oh.
しまった、見つかった。どうすんだい？
ごめんごめん。乱暴な人たちから逃げてたら迷子になっちゃって。あ、そうだ。あなたたちならきっと外と通信ができるよね。
神の住まわれる地へと迷い込んだ虫けらよ。その地で主の怒りを鎮めたまえ。
Oh. It's a swarm toward the intruders. Isa turns around, grabbing as many of the paradise trunks as possible. Ice-cold crystals emerge from Isa's body. It wasn't long before they covered the entirety of the arm hidden under her cloak. Uh-oh. So realistically, this would be a Lenna solo, wouldn't it? Hey Lenna, can I have your Wi-Fi password? Oh, it's you! I hate this dude at higher levels. Is this the one? No, it's the scythe. It's this dude, not him. This dude. I hate that debuff he has. Hey, it says evacuate. It does. Where do you... Oh. Wait, I have a stupid idea. Do I have to have 4 people, or can I just do 1? Because if it... I need to see this. I just need to see something silly. No, it would have to be Cluke. I think Cluke is the only one that would get away with it. Ah! Top left, silly. What do you mean top left? What's this? Oh, I didn't eat or do anything today. Whoops. I was like, can I do the funny thing? Can I just like, nah. Can we just not? All right. Well, I need 4 people. So whomst? Probably go with Belka Kuiha. How many people do I have that's just really that have high mobility? Because I know Belka has 9 tiles. Dion has 9 tiles. You have 9 tiles. Who else has 9 tiles? Ripley has 8, but that's a different story. Does anybody else? Oh, Kuiha has 9 tiles. Okay, wait, that means Sabrina would too, but nope, Sabrina does not. Kuiha does. Faye does. Faye does. Lynn doesn't. Yuhi doesn't. Zahui, who I don't have. Let's do fast AF boy. Let's do the fast AF team because we can. Just a bunch of people that have really high speed and mobility, and then you have Cluke because Cluke. Alrighty then. I see there's a bunch of people over here, but if they don't get near me, then I don't have to worry about it. Alright. So I could literally just, like... I feel like, doesn't this man explode? Okay, so I need to... So if I stand like right here, and then like right here, I should be fine. And that wipes out 4 people! Who cares, he's level 19. Yes, I know, but 5 damage is 5 damage. Man's over here exploding because that's a good idea. I could just blow that up. Okay. Mobility squad. Nice. And you know what? You did your job. You can leave. And then because she gains camp... Oh, that doesn't take her out. Look at that. I don't believe it. I think you're just barely missing. Yeah. Well, you know what? Do me a favor and say hello to the man up here. Let's go one down here. Do me a favor and say hello to this man. You think you have the high ground? Hello. Oh, sorry. Man on fire. I probably should have done it at her skill, but it's fine. Haha! I shoot you! Blech! Oh, he's alive. Oh, no, he just got Thanos snapped out of existence. Man got Thanos snapped out of existence. What's the name of the like deity that they're talking about? It's like Isabellor or something? I forgot. Oh wait, no. Just nope. That's not what I wanted to do. I hit Z instead of F. Imore, yeah, Imore. Miss Imore, I don't feel so good. I don't think I can do this, but hey, you're there now. Why not? Unfortunately, I don't think I can evacuate her. I think his turn ends there. Yeah. Oh, okay, that works. I guess you just simply have to be there to finish it.
Lenna, 無事だったのね。もちろん。リバネーに連絡するの苦労したんだよ。パラデウスの連中から通信機を奪ってやったんだ。偉い？へえ、やるじゃない。
Her in the robe with the face is funny.
心配して損したわ。そんな。こう見えてすっごく危険なんだから。リバネーが心配してくれなきゃやだやだやだ。はいはい。ちゃんと心配してたわよ。よく頑張ったわね。リバネーに褒められちゃった。
She's so adorable.
そうそう。ついさっき記録データを送ったよ。
The hooded colon
私のいる場
3,
所
yeah.
の座標も見れる？受け取ったわ。ベクター小隊が付近で待機してる。いざとなったら彼女たちが突撃して撤退を援護するから。
I can't with this face. She's got like the darkened like eye like face. I can't with this creature, chat. I can't with this creature. I actually can't with her.
わかった。ちょっと危なかったけど、なんとか対処できたよ。潜入を続けるね。そうだ、リバネ。一つだけお願いがあるんだけど、私を手引きしてくれた人が生き袋になりかけてて、どうしたら助けてあげられると思う？とりあえず気絶させておいたけど、持ちこたえられるかどうか。コーエリットの薬は？お医者様に処方してもらった分を飲ませてみたけど、ちっとも効果がないの。そのお医者様が言ってた。あの状態で意識を保ててるのは奇跡に近いって。彼女を助けたいのなら今すぐその場から離れる必要があるわ。
あの集合地点から極めて高い放射線量が検出されてる。パラデウスの拠点の内部も同様である可能性が高い。
放射線量が、
She's such a goof.
すごい発見があったの。送った映像データを見てみて。
これはまさか免疫体を作ろうとしているの？なるほど。高い放射線量で人体に影響を与え、そこから放射線に強い人間を選別して実験を行っているのかもしれないわね。
よくわからないけど、私が見たのは薬を飲まずに逃げようとした男の人だったよ。体中から植物が生えててブージャムみたいだった。培養層の数はそんなに多くなかったな。抜き取ったデータによると、イエローエリアの重度の放射線病患者がほとんどみたい。
あなたと同じ方法で拠点へ連れ込まれたと見て間違いないわね。
かわいそう。信じてたのに騙されて、挙句に実験体にされて。こんな拠点潰した方がみんなのためだよ。
内部の敵の数は？
さっき倒したのが3人でしょ。生き袋になった人たちも襲ってくるって考えたら、少なくとも30人は残ってるんじゃないかな。規模や内部の様子からしてどうも臨時の拠点らしいんだよね。時間を置いて信者の選別をしてるみたいなの。それまではどこかに潜んでるんだと思う。リバネーに状況を知らせてから調査を続けようと思ってたんだけど。
イーサさんが心配ね。いずれにせよ判断はあなたに委ねるわ。くれぐれも気をつけなさい。
はーい。ねえねえ、リバネー。
何？
なんでもない。
遊んでるだけなら通信を切るわよ。
That was not at all what that said.
待って、冗談だってば。
心配いらないわ。あんたには私だけじゃない。みんながついてるもの。自分の思うようにやればいいの。
分かってる。やっぱリバネーと話してると安心するな。
任務中なのよ。だらけないで。
そうだよね。それにしてもせっかく指揮官がパラデウスをぶっ潰したかと思ってたのに、あっという間に復活しちゃうだなんて。それも何の罪もない重傷の人たちを騙して信徒にしちゃってさ。拠点に来たらパラデウスの連中をボコボコにしてみんなを救い出すぞって思ってたけど、なんだかそう単純な話じゃないみたいなんだよね。今までリバネーやカリンネ、それに指揮官や大勢の人たちが世界を良くするために頑張ってきたでしょ。だけどさ、世界は本当に良くなってるのかな。なんだか分かんなくなっちゃった。
珍しいわね。あんたがそんなことで悩むだなんて。
自分でもびっくりしてる。だけど
It's more how JP writes sometimes.
今ならわかるような気がするの。自分の気持ちばっかり押し付けてちゃ何にも変わらないし、正解なんてどこにもない。みんないろんな事情を抱えてるんだってなんちゃって、私らしくもないよね。
そうやって気づけるところがあんたのいいところよ。さあ、無駄話はここでおしまい。イーサさんには時間がないわ。任務を急ぎなさい。
分かった。
Transformer isn't changing. It's not, no. It's not at all that different. Like, it's also partially to do with how JP and like Japanese and English are written. They're slightly different on meaning. After ending the call, her call with Leva, Lenna takes pictures of all the lab equipment she can find in the Paradise base and sends it all to Leva and the commander.
これでよしっと。あとは
Uh-oh.
イーサさん。イーサさん、しっかりして気を確かに。どうしよう。イーサさん、こらイーサ、しっかりしなさい。リリーのことを忘れたの？リー、そうだよ、あなたの一番大事な娘さんだよ。
Those 3 lines were very different. Okay. That was not at all what she said there.
リリーさんと暮らすために生き残るって言ってたじゃない。
リリー、そうだ、私は生き残る。私は生き残るんだ。
Crystals are emerging from Issa's body. Upon hearing Lenna mention Lily, Issa comes back to her senses. Lenna grabs Issa's wrist, reminding her again and again about Lily. Once, twice, thrice, till Issa's breathing returns to normal. She does it until Issa calms down again. Issa takes out a blood-red drink from a hidden pocket and plunges the needle into her neck with practiced motions. She lets out a sigh of relief as if she just saw a glimpse of something she had long been waiting for, a relaxed smile appearing on her face.
お前たち、信徒ではありませんね。
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
やった、任務完了。お姉ちゃん、褒めてくれるよね。
She was on the screen for 5 seconds, bro, and you just instantly throw that out.
いえ、そんな、私はイモール様を信じております。
Chat, we're cooked. Uh-oh.
ご覧ください。私はまだ人間です。どうか私をお選びください。
ならば、その信仰を証明してみせるのです。
Enter lifts a collapsed crystal into the... Oh, crap. I forgot how fast that goes. Before crushing it, the crystals on Issa's body grow and spread once again. This time, her movements have slowed down. Collapsed crystals pierce through Issa's leg. Her eyes have already turned blood red. She gurgles out a roar.
そんな、イーサさん。このお前、イーサさんに何をした？主の重木が選ばれし時が来た。すべてを捧げる覚悟があるならば、そのすべてでもって証明せよ。
Ned looks back. Sounds of thrashing come from the once quiet bipod. The human inside, no, something like that, can no longer be considered human. The Boojum crashes through the glass and attacks its surroundings wildly. Then it lifts her hand to attack the rampaging Boojum. It tries to attack Lenna and the Niter, but fails. Cringing from the pain, the Boojum turns around and sprints out of the area.
神の死に従えぬ欠陥品は消え去りなさい。
Is she actually human? What, this thing? Isn't it like some hybrid? Isn't that what these things are? Like some hybrid between, like, doll and human?
うん。お前たちはまだ意識を保っているようですね。
At least it's not a full-fledged knight, though.
それではもう一度。
Well, one of them is a doll, so...
そこまでよ。これ以上放射線量を上昇させれば拠点内のあらゆる生命体がエリットに感染し、生き袋かブージャムと化してしまうわ。
え？
神の死に耳を傾けぬ生命に存在する価値などありません。
少なくとも私にはまだ利用する価値があるのでは？
Why are you here? Why are you here?
ルフィア先生？どうしてここに？
私の患者たちは次々とパラデウスに騙されていった。誰一人として戻ってくる者はいなかった。それを見ていられなくなったの。
Aren't you gonna...
イエローエリアの人間医師。他愛もない。
Isn't that gonna mess with her though?
悪いけれど、この二人は見逃してもらえる？私の大切な患者とそのご家族なの。
They got one line for later. Ah, yes. This. Might be different, but Naitos technically have a neural cloud. Ah.
そうは参りません。我らにとっても大事な神の重木ですから。どうしてもというならば。
くだらないお遊びに興味はないのよね。この二人は私が預かるわ。重木とやらに関しては他を当たってちょうだい。
Lenna turns to leave, but before she does, she gives Lenna and Orphea a stare and mutters something about God's mercy. Orphea walks up to Issa, who has already turned into a... Rip. She opens her pendant, causing gentle music to be played and calms Issa down.
Issa さん、もう大丈夫。あなたは今、船に乗っているの。波の上で、ゆらゆら、ゆらゆら。
I mean, yeah, I don't know how the Niter just let her go like that. Or Niter, I don't know how to say it.
波があなたをそっと持ち上げると、痛みが波とともに、すっと退いてゆく。
すごい。症状が収まった。一体どうやったの？それにニーターが見逃してくれたのは。
ちょっとした催眠術よ。さあ、早くここから離れましょう。ここは放射線量が凄まじいわ。長居すれば危険よ。
待ってよ。そもそもどうやってここを見つけたの？
イーサさんを勧誘したロックフェラーは私の患者だったの。これまで数多くの患者を見てきたわ。私の両親の代から彼らのために心を尽くしてきた。だけど誰もが健康を取り戻せるとは限らない。現実に絶望した患者たちはみんなパラデウスに傾倒していった。私には何もできなかった。彼らが深淵へと落ちてゆくのをただ眺めていることしか。
It's a nice song. It's from 1. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is a really nice song.
オルフィア先生のせいじゃないよ。
イーサさんの話を聞いて、そんな自分がほとほと嫌になったわ。だからここで何が行われているのか見に来てやろうと思ったの。それからあなたたちを助けにね。
Yeah, this one's a good mood match.
そうだったんだ。で、先生、何の防護服もなしに？早くここから出ないと先生まで感染しちゃうよ。
She's probably prepared for that, I would imagine.
そんなものを用意してる時間がなくって。
Oh.
ねえ、あなたはこの世から放射線病が消え去ったら世界はどうなると思う？
みんなが安心して暮らせるようになるかな？
Not necessarily, but close enough.
そうね。だけどそれだけじゃないわ。
We need to get the Orphea now.
イエローエリアの住民たちは 治療薬のために全てを捧げる必要もなくなるし、正規ワクチンを手に入れるために血みどろの争いを繰り広げる必要もなくなる。
I have a feeling it won't be that simple.
大手の医療企業による薬の高騰で人々が困らされることもなくなるのよ。
Yeah, this
この
song
世界は大きく変わるわ。
this song is really good.
なるほど、そっか。だけどそんな日が本当に来るのかな。
This kind of feels like the song that would play like in the middle of a major battle. Like towards the end where it's like imagine like, as cliche as this is gonna sound, it's like the boss has like the enemy is already like severely weakened one of the characters and they're basically going out swinging and taking the boss with them. That's what it kind of feels like. And like this is like this song, this bit kind of sounds like it would play like after that person's like basically done her duty and they're basically slowly fading away.
放射線病がなくなるってことは、この世界から放射線が消えるってことだよね。そんなこと本当に？
ええ、来るわ。そのためならば私は鬼にだってなれる。この世に神なんてものは存在しないわ。その代わりあらゆる困難を乗り越える力が人間には備わっているの。
私もパラデウスの神なんて信じてないよ。彼女たちは完全免疫体を研究してるんだと思う。
完全免疫体？
そう、放射能からの影響を一切受けないんだ。
レナさん、今まで何年も医師をやってきたけれど完全免疫体なんて聞いたこともないわ。どんな生物だろうと放射線の影響を受けるものなのよ。異なるのは抵抗能力と人間の意志だけ。比較実験をしたことがあるの。ごく普通の栄養水を抗放射線の薬だと偽ってとある患者に渡したわ。そうしたらそれを信じた人間たちは本当に放射線の一部を防げるようになったの。その後で患者から回収した薬の中に見たこともない成分を見つけたわ。パラデウスの薬には特殊な原材料が含まれていた。それで信徒の安全を守っていたの。
特殊な原材料？
ええ、そうよ。逆行分解を通じて薬からほとんどの原材料を解析するのに成功したわ。あとほんの少しなのよ。
けど残りの成分を見つけるにはどうすればいいの？
いずれわかるわ、レナさん。私にはまだ時間があるもの。イーサさんを連れてここを離れなさい。彼女の容体は一刻を争うわ。これ以上ここに留まるべきじゃない。
オルフィア先生はどうするの？
私はここに残って患者たちを助けるわ。完全にみんなを救うことのできる薬剤を研究し終えるまで。
私はイーサさんを連れてここを離れるよ。それにオルフィア先生も。先生をここに残していったって病気が重くなるだけかもしれないから。指揮官はパラデウスを壊滅させたことがあるの。こんな場所に未練を抱く価値なんてあるように思えない。
ここでなら治療方法が見つかるわ。
ごめんなさい。私は指揮官を信じる。オルフィア先生が何と言おうとこんな危険な場所に置いていくわけにはいかないもん。
指揮官、それはあなたが信頼する仲間？
指揮官の行動にはきっと理由があるんだ。
ベクター正体が待機しているわ。指揮官からの最新の任務は徹底的にパラデウスの拠点を破壊し、一般市民がパラデウスの実験体になるのを防ぐこと。
任務はきっと成し遂げてみせるよ。オルフィア先
They did a
生、
great job with her
そ
here.
ろそろ出発しよう。ここを立ち去る前の最後の大騒ぎだ。
任務が終わったかと。
Mechty! At the same time, the Black Hawk helicopter.
思えばまた任務だよ。いつになったら少しは楽になるんだろ
Make Mechty noises and you might.
う。レナさんがたった
Oh,
一人で
Doris!
潜伏任務についてるから、私たちの助けが必要なんだよ。間に合うといいけど。
大丈夫だって。人間とのコミュニケーションの面から見てもレナは誰よりも適任だからさ。これが来る回だったらムカついたやつを片っ端からぶっ殺してるだろうね。
Please don't blue screen. Please don't blue. Yeah, please.
あんたなら成功するような口ぶりね。
はいはい。人間とのコミュニケーションって最高にめんどくさいんだよな。やっぱりこっちの方が楽でいいや。まだ目的地に着かないの？レナが大活躍してるってのにもたもたしてらんないよ。言っておくけど私が大活躍する必要はないからね。
we know, Mechty. We know.
指揮官が言ってた。私たちの役目はベクター正体を支援することだって。パラデウスの拠点に囚われてるレナとレナの言ってた人間の医者を助け出すだけでいいんだって。
何怠けてるのよ。パラデウスの拠点を破壊するのも任務の一つだって言ったでしょ。
Belka and a great dynamic in the team. They have their moments. Otherwise, I'd say these two are they're about the same as these two.
それはベクターたちの任務じゃん。私たちはただのおまけだよ、おまけ。
The high energy and the zero energy of the two. Oh, that's what you mean. I see.
目的地の付近に着いたよ。着陸地点を探してるところ。
まともに着陸できる場所なんてどこにもなさそうだけど。
ヘリの高度を下げてここから飛び降りるわよ。3分後に敵を迎撃する。すべての準備を整えておきなさい。
了解。来るかいお姉ちゃん。この高さで飛び降りるの？
さっさと乗りなさい。
Oh.
嘘でしょ。バイクに乗ってそのまま降りるの？
捕まってなさい。
待って、やっぱさ。
Mechty, no!
やって。わかったよ。
Poor Mechty. The Black Hawk lowers its altitude. The engine roars. The engine roar fills the entire Paradise base. Vector's team has already charged into the Paradise base and engaged elids in combat using the coordinates Lenna provided. Fugems are plenty, while numerous elids and new elid infectees turn into elids with every passing step. That's terrifying, actually. A resounding rumble can be heard from the ceiling of the Paradise base. The next moment, it is completely gone. Lupe descends from the sky on her bike. Her gunfire is accompanied by the roar of her engine, destroying all the— I didn't get to read that! This is everyone, prepare for battle. Pay attention to Lenna's location and meet up with her ASAP. Nice camera. What are you doing? I wasn't thing this time. Lay down more suppressive fire, no slacking. Oh, these two are here! Really? I mean, they're not gonna be that hard, but I hate these dudes. The moment they're like, I'm gonna look at this guy on the opposite side of the stage, it's just like, well, alrighty then. Well, I know what team this one is. Belka's already in here. Michty. The Chunka boys. The Chunkers are here. Not the Kukui stack. She sleep. She sleep. She's out cold, guys. She sleep. Aki is so goofy. Yeah, I know, if I can do this. But you can only do so much with it. You can only zoom in so much. She sleep though. I cannot do heroic mode on this map. Oof. Well, eliminate both of them. Hey, Kukai, you wanna have fun with them? Can you do it? Hey! I'm all you need. GG.
神の元寇を授からぬ者に神の恵みを賜る資格はなし。
It doesn't matter. They're so low leveled. It really doesn't matter. It's just funny.
ごめんごめん。あんたらの神には興味ないんだな。これが神とやらを布教する前に神を信じて死んでいった患者たちに懺悔しな。闇はいたり、どこにも逃げ場はない。
I'm going to assume they work like they're like higher boss tier, where it's like if they're close to each other, they're not going to take like any damage. At least that's what I would assume. Because like that was something I always hated having to deal with, was like they didn't, like if they were close enough to each other, they took like no damage. Well, one of them did. I think the other one just had their attack up. And it's like, I hated that because one of them would like be the tankiest thing on Earth. And if you needed to complete the fight within like X number of turns, it ruined you.
Lenna, 敵がそっちの目標地点へと集結してる。小隊が60秒後に合流するわ。わかった。目標地点に到達したよ。静寂へとキスがよい。3、2、1。
Bomb! Lenna reaches her destination after following Leva's instructions. The dark tunnel looks like a dead end. The Ninth Order forces approach, trying to seal off Lenna's retreat. The ground next to them explodes the very next second. They are assaulted by a hail of gunfire.
敵の約 30% を撃破完了。
みんなお疲れ様。遅れちゃったかな。全然パーフェクトなタイミングだったよ。ここは私たちに任せて。早く撤退して。お願いね。今すぐ撤退するから。
私たちの正体だけでこのパラデウス拠点を完全に壊滅させるのはおとぎ話に近いでしょう。
But the backup dude went to sleep. What?
さらなる支援を要請すべきかと。
うん。私たちだけでやるよ。
I was gonna say, she probably has enough explosives on her because that's how she is.
かといって任務のために組対を損なってどうします？
ここの放射線量、さっきの集合場所と同じでとてつもなく高いです。レッドエリアには及びませんが、危険なことには変わりありません。 ウェルロットが組対のこと言い出すと思ったよ。さっさと吐ければ問題ないんでしょ。
404の任務報酬ですら我々4名の組対を投入する価値はないというのに、この任務は完全にボランティアなのでしょ。
Yeah, you have the commanders on loyal.
だって指揮官の頼みだから。
I was gonna say it's the mission for the commander.
そりゃ優遇しとかないとね。
組対を守りつつ任務を達成することもできるはずです。招待の投資利益率並びにメンバーのコンディションを確保するのが私の仕事ですから。
安心しなって、きっと大丈夫だからさ。
私が敵を引きつけるから、あなたたちで包囲して。速度重視。
了解。
It's so weird hearing their voices now because it's like I'm pretty sure I don't remember that, and so I'm like, this is nice to actually hear them. Lenna quickly leads her group back to the Blackhawk with support from Vector's team. As the helicopter gains altitude and leaves the scene, Vector's team disengages from battle and leaves the Paradeos base.
指揮官。
クルカイさんはすでに指揮官と合流しているし、プロトコルもある程度融通が利くようです。
つまり私たちもクルカイさんみたいに指揮官に会いに行けるってことですか？
I was gonna say, shouldn't they know? Oh no, they don't know yet. Some of 404 knows, but I don't think all of 404 knows.
いずれチャンスは巡ってくるはず。
ベクター、状況は？
Yeah.
撤退完了したよ。いつでも攻撃できる。
At this point, no, since VV's event has yet to happen. Yeah. So they wouldn't know this yet. Because I think at this time, like, it's somewhat known. Like, I think Monsoon knows, and some of Zuchero, I think Zuchero knows. But I don't think that's been basically openly broadcasted yet. Because, like, Dandelion being here, I think, was, like, one of the major reasons why it starts to... This is before the Vector event. I don't think it was the Vector event, though, that this started at, because I remember they were talking about this in, like, around this time, weren't they? It was, like, the beginning phases. Where they were looking into the agreement a bit, I think.
アンドリス、やって。わかった。
Because Dandelion's been in the is already on the Elmo in this event, but I think it's just a matter of like it's starting to it's starting to wane a bit, but I don't think it's known much yet. Because that dialogue basically says that most of them don't know yet.
この人がイーサさんで、こっちがオルフィア先生。
Doris channeling her in emote, yes.
オルフィア先生はイエローエリアでエリットの重症患者の面倒を見てきたの。パラデウスの内部に来てくれたおかげでイーサさんが助かったんだよ。
Stare at the calm and composed doctor before me. Her gentle demeanor, judging solely by her appearance, suggests she is a empathetic humanitarian who saves patients and detests the corrupt. However, those able to stay in Paradise cannot be completely clean. Unlike Lenna, who trusts this doctor, I hold only apprehension towards Paradise.
はじめまして。レナさんからお話は聞いているわ。お会いできて光栄よ。
慣れ慣れしくしないでいただきたい。フィリア医薬品工場はあなたの傘下にある企業ですね。
ごめんなさい。何のことだか。
イエスかノーか、それだけを聞かせてほしい。
Before the commander even finishes speaking, girls and the other dolls next to Orphea have already raised their weapons ready for action.
指揮官さん、初対面なのに随分とご挨拶なのね。質問には答えるわ。銃を下ろしてちょうだい。
I can understand why she would be they would be apprehensive.
お前たち先生になんてことを。一体何が目的なんだい。やめろ。話せ。
待って、きっと何かの誤解だよ。イーサさん、落ち着いて。治ったばかりなんだから体に触るよ。
Isn't she also slightly dangerous to have on board?
レナさんの言う通りよ。病み上がりなんだから感情が高ぶると体に悪いわ。
レナ、こちらへ。その隣にいるのがもうとっくに人間じゃないってこと忘れたの？
Lenna turns to look at Issa, who is wheezing. She manages one step away from Issa before she hears the latter start mumbling.
行かないでくれ。母さんを見捨てないでくれ。やだ。やめろ。やめろ。
Oh. Lenna walks over to the curled up body of Issa and starts gently patting her on the back.
リリーはいなくなったりしないわ、イーサさん。リラックス。リラックス。
イーサさんは怪物になりかけてたけど、ヘリの上でオルフィア先生に助けられたの。
問題はそこだ。違法薬品を製造するには技術と原材料、そのどちらも欠かせない。イエローエリアでそうした技術を持つ者は限られる。
I mean, I understand she's part of the group, but it is one of those things where it's like I feel like they would probably want to have her contained, at least under control.
エリッド患者を治すことのできる医者などもってのほかだ。
Oh, I see why he's. I see. Okay, no, I understand.
お褒めに預かり光栄だわ。
He's suspicious of her because of this. I see.
調査の結果、あなたから提供されたワクチンの成分は放射線病を予防する上で正規のワクチンを上回るほどの効果を見せている。
イエローエリアの医師が効果的な薬を開発できないなんてルールどこにもないはずだけど。
It's our long story. We've been part of that has been us, me yapping though, so it's not really 6 hours yet.
普通の医者ならば、パラデウスと無関係であったなら、まだ信じられたかもしれない。だが、こちらにはあなたを疑うに十分な証拠がある。患者に処方した薬の中にパラデウス由来の謎の成分を混入させたという明確な証拠が。
それでその証拠は？
レナが隠しておいたパラデウスの薬にはごく微量だがその謎の成分が含まれていた。そしてあなたの作り出したワクチンからも同じ成分が検出されている。
Like, if I didn't yap as much, we probably would have at least trimmed this down by an hour and a half.
どういうこと？先生がパラデウスの拠点に来たのは患者たちを救うためで。
That would explain why the Neither would just back away.
めんなさい。
Then noticed Ophelia with a bit more suspicion. She has heard Ophelia speak about her dreams before, and she has conveyed it all to the commander. They both yearn to save the world and its people. These similarities between the commander and Ophelia have made Lenna subconsciously choose to believe in Ophelia's words. But now the commander speaking to Ophelia in such an icy tone, Lenna could almost believe that Ophelia might not be as innocent and friendly as she thought.
薬の成分を調べたんならどこで作られたかにかかわらず、それが放射線病患者を治すことのできる良薬だと気づいているはずよ。 工場から薬の成分までよく調べ上げたわね。私に興味津々なのかしら。
At the same point, like, she doesn't seem inherently like a bad person. Yes, she's using stuff that might not necessarily be great if it comes from like Paideus and stuff, or at least the similar makeup of it. But I feel like it comes down to the intent behind her, I would say.
バリアーグが薬の原材料を奪い続けているのは、それを買い取る者がいるからだ。その者は原材料から薬を作り出せるだけでなく、ブラックマーケットでの高価買い取りを通じてイエローエリアでのバリアーグの強奪を支持してきた。直接手を下してはいないが、闇ブローカーのルートを通じて一連の騒動を引き起こした張本人だ。財団の手段とよく似ている。
財団ですって？今のは聞き捨てならないわね。医薬品の価格が高騰し始めたのは、私が原材料の大規模な回収を推し進める前よ。バリアーグは私の依頼を引き受けてくれたわ。正規の医薬品の配達はマグニセキュリティの担当よ。彼らに正面から挑めば劣勢を強いられるのは確実だもの。バリアーグは金を稼ぎたい。私は薬の原材料が欲しい。利害が一致したまでよ。
だけど、どうしてそんなことを？
人々を救うためよ。
This is a, what is it called? Ends justify the means?
今やイエローエリアの人たちにとって薬は贅沢品と化しているわ。助けを求めてきた人々が死んでゆくのを見ているだけなんて私にはできない。原材料が奪われた。薬を開発している企業にとっては些細なことよ。それに今はどこだって保険が効くから。
何それ？そんなの間違ってるよ。バリアーグが強奪してばかりいたら、イエローエリアでの暮らしが困難になるに決まってる。
バタフライエフェクトという言葉はご存知？だけど引き起こした嵐が最終的にどうなるかなんて蝶にはわからない。
I like how she said butterfly effect, but they don't word it here.
お前もパラデウスの実験に加わっていたんだな。
レナさんもあなたもパラデウスを随分と憎んでいるのね。私にしてみればあれはみんなを救う希望よ。患者を救う術を見つけるまでは彼らと協力するわ。
Ah, well, there's that.
協力だと？そんなものは協力なんかじゃない。さらに多くの者たちを深淵に突き落としているだけだ。
It's been so many years, but Paideus is still around. The doctor does not seem to know about Paideus' true plans. Yeah. Relics, fully immune individuals, their existence bestows Paideus a chance at grasping absolute power. So she could just simply be misled or other things. Even the military is still infested with a significant faction that attempts to draw power and control through collaborative partnerships with Paideus.
パラデウスはあなたのような存在を通じてまるで雑草のようにはびこり続けているんだ。私はすでに一度パラデウスを壊滅に追いやっている。二度は必ず存在する。
どけ
Issa has lost her grip on reality. Now unable to determine friend or foe, she seems more like a Boojum that destroys all rather than a regular Elid. The Elmo, still on the move, suddenly suffers an impact. Issa takes the opportunity to grab Dr. Orphea and Lenna before running away.
指揮官、おびただしい数の生き袋から攻撃を受けてるわ。
Well, I mean, it is one of those, like, what is this? This is kind of like one of those. What is it? The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
迎撃準備を
Like that's what I would. That's like my initial thought. There is the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because it's like it doesn't seem, her overall goal doesn't seem bad. It's just her methodology of how what she used is what is the problem. Because like I said, it's the ends justify the means situation. Destroyed is the strong word. Well, I mean, he's not wrong. Didn't think that's what he was saying before. Oh, there's a lot of dudes here. Okay. Does it even matter? No, it doesn't. Can I just normal attack? Yeah, it's this low level. I don't know why I did that, but it's fine. That still did that much? Okay. Can I actually just... Can Vepley just do this and that hits both of... No, it doesn't. If I do this, does it hit both? Does that hit both? Nope, it does not. I have to throw it on ourselves. No, that's just out of range. Eh! Could do this though. I'll keep it there for now. You don't need anything. I think everyone else. Oh, there's a crime. There's a Kreisbolt. He's coming. He's approaching. What? What was it? Oh, never mind. I thought something like was starting to spawn in over here. It's just an entire second group. I think I can do this. I know the moment I do this, this is going to antagonize them. Could just open fire on them right now. I was gonna say just yeah, I'll just open fire. Well, can I just? That doesn't destroy cover. Vepley's used her skill. I don't think... Yeah, that does not destroy either. We'll get Lucky Rabbit, but the rabbit's not really that smart. It doesn't matter. I'm over here, like, trying to avoid getting hit, and I'm like, nah. We'll do what we can. The Rush Bat's probably going to be able to attack anyway. I'm just going to get rid of this guy. Groza should be able to counter most of them. I think that's all the counters she has, though.
Rufia 先生、一体何が目的なの？イーサさんがこうなることも先生はとっくに知っていたの？
あなたの指揮官が私の医薬品工場に興味があるならそこで会いましょう。そこには私の生産ラインがあるわ。協力するつもりが終わりなら利益の大部分をお渡しできると約束するわ。
協力？
そう。これまで違法薬品を生産し続けてきたわ。正規の原材料を手に入れるにはかなりのコストがかかる。患者への提供ももはやボランティアみたいなものよ。だから時には比較的効果の薄いごく普通の薬を作って闇ブローカーに渡しているの。いずれにせよ法外な値段を取ったことはないけれど、もしお金が必要だったら薬の価格を上げたっていいわ。
Yeah, it'd be the same problem.
だけどそれじゃさらに多くの住民たちが薬を買えなくなってしまうけれど、薬の値段を上げずにお金を稼ぐ手段はあるわ。生産規模を増やすのよ。そしてそれには絶対的な武力が必要となる。どうかしら指揮官。
興味はないな。
決断を急がなくたっていいのよ。私の工場であなたの訪れを待っているわ。そうそう、工場の他にもパラデウス内での実験データの一部があるの。きっと興味が湧くはずよ。
Yeah.
パラデウス内での実験データですって。面白そうね。
パラデウスの拠点を一掃していた時にレナからの映像にあった培養層を見かけました。実験データが手に入るならヘレナやメラニーに隠された秘密がわかるかもしれません。
協力ですか？
彼女と協力するつもりはないさ。
指揮官。
君とパラデウスとの因縁は分かってるよ。一部の信者が生き残るためだったとしても、彼らの行動でさらに多くの者たちが深淵へと引きずり込まれてしまう。メラニーが言っていた。パラデウスは実験を通じて人間をブージャムにしてコントロールするのが目的だと。レナからの情報によると、パラデウスは患者の治療や医師の懐柔を通じて実験用の重症患者を集めているらしい。放射線病を完全に防ぎ肉体を治療できる薬そんなものはイエローエリアはおろかグリーンエリアやホワイトエリアにも存在しない
そんな薬が現れたら誰もが我先にと飛びつくでしょうね。
Theory is taking form in the depths of my mind. If my guess is true, I'm afraid that Perdeus of today has already taken root deep within the entire system, like a tree of darkness. Its fungus-like roots deep in numerous factions. Which is kind of funny considering the pendant on the doctor's outfit that she, or like the necklace that she has, is a tree.
マグニセキュリティ医薬品。
もしそれらがパラデウスを利用して生物実験を行っているのだとした
。あるいはパラデウスから放射線病の薬を手に入れるのが目的か。どちらにしてもそこから得られる利益は多くの勢力を引きつけるに十分なものだ。
商業的または政治的な支援、いずれかがあればパラデウスは急速に台頭しだすでしょうね。
Yup. If the world is like this, destroying Paradise's base would do nothing to stop them. Just how many factions consort with Paradius? High-level government officials, the conglomerates. Even without those troubles, I am, in my current state, still capable of my current state, still capable of destroying Paradise again.
あの医者と話をしに行きましょう。
Lily bites her lip, forcibly suppressing her hate towards Paradeus. Without enough intel, perhaps a short-term collaboration is the last resort, but one that she has to accept.
情報さえ手に入れば、ヘレナちゃんやメラニーちゃんに隠された秘密がわかるかもしれないですし。
They fixed the text speed. I probably have been clicking it because I do that impulsively, but this actually is pretty good.
どの勢力と協力関係にあるのかわかるかもしれない。
Actually, does not seem like it's slow at all.
無理するな、コルフェン。情報を手に入れる方法なら いくらでもある。パラデウスと協力などするものか、たとえ情報のためだけだとしても。
副司令、手に入れた薬は闇ブローカーを通じて売却できましたよ。原材料の方も話がついてます。現在アルファが取引地点へと運んでいます。
I'd like to document it. Well, her outlook on him has changed a lot. Like that, the chapter that involves her a lot. Like those last few moments of that chapter where she's like, where they're just the two of them. I think it was one of those like major defining moments for both of them where they started to understand each other. And I think that's been something that's been hard, considering how like cryptic and, well, how she's been hiding a lot throughout most of the story. And then that chapter hit and everything came off. Like the mask that she had on slipped off quickly, which was probably better to really showcase like her true motivations.
よくやった。金が入ったらお前たちに飯をおごってやろう。財もせっついておけ。こっちは支援に駆けつけてやったんだ。出場費くらいは出してもらわないとな。
You matched again, isn't it? It's quite weird that only happened during the pay on days base part. It seems it's specific to certain people.
了解。ローニーのやつ、俺たちがあの薬を売却したものだと疑ってるみたいです。
Like, they're going to put more focus on the voice actors that are playing like major characters, in which case are the dolls or the commander. So it would make a lot of sense that both of them would probably see a lot more of that like JP writing tweak. Used to play hot. Yeah, we're getting there. I wanted to cover the story because it's going to be done over.
あいつは財団の犬だからな。任務の遂行が何よりも大事なのさ。財団の任務を達成すれば、最終的にはあの男が膨大な利益を得る。任務じゃかなりの部下を失ってるが。また募集でもかけるんだろう。ああ、そうそう。私も人形の部下を申請するつもりだ。
人形は信用しないんじゃなかったんですか？意外ですね。あなたが自分から人形を部隊に加えると言い出すなんて。
No.
そりゃあな。いつどこにバックドアが仕込まれてるか分かったものじゃない。
Oh, that's what she's going after.
昔のことを忘れるもんか。事前に声をかけておくさ。人形は人形だ。単なる道具でしかない。お前たちの待遇に関しては心配するな。人間と人形を入れ替えるつもりはさらさらない。
わかりました。
Lindsay trying to try harding to prove the commander a point that becoming a bum in the yellow is a bad idea. Yeah. Kenny leaves. A dense array of doll profiles are displayed in front of Linton, with each with their different descriptions of their status. Linton's fingertip traces the screen until she reaches across a particular doll file. Niketa.
Griffin.
Oh no, never mind. Profile.
子守歌計画
The lullaby. Decade-old memories resurface within her mind. Linton is reminded of the man who left Griffin all those years ago. It's been a long time since she last saw him. Yet one thing remains unchanged. He still possesses exceptional mastery over commanding dolls in combat. Her fingertip touches the screen. A particular doll marked as abandoned within Night Security's database has been added to Linton's request list for dolls. Oh, maybe not. Abandoned.
任務完了。みんな警戒を怠らないで。安全に帰還するまでは気を抜けないわ。
Okay, abandoned, huh?
エリンダ、工場の地下にある薬を他へと移すわよ。
わかった。どれだけ移すの？
全部よ。拠点の位置がバレたわ。地下道を通って逃げなくちゃ。
全ての薬を予備のセーフハウスに移すの。
お姉ちゃん、何があったの？勝手にどっかに消えたかと思えば、今度は薬を全部移すだなんて。っていうか、なんでこいつがここにいるのよ。
ああ、レナさんね。イーサさんが招待したの。これから訪れるお客様を歓迎するにはなくてはならない存在よ。
指揮官と協力するんじゃなかったの？どうして取引に使う薬をエリンダに運ばせたりするのさ。
だってあなたの指揮官とは違って私には戦う術なんてないもの。向こうが手出ししてきたら私にはどうしようもないわ。
お姉ちゃん、バカなことはやめて。
いいからあなたは薬を運びなさい。指揮官が協力に応じてくれるのならそれを最初のプレゼントにするわ。
He doesn't need them though.
指揮官、
Levels up's room.
通信要請よ。
もう着いたのに何をためらってるの？
当然でしょ。どんな小細工してんのか分かったもんじゃない。
身の安全を案じるべきは私の方だと思うけど、協力関係の公平性を保つためにも指揮官だけをお客様としてお招きするわ。招いていないお客様は連れてこないでいただける？
指揮官、私たち。
私だけで行くよ。
After ending the call, the Elmo falls into silence for a while.
相手が一人で来いと言ったからといってその通りにする必要はないと思いますが。
あ、来るかい。指揮官が入った後でこっそり後をつけるつもりでしょ。まるで変態。
そうだと言わないで。指揮官、私たちが外で待機しています。何かあればすぐに支援に向かいます。
それなら私も同行するわ。
Mekti's like, what did I do? Hang on, I got so distracted by the Mekti. You just hear.
まるで変態。
I walk into the Fia pharmaceutical factory. The place is cleaner than I thought. A conveyor belt enters my view. It is working at full power, continuously producing drugs.
指揮官、工場を見学なさる？ここは主に全自動で生産が行われているの。密封状態で薬を生産し、出来上がった製品はベルトコンベヤーを通じて地下の貯蔵室へと運ばれるわ。一般人やバリアグといった盗人が立ち入っても停止した生産ラインからは何一つ得られない。
Oh, okay.
つまり警備マシンすら必要ないというわけか。
この辺りに住民はいないし、初歩的な生活施設もないわ。だから誰かがここを訪れる心配はほとんどない安全なエリアよ。生産ラインが全て稼働していればイエローエリアの医薬品の相場に打撃を与えるほどの量を生産できると自負しているの。
Why does her voice sound familiar when she says Skikon?
指揮官、工場を見学なさる？指揮官？指揮官？
Don't know. It sounds somewhat familiar.
君の目的は一体何なんだ？パラデウスとの協力は薬を研究開発するための口実に過ぎないのだろう。違法薬品を生産していることが知られたら他の勢力に強奪されるのは時間の問題だ。
ええ、だからこそ生産量をコントロールして客を選んで目立たないようにしているんじゃない。だけど今は目の前にチャンスが見えるわ。グリーンエリアの上層部とのつながりを持ち、膨大な数の戦術人形と移動要塞を持つ者、それが一般人なわけないわよね。退役した軍人を何人も治療してきたけれど、誰もが人生を任務に捧げてきてるわ。多かれ少なかれ一般人を救ってきた経験がある者ばかりよ。だけど退役した途端、痛々しい放射線病と 法外な医療費のせいで彼らのプライドはズタズタに引き裂かれてしまった。
Yeah, I think it's more of she thinks she's like she believes she's doing the right thing, and to some degree she probably is. But the problem is she's throwing everything into chaos and causing a whole bunch of problems from it. So it's kind of a rough situation of what she's doing it can be considered like good, but the effects of what it takes to do it is the problem. Well, all the more.
あの財団どもが医薬品の価格を操って衛星都市の政府の権限を使ってワクチンを厳しく取り締まっていなかったが、イエローエリアの者たちが生きる道を断たれることもなかったのよ。
自分が作った薬で衛星都市のルールを崩そうというのか。
この世界を変えるにはこの世界の覇者になるしかない。私たちなら協力し合えるわ。私が薬を提供してあなたが衛星都市の政治に加わるの。衛星都市の管理権限さえ手にすれば多くの人を救えるわ。イエローエリアの住民に有利な政策があればイエローエリアの住民が最大限衛星都市へと移住したくなるはずだし、衛星都市の実力が十分ならそのまま。
政治権力のシステム。
Yeah. She doesn't get it. It's okay. I see why. She's got, like, again, this is one of those, she has the right idea. I think what she doesn't realize is who she's dealing with and why this might not necessarily work at the same time. The mere mention of it makes my stomach churn. Back in Griffin, everyone was simply a pawn of somebody above them. Despite the illegality of Paradise's experiments, I almost want to say paradise sometimes when I look at this. It's very close to it when you think about the actual pronunciation. A good number of factions in the URNC are still willing to support the next step of their research for their own benefit. I stare at the young lady before me. Her eyes are brimming with tears, as if she's really sincerely beseeching me to accept her proposal. Would I go back to the URNC? If I agreed with the URNC's choice back then, I wouldn't have chosen to leave on my own.
私と協力してくれる?
She doesn't get it, but she's not. No, she's both wrong and right. I think that's the problem. She's both wrong and right.
薬はみんなの命を守るための礎であり、権力の頂へと登るための重要な手段でもあるの。私たちなら薬を使って票を勝ち取れるわ。多くの者たちを救えるのよ。
パラデウスと関わりのある勢力と協力し合うつもりはない。
どうして？あれらの生物実験は人道的とは言い難いかもしれないけれど、信者たちが自ら望んだことなのよ。
望んだ者など一人もいない。
Yeah, they're not willing. If they truly had the choice, they wouldn't do it. That's desperation. You're confusing for free will.
パラデウスに迫害された信徒も、彼らが開発した完全免疫体も。
Yeah, she's making the problem of confusing like desperation with true free will. Decimates yellows on people on how she wants to get things in the fix. It's spending. Well, yeah, that's exactly. It's ends justify the means. It's a good idea, but the problem is her methodology about achieving such an end is flawed. And it's causing a ripple that we've been seeing throughout the entire storyline so far. She just doesn't see that perspective because she's not noticing it. She has a good intention, and I think the commander will probably realize that. Maybe. But I think this is going to be the dose of reality that she needs to be hit with.
望んで犠牲になった者などどこにもいないんだ。
選択できることはそもそもが贅沢なのよ。
But that's not free will. Free will is being able to choose without the need of desperation or It's why you always make the choice. That's why they always say, what is it, duress? Is something that is an excusable reason for certain things. That's not technically free will and in some shape and form. There's a lot of exceptions to it. You're forced into doing something. Desperation is one such avenue. Alright, see you, Red. Go have a good one, man. If a contract is signed under duress, it can be avoided. Well, yeah. But that's the point. Is I think, again, she's confusing. Like, she sees people that are willingly stepping into that as, you know, but as them choosing to do so. If they truly had the freedom of choice, they probably wouldn't do this because they wouldn't be under such circumstances. The problem is, they are, and she doesn't get that. That's the problem. She misunderstands that as choice, when in reality it's desperation and lack of it. Because something is better than nothing. This is where I hope the commander can give her a dose of reality here.
イエローエリアの人たちの前に敷かれている道なんてごくわずかしかない。そこから比較的希望がありそうな道を選べば、少なくとも絶望の中で死ぬことはなくなる。
完全にパラデウスに洗脳されているようだな。
お互いを利用し合っているだけよ。私には彼らが必要だから協力しているの。
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's not what he wants to hear.
パラデウスが重症患者に最後の希望を与えていなかったら、絶望にむせぶ病人たちが終わりへと向かう方法はいくらでもあるのよ。パラデウスは少なくとも彼らに意志を与えた。生き残るという意志を。
パラデウスにとって命なんてものは虫けらでしかない。奴らは全てを踏みにじる。ブージャムの制御だけが目的だと思ったら大間違いだ。彼らの行動は全て遺跡を開くため。
Clashing ideals argument. No, it makes sense.
遺跡の中にある力はあらゆる勢力が我先にと飛びつくに十分だ。パラデウスと協力するのはやめて、私に全ての証拠を渡せ。そうすれば命だけは見逃してやる。
This is the reality.
私を見逃すですって。パラデウスには私の追い求める目標があるのよ。
Rip.
ここを離れるわけがないじゃない。
Rip.
パラデウスの目的は人々を救うことなんかじゃない。全てを捧げて研究に取り組んだって何の収穫もありはしない。
But she's such a good... Bruh. Bruh. Just because she said... I folded. Yeah. No, I... So we cannot fix her. I don't know. It ain't looking good right now. It ain't looking good.
人を食らい尽くす組織の中で人間性を失っていくだけだ。財団とパラデウスの協力だっていつ終わるとも限らない。
私を心配しているの
？Less so worried about your safety. Because he literally just said that he will let you live if you do this. Otherwise, it sounds he will literally kill you. It's more of trying to basically challenge you against this belief.
哀れんでいるだけさ。パラデウスに飲み込まれるであろう魂をね。情報を手にするために君はパラデウスのあらゆる要望を実現し、 全てをパラデウスに捧げ続けることになる。パラデウスにとって君はいつでも捨てられる駒でしかない。
Oh, there's that face. That's a new face.
理想のために命を落とすのは立派だが、道を誤ったな。パラデウスを離れろ。これが最後の忠告だ。
離れてどうなるの？実験に必要な資源と進んで身を捧げる者たちをあなたが用意するとでも？
You want to treat people in the yellow zone. There are probably people willing to give you a chance. You don't need Paradeus for that. You might have their advantages of the research, but at the same time, you have a framework that you are at least aware of now. You could move on. You could take what you have and build off of it. The problem is they might not like you now after this point. She's in an unfortunate rock and a hard place. If she leaves Paradeus, Paradeus may see her as a threat. Because she knows too much. I think unfortunately for her, the path she has to walk has already been set. I don't know if she could leave it. I think that's the problem. If she leaves Paradeus, Paradeus may see her as an actual threat, in which case her life is in danger. Especially if it's if that group is as spread out as it is.
君にパラデウスへと送り込まれた病人たちの人生は当の昔に壊されてる。
私に選択肢なんてあったと思う？医薬品グループに加わって法外な値段でイエローエリアの住民を圧迫して彼らが薬のために生涯を捧げるよう仕向けろっていうの？それなら私はこの世界を変えることを選ぶわ。他に方法はないもの。パラデウスなら私に力と資源を与えてくれる。
この世の闇に迎合したところで先はない。新たな道を探すべきなんだ。私もかつては全てを変えられるはずの組織に身を置いていた。
This is Griffin, I'm assuming. I'm assuming because this is like what his entire internal monologue has been in this entire event.
だが、権力の核心に近づくにつれ、身動きが取れなくなっていった。上に行こうとすればするほど、多くのものを諦めるしかなくなる。他者に利用され、他者を利用しなくてはならなくなる。私はそんな未来を望んでいない。だから私は離れた。長い時間をかけて探したんだ。新しい道を。
If she takes this to heart, there's a good chance here, but I think it's too late.
それは見つかったの？
I think to a degree he has. He's just not fully realized it all. Fia grabs my hand. Her eyes reflect a mixture of hopefulness and pain, as if I might be able to show her a new ray of light. I was no longer able to position myself away from the maelstrom once I found out about Paradeus' return. I do not know how many factions have connected themselves with Paradeus for the sake of conducting experiments, but there might be similar things happening elsewhere throughout the Yellow Zones. The promised promised cure used to lure desperate people in, brainwashing them into Paradise. Unitates? I never know how to say that one. Fixer, yeah, maybe if he could convince. It seems like she might be moved. If this is the case, that's great, but at the same time, it's a problem that he has to overcome now. Doesn't matter how many factions are backing Paradeus. I'll crush them one by one.
今はまだ
I think this is the problem that we see in a lot of other gachas, especially like Azur Lane had this moment too. This was Musashi's event. It's why Musashi and Yamato and them all went with Akagi over Nagato and Mikasa. One was an ideal, the other had actions. Ophelia is laughing, but tears are flowing down her cheeks.
なら頑張りなさい。私も見てみたいの。あなたの言うもう一つの道を。
指揮官、聞こえる？大量のブージャムが工場へと向かってきてる。こちらで対処してみるけど、どうか安全には。
What? Sounds of gunfire mixed with the roars of boojums are emitted from my communicator. I look at Orphea, whose face is frozen in tear. A boojum bellows, charging toward me and Orphea. Lena's gunfire repels the boojum, but Orphea stops Lena from continuing her attack. Is this supposed to be Isa?
Isa-san?
Yeah.
落ち着いて。
The ground is shaking. The roars come not only from outside, but also from underground.
地下にブージャムを隠していたのか。
いいえ、彼らは助かることのできた患者たちよ。
Uh-oh.
お姉ちゃん、お前ら、お姉ちゃんに何をした？
Linda arrives in a hurry, only to see Orphea cough up blood and fall to the ground. An ear-splitting alarm starts blaring throughout the factory. Sounds of gears turning can be heard from the originally sealed floor.
コーラップス放射線量が急速に上昇してる。奴らに見つかったんだわ。
Yeah. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Okay. The boojum. It's the boojum.
ファティーガット。
It's the boojum. It's the boojum. It's the boojum. Oh dang, that actually is a lot tougher than I thought it would be. Wait, what's your level? 22, 3000 XP, 3000. Nemesis is not able to one-hit it, but I could also... Yeah, no one really has... She's got the highest attack. She's the most built character I have. Her ult only has the basic 3 points, though. I could try to build up her, Wait, how are you gonna hit the one back there? You can't. You can only hit this one. Oh. I guess rations, but yeah. That's something she did not probably think about. How much damage can she do? A good amount, but not enough. I think the only problem is I don't have an easy way to guarantee Nemesis gets the hits though, because I think Girls is just gonna straight up eliminate. Because I don't think it does the support attacks if the base attack takes out the target. That only will apply if they go before the base attack. Can you Mosin the thing? Probably not for the same reason. I don't think Mosin would ever get her charge up. Because these attacks would eliminate them first. Like if I did this right now, Nemesis doesn't fire. So the best thing I could probably do would probably have to be... You don't even have the target on. Yeah, I'd rather not. Defense, no defense down at next turn.
こっちを見なさい。
Oh, you have very limited range on that. Do that for now. Could also be wrong, and this just obliterates him. Okay. Krog wins. Get hammered, fool! Oh, bro. Krog wins. Hammer timed. The power of Krog's hammer. You cannot underestimate it.
まだ工場の方へ向かってるブージャムが。
うわ、なんで中の方が敵の数が多いのさ。地下から上がってきた。ここってブージャムの巣だったの。
集中砲火。
やめて、みんな私の患者なのよ。私になら救えるわ。
この状態で救える可能性があるとは思えませんけど。
彼らにはまだ意識があるわ。制御できるはずよ。
指揮官、メラニーさんの状況が急に悪化しました。やめて、私を呼ばないで。苦しい。痛い。私の頭から出て行って。痛くない。
メイリン、エルム号を操縦してここから離れろ。
来ないで。静かにして。だけど
早ければ早いほどいい。メラニーをここから引き離すんだ。
わかりました、指揮官。
赤日の風が君臨す。
Are there any dolls still in the Elmo?
パラデウスの勢力がすぐ近くにいる。
我が種を壊滅させし反逆者には
Oh, there's a
代償
Naito.
を支払ってもらう。
Ah, it's a Naito.
彼女の手にあるのは人間のブージャム化を早めるコーラップスクリスタルよ。彼女を止めて。
Yeah, they're not so good now, are they? They aren't so good now, are they, huh? If anything, this will be a major reveal to her. The Butchers inside the factory charged at the Naito with a roar. The Naito stops her actions and stares at Orphea with a blank expression.
神の献上を汚そうとしたな。
永劫なる国土との別れ。
Well
降
then.
臨せよ。果てなき。
That's what they said. A slap of reality. Yeah, no kidding.
面白い。なんて面白いんだろう。
え？
この声は主任。
あれ、どこの子ネズミだったっけ。ちょちたま、狩猟っと。
Oh no.
イエローエリアの人間医師で薬を研究してるんだ。へえ、提供してきた実験体の質のこのこじゃん。だけど他に利用価値はなさそうね。今度私にアクセスするときは情報を間違えないよう気をつけてよ。てっきりブージャムを完璧に操れる鍵として使えそうなお花ちゃんが現れたのかと思ったじゃん。
Oh.
彼女には症状が出ている。
こ
コーラプスクリスタルと催眠術を使ったんでしょ。まるで小賢しいピエロみたい。面白くもなんともない。こいつ殺しちゃってもいいんじゃない？
ああ。
私にはまだ利用価値があるわ。人間が生きむくろ化を免れる方法を見つけ出し、パラデウスの薬の成分の大部分を解析することだってできる。お願い、あと少しだけ時間をちょうだい。薬に含まれている特別な成分が何なのか知りたいの。それをいくつも複製すれば全員が助かるわ。
Well then.
薬の成分？ああ、思い出したあれね。完全免疫体の体から採取した組織液なの。めちゃくちゃ効くでしょ。ありゃいいもんだわ。だけどそう簡単には複製できないよ。お花ちゃんをいくつも育てたけど、同じ効果を得られるのはほんの一部だったから。あんたがそれを研究したいって？は、くったらな。
Yikes.
適当にやっといて。私の邪魔ができないようにね。
完全免疫体。私が何年も追い求めてきた成分が
まだわからないのか。パラデウスの目的は放射線病の治療なんかじゃない。放射線病を治すという名目で財団からの支援を得ているだけだ。君が紹介した誰もが進んでパラデウスの実験体になろうとする信徒だった。君が紹介しなくたってパラデウスは強力な放射線で生存者を選別していたさ。
パラデウスを
Her
信じる
entire
信徒た
world's
ち
coming down on her head
は
now.
さらに多くの者たちを迫害しています。私は絶対にパラデウスを許しはしません。
Naito lifts the crystal. The next second it shatters in her hand, causing radiation to spread throughout the factory. The Bujums lose their minds completely in a few moments, attacking everything inside.
お姉ちゃん、ここの放射線量、お姉ちゃんにはもう適さないよ。早くここから離れなくちゃ。これだけの放射線量を浴びてしまったら、ここではもう薬なんて作れないわ。機械がなくたって他の方法があるはず。さあ早く。イーサさん、
もう呼び覚まさなくたっていいよ。大した意味はないんだし。
薬をもう一度試してみるわ。薬の中の有効な成分を取り出して濃度をさらに上げたものよ。これを使えばまだ希望はあるかもしれない。
This is gonna come at a cost of her life, isn't it?
やってみる。
Lenna takes the vaccine that Orphea gives her and injects it into the unconscious body of Issa, who has already turned into a Bujum.
先生、先生、助けてください。
The Naito attacks, but the Bujum, who just regained some consciousness, protects Orphea from harm.
いいや、私を殺せ。苦痛から解き放っておくれ。
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, there's a point where it's like all this like you have to imagine the amount of suffering these people who are suffering from this stuff are going through.
まだ患者への憐れみが残っているなら、彼らを自由にしてあげることです。彼らを苦しみから解放してやってください。
神のささやきが聞こえる。あんた、ブージャムがどこから攻撃してくるかわかるの？
Oh.
風の声は今もなお。あんたを信じるわよ。だけど相手からのメッセージを感じるってことは、相手のセカンダリーレベルをハックしたの？
情けは必要ないわ。 この放射線量の中にブージャムが長らくとどまっていればその危険性が増すだけよ。
Yeah, easy way to... Yeah.
しかもブージャムが絶えずこちらへと向かってきてる。すぐに撤退しなくては。
I don't think she's an experiment. I think she was, she was like in Paradeus or something like that. Like, at least I think she was. There's hints towards it at least.
もはやこの工場に存在する価値はないわ。レナさん、あなたのご友人を連れて逃げなさい。ここは私が何とかするから。
You're really about the captain goes down with the ship thing.
お姉ちゃん、バカな真似はやめて。エリンダ、私の理想をあなたに託すわ。この放射線量じゃ私もそう長くは生きられない。私たちにはまだ薬が。
They could be compromised.
そう、それが最後の希望よ。普通の人よりもほんの少しだけ長生きできる。
Mia tries to stand up. Yep, collapsed crystals emerge from her body. She wobbles towards Lenna and shoves the specialized collapsed crystal into Lena's hand.
これを使って一時的にブージャムの注意力を敵へとそらせるわ。
She was always infected. I'm pretty sure, yeah.
そうしたらお友達を連れて逃げるのよ。私に治療を求めた病人たちはパラデウスの駒になるべきじゃなかった。ましてやこんな結末を迎えるべきじゃ。工場にある爆弾を起爆するわ。それが私の最後の防御手段よ。
You get one free pull with this, keep it safe.
他にも方法があるはずだよ。私が。エリンダ、これは命令よ。私の研究をあなたがここから運び出すの。あなたさえいれば私の研究が断ち切られることはない。お姉ちゃん、行きなさい。はい、ご主人様。
The security systems of the pharmaceutical factory activated in full force, launching an assault on the Knights. Countless streams of security automatons emerged from the ground, along with numerous boojums.
道理で最初の調査じゃ何も見つからなかったわけだわ。コア設備が全部地下にあったなんてね。
レナが投げた物体は有効よ。ブージャムの注意が一時的に敵に移ったわ。
Please, oh, you want Linda to be playable? Don't know.
早くここから出よう。もたもたしてたら。
Boom. A massive shockwave from the explosion surges towards us. Lenna instinctively throws herself in front of me to shield me from the blast and debris. The Netto's position is ravaged by the shockwave. When the dust settles, she reemerges with apparent signs of damage.
卑劣な魂が汝らの行為に代償を支払うだろう。
Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Oh, wait, is she not here? Oh, it's you instead. He arrives. Oh, Vector's here. So bring the wicked to the abyss. Phoebe! No, you're using the collapse crystals to amplify the intensity of the collapse radiation, right? Can't let you keep doing this. The enemies, they just need to get rid of all of them. That finger wave, yeah. Well, Vivi is here, which means her entire squad is here. But unfortunately, I think that really just leaves Vector by herself. Could use Lenna, but that's not really gonna do anything. I'm sitting here like, I don't know who else I could... I know... you know what? Okay, Mekdir here. I don't know. We're just bringing random teams for the fun of it. But there is one thing I must do. Well, first things first. You sleep. You, shock this man. Alright, Vivi, go up here, and I need you to drop the sun on the map. Perfect! Just drop the whole sun on them. They don't need it. The screams. Man's like, what just happened? Just whoever what? Yeah, but it's funny. Motorcycle. Ah, that's Vroom.
工場の破壊を優先しろ。
もう最大負荷で稼働してるよ。
I got back date.
車にまだ重火器があるよ。
Oh, I could have used the Eternia for the 4 Team A.
結局あなたの言う通りになったわね。駒になる覚悟はとっくにできていたわ。
Road to hell is paved with good intentions.
この行為に意味があったと思いたい。これまでとは全く違った新しい道を行く。あなたが道を見つける瞬間を見届けたかったわ。
No, you cannot fix it. Do not fix it.
そのチャンスがあることを祈って。
Fiat swallows the drug held in her hands. Countless collapsed crystals emerge from her body, twisting her body into an inhumane shape. At the same time, explosions can be heard one after another.
エリンダ、すべての情報を持って逃げなさい。そうすれば、私のようにパラデウスに騙される人間はいなくなる。あんたたち、何ぼーっとしてんのよ。 お姉ちゃんみたいに工場で死にたいの？工場の下にある火薬の量ならここを全部吹き飛ばせるわ。お姉ちゃんが夢を実現するために残しておいたものよ。くそ、くそ、どうしてこうなるの？
I kind of feel bad for Elinda because she's gonna like Orphea survives through her technically.
オルフィア、これが君の選んだ新しい道なのか。みんな撤退だ。
A string of explosions echo through the factory. With Elinda leading us, we managed to avoid the blasts. After leaving the factory, we looked back from afar to ensure that no Naitos and Bojums managed to get out before heading back to the Elmo.
これ情報お姉ちゃんが渡してくれって。
So what will happen with her?
あんたはパラデウスに興味があるからきっと欲しがるってお姉ちゃんが言ってた。
実験に関するデータ情報かな。
私が知るわけないでしょ。姉ちゃん、私にすら隠してたんだもん。ブツは渡したわよ。私はお姉ちゃんを探しに行く。たとえ1万分の1の確率でも諦めたくないから。
If she survives, she's probably not something you're gonna be able to do much about.
指揮官、大丈夫？私車でお利口にしてたよ。
あの声をまだ感じるか？
離れたら苦しくなくなった。
指揮官、あなたが手に入れた情報、バリャーグから得た情報よりもずっと詳細だわ。ナンバーは強制的に遮られてるわね。
対応する実験体の解析にはもっと時間が必要よ。情報に書かれていた座標にとても興味があるの。見たところそのどれもがパラデウス拠点から提供された物件を受け入れているわね。私の推測が正しければ。
You've got a potential route.
そこにパラデウスの他の実験室がある。
Yep.
その通り。これが本当なら極めて大きいと言える収穫があったことになるわね。面白いのは一部の座標はイエローエリアのものじゃない。それどころかホワイトエリアの座標まである。私たちから最も近いのはホワイトエリアの座標よ。
Man, almost like
場
everything.
所はリビウ。
It's almost as if everything is pointing to Lviv.
ヘレナ。ええ、リビウにパラデウスの勢力がいるとしたらヘレナが狙われる可能性は極めて高い。まあまあ、そう緊張しないで。
I'm gonna have to get used to the fact that Helen and Helena are two different characters.
グリーンエリアとホワイトエリアは常に監視されている。彼らは定期的にコーラップス放射線の強度をチェックしているの。
It's probably non-related stuff then.
本来ならばパラデウスの拠点がそのまま存在するのはたやすくないわ。座標の位置を調べたところ、そのエリアはジラードグループに隷属するようね。公開されている資料によると、そこではクリーンエネルギーと放射線除去の研究が行われているそうよ。
放射線の除去。
面白いでしょ。パラデウスの研究とは正反対に見えるわ。
この座標は私たちが財団とパラデウスの協力関係を調査する十分な証拠になる。
作戦終了。帰ろっか。
Nice. And that's one night. Now we're just on to the big dialogue. Which is probably not really big, it's probably just the closure. Nighttime. Ketfaben office in Odessa White Zone clear weather.
マグニセキュリティが奪われた薬を取り戻し、バリャーグに重傷を負わせたそうだな。
This man looks like the life of the party.
かなりの戦力を失ったそうよ。このところ投資を増やせってうるさいの。
Get ready for a funny. Oh,
多
I'll
大な
see.
死傷者が出たのは情報が行き届いていないせいだとも言っていたわ。第三世代人形が任務に干渉してきたんですって。
奴らに余計な情報を伝える必要はない。第三世代人形の管理権限は我々だけの手にある。だからこそ安全なのだ。
あちこち聞いて回るのは確かにいい習慣だとは言えないわね。人形ならメンタルを消し去れるけど、人間は病に侵されでもしないと。完全に彼らに帰属する第三世代人形を欲しているみたい。
The abandoned one, right?
それについては断っておくわ。その代わりにほんの少しだけ投資を増やすつもりよ。
諸君、このところ衛星都市の医薬品の価格が高騰してしばらく経つ。医薬品の価格を制限し、配布規則を制定する時が来たのだ。
お言葉だけれど、どのご身分で私たちに要求しているのかしら。
Yeah, basically.
オデッサ州のティマーマン首席閣下。
子守歌計画を推し進めるには民衆の支持を集めねばなるまい。医薬品は絶好の足がかりだ。
Green Zone, Linton's office at Maggie Security.
財団も太っ腹になったものだ。新たな投資に同意したばかりか、通常の人形を与えると約束してくれるとはな。
Oh.
ロニーが申請していた第三世代人形は却下されたようですけどね。
I guess for third gen.
奴の裏には財団がいるんだ。申請したくなるのもわからなくもないさ。
Yeah.
どうせ却下されるだろうけどな。私たちも第三世代人形を申請してみるか。
結果はどうあれ、ロニーが発狂するのは間違いないですね。
そりゃ見ものだ。
今までロニーの舞台なんてどうでもよかったはずでは。
So is this like his eye where his eyes are, or is it like this visor right here? Because I'm thinking of like a robot where it's like this is like a camera thing and it's just like some kind of like AR like panel that he can see through. Or is this his helmet right? Or is this just like the top of his head? And this is actually where his eyes are. Because I'm looking at this like, what is this?
ああ、最近
It's a visor?
上を目指そうかと思って。
I don't know. It does like this confuses me to look at.
少なくともあいつに負けるわけにはいかない。
Yeah, good luck with that.
チップに含まれていたデータの解析が終わったわ。指揮官からの最新情報を踏まえると、チップが指し示している座標はパラデウスの実験室で間違いないわね。他の情報はまだ解析中よ。できるだけ早く内容を同期するわ。これだけの証拠があれば、ロレンも財団に対するさらなる調査に踏み込めます。財団がパラデウスを支援していたこと、そしてメラニーさんがブージャムに影響を及ぼせること、そのどちらも財団とパラデウスの野心を示しています。それを正式な証拠として非軍事勢力管理局に渡していただけますか。
メラニーとヘレナについてだが、
あなたの懸念は理解しています。彼女たちは最高の証人ですが、軽率にロレンに引き渡すのは賢明な選択だとは言えません。
Yeah, considering how I think she was pretty much abducted just while under your care.
こちらのデータ証拠だけでも財団とパラデウスを起訴して調査を行うにこと足ります。
I vaguely remember meeting her for the first time in this game, and they went to watch, like, one of them went to go watch Helena, and then, like, instantly she was gone.
ですが、あらゆる証拠の提出は合法かつコンプライアンスに準じたプロセスを踏まなくてはなりません。個人を通じた情報の提供は正式だとは言えませんね。指揮官様、私たちにはより正式な情報の提供プロセスが必要なんです。非軍事勢力管理局の上級参事官の身分で、あなたと証拠の引き渡しができないか、上層部に掛け合ってみます。ただ、そうすると、あなたの現在の身分もロレンの上層部に知れ渡ってしまいますが。
Recall a number of familiar faces I know from the URNC and Psi. I want to completely destroy Paradeus, but it's quite obvious that I won't be able to do it alone. I need the URNC to exert pressure on the conglomerate and thus cut off Paradise's financial support. The destruction of Paradise can proceed once that's accomplished.
エルモ号で待っているよ。
わかりました。申請が通り次第、正式にそちらへと伺います。
End the call with Kalina. The only people remaining in the ops room are me and Lenna. She pouts, her face clearly expressing her reluctance towards leaving me. She was planning to stay aboard the Elmo and head to Lviv with me, then meet with Kalina together. Given the current situation, her plans have definitely gone up in smoke.
指揮官、私に何か言うことないの？
またすぐに会えるさ。
カリン姉が非軍事勢力管理局の上級参事官の身分で正式に指揮官と対面するって時に、私がエルモ号にいたら誤解を招くなんてリバ姉が言わなかったら。
I see.
カリン姉が来てから管理局に戻りたいよ。
Yeah, you would have.
でもカリン姉がエルモ号にいたいって言うならそれもいいかも。
I just realized what I was like. Wait, what? And then I realized what she said. I was like, oh.
指揮官、あ、その。
Hesitates for a while in front of me before stretching her arms out, clearly hoping for a hug. Aww. I sigh and she leaps into my embrace just as I open my arms to give her a hug. This is where a bunch of people who actually like this character are now instantly falling over and like, I must now covenant the creature. It is done. We must covenant the creature. Also, yes, this. A happy cult, yep.
リバ姉もカリン姉も指揮官が大好きなんだよ。それに私も。みんな心配してたんだ。指揮官がいなくなったのはグリフィンとの関係を終わらせたいからなんじゃないかって。指揮官と再会してからも何考えてるのかさっぱりだし、もし指揮官が昔とは違う道を歩きたいんなら、それがどんな選択でも私たちはずっとそばにいるからね。
Just let that matter you pulled in for a hot. Hey, leave Memphis out of that.
忘れちゃダメだよ。
ああ、ありがとう、レナ。
カリン姉とリバ姉のためを思って言っただけだよ。とはいえ、私自身のためでもあるけど、とにかくそういうことだから。またすぐに会えるね、指揮官。
お。
パラデウスの実験室の座標を確認した。間違いない。
直接座標の地点で落ち合おう。
Huh. I recognize Alva. The other one is Vomastina. Oh, okay, the other girl. Okay. Well, I got more stuff to do, which will be fun, but that was the story at least. You know what? We'll go back to the crew deck for now. Who's running the drinks thing today? Whomst?
ねえ、指揮官。
Oh. unlock drink. I remember seeing this somewhere. Where was the almighty recipe? Was that in the store? I think I saw that earlier. Yeah, this. Yeah, I was gonna say, this right here. Need complete phase clash, open a drink. Wait, what?
ねえ、指揮官。
Oh, you get one for free. Oh, okay. I see. You know what? I want to see the. Oh, I want to interact with the Krollik. We shall interact with the Krollik. Volatile, refreshing, and with a kick that clears the mind. No, we're not talking about Krollik's temper here. After consuming this drink, spending indulgent drops. Nice. It's time. Make it, Krollik. Boom upon my tongue. It's a delight. Filling my body with warmth and happiness. I see a Furukawa. Ah, yes. Check it. Sure, why not? Over here, like, do I talk about the bunny ears or do I go for the future? I want to see the special dialogue, but bunny ears. I'll see the unique dialogue. I can do the bunny ears later. I guess I could always ask tomorrow. You know what? Bunny ears it is. Besides bunny ears, do you collect any other headpieces? It is not just a decorative headpiece, it is a essential combat apparatus. As for your question, yes I do. Antlers, cat ears, dog ears, all of them. I just buy them whenever I come across them. She's very, very serious about this. She's very serious. Tell me about the cat ears. Cat ears, well, they're... Wait a second, you already know about them. Why are you asking me then? Stop laughing, I'm not saying another word. I feel like I'm about to get hit in the head with a hammer. The antlers one's pretty funny. Wait, why is F3 screaming? Oh, it's the affinity thing, right? Alright, Whooms will cook us the foods. Today we shall get the critical rate buff. Random says... The Tololo. The Tololo will cook the takoyaki. Alright, let's see what happens. Oh, what is that noise? Tololo. Tololo.
ちょっと難しかったです。
Tololo. It was takoyaki. What is this? What is that? This feels familiar. She's so sad. Oh, Tololo. It's okay. You'll do better next time. The recipe. Hang in there. Oh. Meh. Sabrina! Save me, Sabrina! Sabrina, save me, please. You know how to cook.
しい？
It looks normal. Take a bite, the freshness blooms upon my palate. The perfectly managed heat brings out the natural harmony of taste. This is why I never doubted you, Sabrina. Making Sabrina cook Eastern food bold. Any suggestions? Yeah, more seasoning, sure, why not? Yeah, can't wait for that. Yeah! Delicious. What do we get? Oh, got rose salt too. Sweet. So can confirm Sabrina comment on stream. Well, listen. Now listen. As far as I know, she still can't be done yet. I need my glutton girl. She gets it next update. Oh! 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 Well then. That changes things. Prepare my wallet. Isn't it like $5? Oh no. See, I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand though, chat. When? 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 This makes me sad. At some point, please. Oh man. Beautiful cute dolls, pretty. No. I liked my funny cat. The cat is strong. I like the cat. The cat is very special. As you can see, she gets the focus of she gets the focus a lot of times because she is precious. Alright. Well, that was a long one. Part of it was me yapping, but it's fine. You accidentally clicked to Yuhi. What's wrong with Yuhi? Yuhi's cute though. But yes, it is definitely late. I need to hop off as well. That said, Thursday is the plan for the next stream. It'll be Blue Archive's new event. I just realized this cat arm is humongous. I see that the cat works. That cat works out its right arm quite often. I realized what I just said. It's not even remotely close. What is that hand? Ugh. Yeah, I know. I have to finish the side missions. It won't take that long. He's just an arm wrestler. Yeah, he works out specifically his wrestling arm. What are you doing? Actually, you know what? I should have expected that. You literally have the two things the two most important things to you, and you're doing things. And meanwhile, Kluke is just over here with this. Where's Vepley? Vepley, are you still on the Yes, you are. I see you over there with your Mr. Pizza. Wait. There's 2 Mr. Pizzas. They're multiplying. Hoi. Crystal for pull? Wait, what? For pulls? The Mr. Pizza mitosis. Yes, exactly. The Mr. Pizza mitosis. Wait! There's another one! There are 3 of them! They're multiplying! Run away! Oh, hi, Lenna. Run away! What are they doing over here? Alright, anyway. I'm gonna hop off now. It is late. If I don't, I will gonna mess up my sleep schedule. I don't want to do that. So, like I said, Thursday is the plan for the next stream. It'll be Blue Archive covering the new event on their side. I will see if I could fit in some other things over the weekend, but I think for the most part I got stuff I need to work on, so that will be what it is for now. So have a good rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are, and I will see all you in the near future. Catch you guys all again real soon.